It's 8:30. We'll call this retreat to order. Our first order of business is the adoption of the agenda.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed likewise. All right, the agenda is approved. So we'll turn it over to Tim.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for your valuable time over the next 2 days. We've got some important information to present to you. We look forward to any feedback the council may have. So I'm going to get it started right away. We have Bertha Johnson from the city of Durham. She is the director of budgeting and management services. So we've been doing it for quite a bit of time. I think strategic planning is what we're going to focus on here, but she's going to talk to you also how that relates to the budgeting process, which I think is important for us going forward. Bertha comes from, she has a BS in accounting from Elon University. She has a master's in public administration from North Carolina Central University. She's very closely tied to the UNC School of Government, and she's also a professor at the North Carolina Central University. So very well recognized, and we appreciate your time, Bertha. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
City Manager, for inviting me here today. I'm really excited about this because I spent a lot of time talking about strategic planning and a lot of other things you'll hear about today, which I won't get into detail about in terms of how I look at the whole process as it aligns with the budget. And so I will also be presenting part of this presentation at the ICMA North Carolina Regional Conference next week. The manager will be there as well, and that will focus on performance. So to get started, I want to share with you our organizational structure. A lot of times when people look at this, they say this is a big department for a budget department, and if you go online and look at it, you may not understand all the components and why we built it out the way we have. Again, I am the director. I'm also a member of the executive leadership team, which is our city manager, our deputy city managers. I also have two sides. I have the strategy and performance side, and I have the budget and CIP side, but those work together. When we started this journey, we really started, if you look at our strategic initiatives manager, it was one position in our city manager's office. And when our new city manager came in 2008, he decided that he wanted to move that position to my department so that we could leverage the resources we have with having budget analysts and other people in the department to work on our strategic plan. That was one of the items that was in his work plan from City Council. And so we moved that position to Budget and Management Services, and we needed someone to support that position in terms of managing our data, along with our strategic plan performance measures. And so we decided that we were going to jointly go with the county to hire our SMA fellow. I don't know if you are familiar with that program, but you can get an MPA student who's graduated, and you decide the salary, and you can pay the full salary and benefits for the person. For us, we split that position with the county because it made more sense so that we could build relationships with the county, and we could also work on our strategic plans together. And so we have goal teams that cross the city and the county, and that person also works on projects that are important to the manager and to the city council that cross county lines in terms of our joint departments. And then we wanted to make sure we could put up a dashboard so that our community could see our performance measures and how we were progressing with the work that we've done and the work that has been adopted by the council. And so we hired a performance manager, and it really wasn't a new position. It was a budget analyst position that we actually reclassified to a performance manager. And so that's really where we started. We use a lot of interns from Duke University, from NCCU, from Durham Tech. That is the first line of kind of resource we go to, particularly when we're trying to pilot or try out a program so that we don't have to have permanent resources. We'll go to the universities and get students out of their program and work with them. Some of them we pay, some of them we don't pay, but the city of Durham has adopted a $15 minimum wage, which is, I'll talk about that in a minute in terms of how it aligns with our plan. So our interns make a decent salary working, part-time for us.
Can I ask what your budget is?
So our entire budget is for the entire, my department or the city?
Your department.
My department, it's probably about 800,000. We have some grant resources. One of the things I've tried to do at the city is really when we want to bring on new programs is try to find some other source of funding for it, grant funding, to try it out first, see if it works. To also really show our departments that it's important that we look for other resources because we know the tax resources is really limited in terms of funding core services. And so I'll talk about how we've been able to get some of those.
Because it seems like a little bit of your stuff would cross over into the finance person's
So
job.
we have a finance department as well.
Right.
So we have separate finance and budget. When I worked for the city of Roxboro, like Goldsboro, where you have one department, finance department, I've worked in both situations. Our finance department is, we have 2,500 employees, and so with payroll and accounts payable and all of that, we do some joint work. We do monthly financial reports for the city manager and quarterly financial reports for the city council. We do some joint work. But really, our budget department is really built around MPA
programming.
graduates, and really our I-team is built around folks who do strategy, who work with performance management. That group is really focused on building capacity in our departments, and so you really need someone with that kind of expertise who can go work in any department and help those departments where you don't have to have data analysts in every department. You can have it in the budget department, and they work on projects. They also work on process improvement projects with departments, and you don't have to have that resource in every department. But that's a great question. So I want to show you this. We actually developed this at the City of Durham. This is ultimately where you want to be. I've been with the City of Durham for 15 years, so this didn't happen overnight. This has been a long journey. It started really with having a city manager come in who understands strategy and performance and who's focused on the strategy more than the budget. And so we started with this journey with our city manager. And so what I'm going to focus on today is strategic planning, and it's really about where do you want to go. And also we're going to talk about how it aligns with the budget and CIP and our DSAP program, and that is how do we get there. And what I say mostly about this is that you know the strategy is at the top, because that's really where you need to start with the strategy. And then talk about what resources you need to implement that strategy and how do you prioritize all the things you want to do. Ultimately, you want to do program evaluation. Are we doing the right things? In terms of when you implement a program, we all know a lot of times we implement a program and we really don't revisit it. We implement it and we continue to move on and we add to the budget, but we need to step back and do an evaluation of the programs to see if it's really meeting its intended outcomes. Is it still relevant in terms of what we need now in our community? Are there resources being used for programs that really could be repurposed for another program? And then performance measures, which your manager mentioned. Are we doing them well? Not just having performance measures, but really having targets and doing benchmarking. Like how do we line up with similar cities with similar demographics? So I don't know about you all, but the City of Durham, we have a peer city list that's adopted by our city council, and we propose that list to them based on the demographics of our city compared to the cities we want to put on the list. And so all of our departments have to use that peer city list when they're bringing information to our council, so that they don't get to cherry pick departments that tell the story they want to tell. It's like, this is the peer city list, and this is how we stand up to those peer cities. And then continuous improvement. How can we do what we do better? And that's part of what we do with process improvement, really focusing on how do we do what we're doing better, and then going back and refreshing our plan and starting over again. And so ultimately, this is where you want to be. We are just at the continuous improvement stage. We just got there. We have several employees who are doing lean training, who are focused on several projects in our city. Those are around composting, something our councils want to do for a while, around HR processes, like how do we improve processes, how do we improve the experience for the applicant as well as the employees in the organization. So we've got a couple of those. Our CIP process, our departments were frustrated about how long the process takes, how projects rise to the top in terms of priorities. And so we have about 4 projects the team is working on. I don't know if you've had lean training before, but part of the process is you have to do real projects as you go through the training, and so they're working on those. So we've just gotten to that stage after a long while. So why do you need a strategic plan? It is a roadmap for translating long-term vision into present and future organizational efforts. Like, what do we want to be, and how do we get there, and what efforts do we need to undertake now to help us get there? Very important, it helps engage employees and anyone that lives, works, and plays in Durham with a long-term vision. And it connects resources, we'll talk about money, with long-term vision. When we talk about helping engage employees, we know in working in local government and any government, there's a lot that goes on politically. But what we want to make sure is our employees know what the real focus is, and regardless of what goes on with the politics, regardless of what goes on at the state, federal level, this is what you need to be focused on as employees. So the story, you probably heard it before, is that JFK went to NASA, and he went down a hallway, took a wrong turn, and there was a janitor in there who turned around and he asked him, he said, "What are you doing?" And he said, "Mr. President, I'm helping to put a man on the moon." And that's what we want. We want employees to know, what is my role, what is my purpose, what am I focused on? I'm not just cleaning the building, like everyone matters, and everything that we do is really focused on our ultimate goal. And I'll share another story. I actually was teaching a class, and a pastor said to me, he said, "Well, Professor Johnson, can you just tell me how I can get people to give, my parishioners to give more money?" And I said, "Well, that's not really how you approach it, right? I mean, what you really need to do is work with your parishioners to develop a vision for the church. And then you need to develop programs around that vision. What programs do we need to have in order to attract, to obtain our vision? If we want more youth, then we need youth programs. If we want to help people who return home from prison, we need outreach ministries, right? And so you need to work with your congregation to decide what your vision is, what programs you want to have to reach that vision, and then what dollars do you need to implement those programs. And then the money is not infinite, right? So how do you prioritize those programs? And then that's how you need to approach your parishioners about giving money, not just saying giving money to the church. And he was like, "I never thought about it like that." And so that's the example I keep in my head all the time. And you know, it works. A strategic plan works in your workplace, it works in your home, and it works at church, it works in any organization, because everyone needs to be focused on a strategy, and we need to all know what that strategy is. And so this, he actually went back to his congregation and started over with working with the congregation to develop that vision, and then those programs to help meet that vision. So for us in the city of Durham, our vision is Durham is a leading city providing an excellent and sustainable quality of life. And so your vision is ultimately, where do you want to be? Our mission is to provide quality services to make Durham a great place for people to live, work, and play. So the mission is what our employees do every day. That is their focus. So if you ask them what they're doing, what I'm doing is I am providing quality services to make Durham a great place for people to live, work, and play. That's their focus. You will hear our council members use that. You will hear our city manager use that. Like, everyone knows what the mission statement is, right? So here's our last plan that was adopted, and you can see it's 19 through 21, and we will be refreshing. We just shared it with our city council at our retreat on the 14th that we will be refreshing the plan this year. And what you have is our book, which is an update on our initiatives and the progress that we've made on the initiatives that have been adopted. So here are our 5 goals. And as city council, I want to focus on shared economic prosperity to kind of talk about your role in this in terms of how do you make sure that the plan that is adopted is a plan that you can support and that your constituents can support. Our city council was really focused on shared economic prosperity, which is what a lot of city councils in urban cities and other cities are focused on all across the country. And their main focus was, based on talking to residents, is jobs, affordable housing, and justice-involved residents. And so they were most involved in developing this goal because they wanted to make sure they saw those things in the plan. What have we done with that? Shared economic prosperity, our I-team, our innovation team that builds capacity in departments, they focused on piloting a program around transitional jobs in terms of developing a program, prototyping, testing it out, piloting it to see if this program would work in the city of Durham, where we brought folks in who were returning home from prison, who could have 4 days of work and have 1 day of wraparound services. We know that people need to secure housing, transportation, and all those other things before they can really stabilize themselves in employment. And you learn that through talking to people who come out and get jobs and can't maintain the jobs because they really don't have the wraparound services. And so that's one thing that the city council made sure was in our strategic plan, pilot a transitional jobs program. Affordable housing was another one that was important to them. So all of these things help you achieve shared economic prosperity for the community. They set aside 2 cents of the tax rate for affordable housing. Our community development department built a 5-year plan. The community said 5 years is too long. Gentrification is real. Tax bills are going up. We really need affordable housing now. Based on that, because it was in our plan, our mayor went out and our council and said, we're going to do a $95 million housing bond, the largest housing bond that's ever been done in the state of North Carolina. The reason we were confident that it would work is because we developed this plan with our elected officials and our community, and our community said this is important to them. We also do resident surveys every year. We ask our community in the survey, what are you willing to pay more for? And guess what they said? Affordable housing. And so we said, you're going to pay 2 more cents on the tax rate. The housing bond went on November and it passed, the largest one in the state. People were skeptical, but we were not because we had it in our plan. The other one was, how do you have people share in the economic prosperity if they're making minimum wage? And so it was important to our city council that we lead the way in implementing a $15 minimum wage. And that's what they did, and that was in the plan. And so our HR department went about, how do we do that over a 2-year or 3-year period? Because it was in the plan and they knew that they needed to be working on that. And so the good thing about having a strategic plan is that everyone knows in the organization what they should be working on because they know this is the plan that was adopted. Can you do all, we have 95 initiatives, right, in our plan. Can you do all of those? No. But as a city council and as staff and department directors, you can prioritize those in which you think are most important that you need to focus on in the first year, the second year, third year.
Now, did I hear you say that you interview or do your citizens every year?
We do a resident survey every year. We've done it since 2005.
And
I'm sorry.
who's he go to?
So it goes to, it's a random survey. It goes to, we have a consultant who does the survey. We try to get it at a confidence level of 95%. So the survey, I think it gets about 750 respondents. And the consultant works out to make it geographically dispersed and
right.
all of that, racially and all of that. So, but 2 years ago, we convinced Durham County to jointly do the survey with us, which was really important. And hindsight 2020, I would have done that from the very beginning because we realized that if people only have one choice, they respond on the city. So in other words, if they have a problem with the sheriff or the courts, they'll say negative about police because that's the entire experience. So we started doing it with the county and with the schools now, and so we prioritize for the entire community. And as you can imagine, things like K-12 education, pre-K are top priorities for the community. And so everyone can understand, the elected officials, city, county, and public schools can understand what the priorities are for the community.
Can you send us a copy of what y'all did?
Sure. And so I'm happy to send you a copy. All of our resident surveys that we've done are all on our webpage, the BMS City of Durham webpage, but I'm happy to send you a Word document.
If it's on your webpage, we got smart enough people to get it.
Yeah, they can get it for you. We've done it since 2000, and it's really helpful. We just presented the latest one at our budget retreat on February 14th. And it's really good to make sure your strategic plan is still in alignment with what the residents think of today. What their priorities are today versus last year when you developed the plan or the year before. And something we've been doing this year is we wanted to make sure that we didn't leave out the people. Our ratings are 85, 90% in some cases, 80, 85%. We wanted to make sure we didn't forget about the minority in that. And so this year we focused on going and finding that 10 or 15% based on geographical location who scored particular areas low. We went out and did focus groups of those people and talked one-on-one with them. We also wanted to make sure that we didn't leave out people who may be homeless, who may not have an address for whatever reason. And so we camped out, my staff camped out at the bus stations and other places to make sure we got feedback from those people. And so that was, again, it's a journey. This is the first time we've done the focus groups, but we felt like, you're constantly at 80%. What about that other 20%? You don't want to forget about them. so that was really helpful because some of the information that came up from homeless people were things like, I live in the city and now I've been gentrified and I can't afford, to pay rent in the city. And so it solidified what our council was trying to do for affordable housing.
Right.
That's a great question. So some of the other things we focus on, you can see this here. Some of those, like the safety one aligns with your plan. I think you had the same consultant that worked with us on our first plan and worked with you all on your plan. So, the most important thing is how do you implement? Once you have a plan, how do you implement? We were very intentional about making sure that employees across the organization were involved in implementation. It takes everyone to implement. It can't just be the department directors. It can't be the city manager's office. It can't be the city council, who are really not responsible for implementing. So what we did is we created goal teams. And those goal teams are made, initially, the city manager appointed those goal teams, and they were department directors. We intentionally did that at first because we wanted to make sure that all of our employees knew how important this was. And by having department directors serve as goal champions for those goal teams, leading those goal teams, sent that message. And so those goal champions are responsible for implementing the goal, the initiatives in the goal. So so if you're a goal champion for shared economic prosperity, then you have a goal team that has maybe 10 people in there who are tied to those initiatives. So if I'm responsible for transitional jobs for the prison to work program, then I need to sit on that goal team because I need to be able to influence implementation of that, or I need to be able to influence the influencer. In other words, you can't send your administrative assistant unless that person can influence decision making, because you never get anywhere that way, right? And so you have to have the right people at the table. So those are relevant departments. And then we had quarterly meetings with those teams to say where you are with your initiatives, and which is what you see in that book. What's going on? What are your barriers? Are you having challenges with other departments doing what you need them to do? What can we do as a goal champion to help you remove those barriers and make sure you move forward? What we didn't want to happen is our city council, a year later, come to them at our retreat and say, well, we had 95 initiatives, we're only able to accomplish 5, right? That's not what they're expecting to hear, right? If they adopt a plan, they expect staff to figure out how to implement. And then we had subgroups. There are subgroups that are meeting on a particular issue, maybe customer service or some other issue that's meeting more regularly. And that's how we got to making sure we could implement. We have the 5 goals, 18 objectives, and just a refresher for some of you who know how the components of the strategic plan. The objectives are really what you must do well or barriers you must remove in order to accomplish your goal. And then we have 95 initiatives. And initiatives, of course, is something you can go do, you can check off. Like, this is done, and this supports that objective, and ultimately that goal. And then you have performance measures to make sure that you're measuring the performance and progress in terms of the work. Any questions on that? So I mentioned earlier, we wanted to have public accountability. We wanted to make sure that we had a public-facing dashboard. And that's where the performance manager position comes in, when we brought in someone to manage this data. This is a ClearPoint dashboard. We've had it. The county uses ClearPoint. Charlotte uses ClearPoint. Raleigh uses ClearPoint. There are quite a few cities and also some other organizations like schools and others that use our ClearPoint dashboard. Every department is responsible, or area initiative owner, because we don't talk about it in terms of departments. It's really about the people who are doing the work. It doesn't matter where they are in the organization. And so residents can click on the dashboard. They can see the initiatives. They can see whether they're red, green, or yellow, how well the initiative's going. We will have residents come to our council meeting and say, city council members, like, I see this in your strategic plan, when are we gonna get to that? And the council knows that this is an initiative in the plan, our department is working on it, or this comes in year 2. But we also know that when residents bring things forward that are not in the plan, then we need to talk about, we have a plan that's adopted, and obviously it was adopted with feedback from the community, from the elected officials, from the staff. So when we go out and talk, we remind the residents that we have this plan, we use the survey, we have focus group with you, and you all told us what you want in the plan. We need to focus our resources on implementing this plan. Now, can the plan change? Sure, the plan can change. And one of the things we do when we have new elected officials, we give them an opportunity to give us feedback on the plan. We present the plan, and that's the first thing they get oriented to, is our strategic plan. Not the budget, but the strategy, because the budget supports the strategy. And so we always have a session with our new council members and the existing council members, because what we ultimately ask them to do is this a plan you can sign off on as a new council member? And so we have a session with them, we refresh the plan, and we make sure that we get new signatures from everyone on the council that we all are going to be focused on this plan and we all support this plan. And we've never had a problem getting that done. So how does it align to the budget? We also know, and here's our city manager, Tom Bonfield, presenting to the city manager's budget to our city council members. And he always talks about the strategy first. Here's what we're trying to accomplish and here are the resources. And then he talks about, the departments, we focus overall on the entire strategy for the entire city and then focus on the departments. So how does it align? One of the things that we've learned is that budget and strategy functions should be aligned. And how you define that alignment, whether it's the same department, whether it's a reporting structure, whatever that is, people won't focus on the strategy if it's not tied to the dollars. We know that, right? So to make sure that employees, that departments, that residents focus on the strategy is the dollars are aligned with the strategy. And you talk about the dollars is really the money is a tool to use to implement the strategy. That you make sure that your budget decisions are prioritized based on a strategic plan. If departments can bring forward lots of things that are not tied to the plan, why would they make the effort to tie their request to the plan? And furthermore, why would you adopt a plan with initiatives in it if you're giving the money to things outside the plan? Remember, you can change the plan, but everyone needs to know what the plan is and be focused on the plan. And then budget process should include update on, which is the book you have in front of you. That's what we presented and shared with our city council at our February 14th retreat. I mean, they want to know how we're progressing on the plan, what's the work that's been done. And we also use that as an opportunity to bring our departments in front of the council who maybe have challenges in implementing something that's in the plan. And so they have an opportunity to talk to council about what that is and if they're going to need additional funding. Maybe sometimes it's not going to work. It's something that's really not feasible, and they need to be transparent about that with our council and with the public. And then we want to make sure that our CIP and deferred maintenance are also included in the plan, which is our goal around infrastructure, to make sure that deferred maintenance and those kinds of things don't fall behind because we're focused on all the new shiny stuff, right? And that's a problem sometimes. We focus on the new shiny stuff, but we're not focused on the facilities that we already have, and those become in disrepair because no one's really interested in fixing up old stuff, right? But we make sure that we have set aside a pot of money for deferred maintenance. And then, we just got here maybe 2013 where we have a long-term financial plan in place for all of our funds. For our transit fund, for our general fund, we have a separate debt fund that we wanted to make sure that we kept debt in a separate funds so we can be transparent with our residents about what are you paying for debt, what are you paying for solid waste, what are you paying for transit. Everything that we have is in a separate fund, and it has its portion of the tax rate tied to it, so we can be real transparent with our residents about what you're paying for, what it's costing for the services. And if you want more, this is what it takes to, if you want to enhance solid waste services, or if you want more transit services, here's what it takes to get that, and we want to be real transparent about that. So our city manager, here's a quote from him. Someone said, what's the long-term financial plan, our multi-year financial plan? It's a modeling tool that helps demonstrate the consequences of decisions rather than a tool that makes decisions. So we started our long-term financial plan because we wanted to be transparent with elected officials and the public about decisions that we make that impact the long-term impact. Without saying we're going to add police officers this year and then come next year and say, but we need to raise your taxes. We're saying we're going to add these positions this year, and this is the impact that it has on future years. Now, the dollars don't really matter here. We have a large budget. The dollars don't matter. I mean, a long-term financial plan and a strategic plan is a best practice by ICMA and all the organizations. So the dollars don't matter. It's really about how you use the data. And so when we talk about adding pay increases from pay studies, we just finished this pay study for our police department. The number came back around 8 or 9%, which is a significant amount of money for us. So we plug this in and we say to council, if you adopt this, if you look out in future years, you're gonna need additional resources, because you can see we're in a negative, and that's how much money you're gonna need, and this is how much we're gonna add to the property tax rate. And, you know, we've done this over the years, and I remember last year when we got to our retreat, I had programmed in a tax rate increase. And our city council member said, we're not surprised, because we remember last year when you were here, you told us if we made those decisions, if you implemented participatory budgeting, they set aside $2.4 million, that this is how it's gonna impact the tax rate. And so I already had built in the tax rate increase. And I said, okay, so we can't say anything, you told us. And that's really important, because it's also when you make decisions that residents know this is really the impact of that decision on the financials, and we will need to either, you know, make, you can make reductions in other places, right? It's not always about revenue, but you also can look at other revenue sources. You can look at raising the tax rate. And so this is really an important component of what we do every year with our city council, and they expect to see it. And they want to know what changed year over year, you know, what assumptions do you have built in terms of tax rate growth, personnel services growth, sales tax growth. Like, we tell them what we have built in future years, so that as we plan our strategic plan initiatives, you can look at where can we fit some of these initiatives. And so when you think about, you could build in your rebound year, what year you're gonna have your rebound, you'll have some additional revenues. Hey, that's the year we need to build in this new building, or renovate this new building, because that's the year we can see we have some revenues. And so it's really good in terms of planning out, although you have a one-year budget, but we should all be looking more than 1 year when we look at our financing.
Hey, can you get back that 1 minute? I was a little confused on the very last one. You got undesignated fund balance, then you got 12% undesignated fund balance, and then you got 16.7. Y'all have 3 different fund balances?
So the 12% is what our policy is. The council's goal is 16%, 16.7%. So they changed their policy. They want to keep 16.7%. And that came about after the last recession. They wanted to make sure that we had a cushion. For the general fund, you know, the second largest revenue source in the general fund is sales tax. And that's what gets hit the hardest when you have a recession in terms of construction. And so they wanted to make sure we build in a cushion, so that if we do lose sales tax, which is, again, the second largest revenue source in the general fund, that we would have a choice if we were going to do program cuts, that we were going to use some of our fund balance to get us through that period.
Okay.
They would have options.
Well, all right, but I'm still confused. Are y'all actually implementing all 3 of those? So do
No.
you have 36?
We have 16 is what we're doing. 16.
But you actually have a fund balance of 19.7%,
Yep, we do.
right?
Mhm.
And then it goes down in the out years.
Yep. So it goes, so what we're saying is, currently, this is where we are, currently at 19.7. This is how it goes with the projections that we have. So you can see our personnel number goes up significantly from 21 to 22.
Right,
And the reason that is because we had COPS grants that were federally funded.
okay.
And so when we received those positions, we plugged in the year we knew they were going to have to come on the general fund into our model, so that money's already taken up, it's already committed. And that's the beauty about having a multi-year financial plan, when you know things that will happen in the future. Our Bloomberg I-Team grant came off last year, and so we funded those positions off the general fund. When our council accepts a grant, we say, if you accept the grant, and the grant requirement says you have to keep those positions, then you've made a commitment, and we plug it into this.
Right.
So those funds are not available to do anything else with.
Thank you.
So it's a great tool. Again, this started out really small. We have 55 tabs built into this this is just the summary of this. There are tabs about police, economic incentives, about pay, about everything that we do, operational costs, contracts, everything is built in. And so during the year, when we know something's gonna happen, if there's a commitment made, last week, I don't know if you've heard about McDougal Terrace and what's going on with that. Our council agreed Friday to give McDougal Terrace $1.5 million, because the feds, that's the gap they have between what the feds is giving them. We plugged that, not here, because I had already sent this presentation. We've already plugged that into our multi-year financial plan. So this is a commitment you made. And so therefore, you're gonna have less available resources to do other things, right?
I do have a question for you on that, and this is totally off the subject, but I've seen it on the news like everybody else. How did the city, because the city of Durham doesn't have anything to do with Terrace, as far as owning it, right? It's owned by the Housing Authority.
The relationship?
The McDougal Terrace is owned by the Housing Authority of the
So
city.
McDougal Terrace is a nonprofit organization.
Okay.
It was established by the city and the county. The city appoints members of the board, the county appoints a member of the board. Their funding is federal funding.
Right,
Over the last 5 years, the feds are getting out of, building additional done is come in and the feds are saying, you can have our land if you can find, create a public-private partnership or create something to build affordable housing. But every affordable housing you take away, you have to replace it with one. And so the Dual Terrace was later on the list to get renovated. By the way, I'm glad you asked that question because the $95 billion housing bond, $63 million is going to Durham Housing Authority to build affordable housing.
Right.
Durham County is giving their land to do it. The city is giving land. NCCU, we gave them like $5 million to buy some land that a developer abandoned that he was going to build housing so that can be built, affordable housing be built on that. But they really had a small, like a $6 million budget for repairs. And what they decided to do is remove all of the gas stoves and replace it with electric stoves. The feds are saying we'll pay for the stove, but we won't pay for the change of the connection from gas to electric. So that's why we're putting our funding.
And I was just trying to figure out how the city got involved in it.
Yeah, that's how the city got involved. I mean, number one, our mayor appoints the members of the
Housing authority.
and really, when we think about the community, what do you do with those people? Like, it's
No,
100 people who live there. What do you do as a
I
city
get
council and county commissioners? I mean, what do you do? They live in our city. They have to live somewhere. We were always going to give them money that was going to be rebuilt anyway because they got part of the housing bond.
Okay.
It just happened before we got to
Before
that.
you meant for it.
Because you have to build units to displace those people into before you redo the Google Terrace. But that's a good, that's an example of how, when our council makes decisions, we build it into the model. And last year we did a pay study for police and they got a 5% they got the structural adjustment in addition to 5% each year. And so we built that 5% in the model. Like, it's indefinite, right? They get that 5%, it's in the model. And so you got to pay that because you made that commitment. That's a very good question. And I don't think I have a lot of time to talk about this, but I wanted to hit on performance management, and I'll talk about this more at the ICMA conference. But performance measures are really, really important, and not just having the measures, but making sure that quality measures, making sure that departments choose measures that tie to the work that are meaningful to the community and to the elected officials. So we triage those measures. We have lots of measures. We triage those measures to make sure that the measures that we include in our dashboard are measures that make sense to residents. They're not things like counting the number of applications we receive. It's about how long does it take us to fill positions. It's not about who is in the workforce. It's about what is our workforce availability, who's in the community who can work in our positions before we set targets about who we want to put in those positions. So making sure that the measures are meaningful and that our departments can meet the targets, right? Not having targets that are unrealistic. Not Durham's targets, not Charlotte's targets that are realistic for the community. And the other important thing is targets that we're willing to invest in. Sometimes we have department directors come to us and say, if you just give me 10 more positions, I can meet this target, this response time. Well, as an organization, we can't afford to meet that response time, right? Like, we have all of these other things that are priorities for our community. And so we're fine with where we are, just making sure that the targets are set as an organization and not as an individual, and then you're held hostage to give the resources to meet those targets. And so that's really important. And not just targets like, we hear this a lot, right? The city is growing, we need more people, but really it's based on program, need, and demand. And then, again, I just talk about performance measures. It's really important. I know one of the things that I've learned over the years is, people don't measure what nobody is asking questions about or cares about, right? And so if you don't have regular meetings, we have DSAT meetings where departments come in front of the manager and DCMs and talk about their performance measures, to hold them accountable to those measures. If you don't hear about the measures, if you don't talk about the measures, nobody really keeps the data clean. Nobody really focuses on the measures. And I say nobody. We know that many of our departments, like fire and police, are constantly having to share their measures. There are many departments that don't have to share those measures, and focusing on them and making sure that they're collecting the data that you need to tell the story, and that when you're out in the community asking resources, you have data to show what the need is. So that is it. I hope this was helpful. I'm happy to take any additional questions.
Wow, it was very helpful. We very much appreciate your time and
Thank
for
you.
you coming down here and helping the small cities.
You're not small. Not really small. I worked for the city of Roxbury before. We had 100 employees, so that's where I started. So that's what I consider small. So thank you all. We have a lot of stuff on our website. Bernadette, Dove, and I are close friends. We since we were at Elon together. So if you have any other questions for me, just reach out and let her know. And we have lots of information. All of our residents surveys, we do employee opinion surveys. There's on our website. All of our strategic plan dashboard
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you so much.
That was really good.
Thank you, Bertha. That's an excellent presentation. I'm going to do my part from the chair over there because I don't like stooping down like this all day long. So. So Bertha's really set us up, or at least me up for success here, because I've been trying to work with our staff to work through these strategic plans and metrics and these kinds of things. I've done that before when I was in the Marine Corps, working up at Headquarters Marine Corps in the Pentagon, and I think it has some application even to our smaller city. This is our strategic direction that we received from Council in 2017. It has the vision, mission, goals, and values. I just wanted to confirm with the new council that we still agree with these vision, mission, and goals as they will drive our processes going forward. So Octavius, if you could go to the next slide. I have some thoughts on this. I have mentioned to council before. I think we need to not only serve our citizens, but also our visitors. So in our vision, I would take out citizens and just leave that as an extraordinary diverse experience. The mission statement, the city provides services, we promote equality and protect the well-being. I think we should add all residents and visitors to enhance our quality of life every day. And if you go back to the previous slide, Octavius, what this says is for a better tomorrow. And I get having a better tomorrow, but I want to tell our staff and employees that we're going to solve problems today, and we want to provide services, promote equality, and protect the well-being every day. So that's my input. I look forward to any guidance you all have now, or we can talk about it later at the end of the day or any other time. But I open the floor for that discussion before we move on to the goals.
Well, is everybody okay with that? Anybody have any comments or thoughts? Because we might as well agree on this before we try to move on forward.
I just had a question pertaining to where are we at this point. I know that initially with our mission statement, we discussed the racial and cultural harmony. So maybe he can answer this question for me. Where are we at this point pertaining to the goals that we put in place for our mission statement?
Well, I think it's, if I may,
Yeah.
I think it's important to realize that when we, let me just go back a step. For the benefit of the new council, Tim mentioned in 2017, the council, the mayor council, and the staff developed what you know now as vision, mission, and value statements. When we think about our mission, that's the city provides services, promotes equality and protects the well-being of all citizens for a better tomorrow. That was your statement that you wanted to communicate to the community. Today, we do just that. This has been an internal document for the benefit of employees. You see our posters. That Grow Goldsboro is what the employees named our strategic plan as we do it throughout the last 3 years. But today, our activity, our action is on a quarterly basis. Just yesterday, with the HR department and the new employee orientation, we send your message. Message is critical. We send your message to all new employees. It's imperative that they understand what your vision, what your mission, what your values represent, short-term and long-term. This strategic plan is a roadmap that the leaders will use to not only track and measure results, as you're asking now, because that's what we've been doing. We're just now at the point where we can say, hey, this is our dashboard, and Tim will get into this a bit later. This is not only trackable, but it's to hold the leadership team accountable for results. Accountability is big in what we're doing. And that's what you, Mayor and Council, have asked from the staff for the last 2 to 3 years. We're at the point now that we can make that happen.
So how are we monitoring, like, are we monitoring with the citizens? Are we monitoring, like, if there's any complaints with staff, police department, or any of those?
If I may, council member, we have created our own dashboard, and I'm about to show you that. And if there's things you want to see more on the dashboard, we can develop that.
But I think to answer Councilman Williams' question, in my opinion, and if I'm wrong, you tell me, it's fine. The last 3 years that we haven't done anything to implement this, other than the staff have been trying to work through it, and it's changed and morphed and come up and down. But I don't think it's anything that we've actually implemented at this point. Would that be right?
Correct. We're just starting to track these measures.
And
And so,
then we need to get the Durham model of how they did theirs, or whatever y'all decide.
yeah, we have Octavius.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, we just need to be sure, whatever that's.
And staff, and I was going to talk about that in a little bit, but, obviously, the city of Durham is 8 times our size, and they have 16 people doing this, half of which are doing strategic planning alone, and then the other half is doing this budget analysis. So if we're 8 times smaller than that, that might be 2 people total working with me on that kind of stuff. So Octavius has been working hard with our department heads to figure out these types of metrics, and I'm going to go through that shortly with you, some of the most significant ones, and you'll be able to see where we're at.
I just, I don't think that we want people to believe that we're just saying some words. We want them implemented. We want people to know that we are doing something racially when it comes to just a better environment, a better city. Our mission statement is really, really working.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so the goals you have up there are safe and secure communities, strong and diverse economy, exceptional quality of life, racial and cultural harmony, excellence in government. These are similar to many other cities that track this kind of stuff. We have looked at several to include Durham's, and I think we're good here. And then our values, you always often see 3 values stated in professionalism, that everyone's going to strive to be a professional in what they do, understand, have great competence in what they do, integrity, you can trust what they say, and we're going to focus on our customers, our citizens and visitors. Next slide. All right, so I mentioned Octavius. As the assistant city manager, I made him the strategic planner, and he has become somewhat of a subject matter expert in this over the last 9 months since I got here, working with people like Bertha and others. And I have tried to stress to our staff, we need to know where we're at, where we're going, how we're going to get there, and how do we know when we've arrived. That's what your metrics are for. It's kind of a simple way of looking ahead, and if you're not doing that, then just any old way will get you wherever. So this is what the process is about. I'm used to a planning, programming, budgeting, and execution cycle, which is listed right there. Planning identifies your current and future requirements. Programming aligns those with the funding you expect to have. And then the budgeting process is actually doing the financial details behind all that so you can execute it. And in execution, you're going to look at your best practices, how you're spending your money, and determine if you need to continue spending it that way or some other way. Next slide. Okay, so this is our dashboard. You'll see our goals up there. We have 5 goals, and we've developed 24 performance measures so far, and I've listed them underneath each goal. I'll let you take a quick look at that, and then we'll pull up our dashboard and hit a few of them. Okay, Octavius, if you can pull up, or Brad, thank you very much. So this site is on our intranet right now. It's not open to the public. At some point, we hope to open it up to the public. It is a in-work process. What you can see is that we have termed what you see in green as being on target, close to target in yellow, red needs improvement, and if you see a blue, that means target's pending. I think that's exactly the same as Durham's, and we appreciate that. We've learned from you. But we've set our own standards in each of these categories in accordance with some metrics that are already out there. And I'd like to highlight the crime rate to begin with here. So in the crime rate, that basically measures the number of Part 1 crimes per 1,000 people in your city. Part 1 crimes include crimes against persons and crimes against property. And with the police department, we came up with a target to be less than the average for North Carolina municipalities of our size, 25 to 50,000 people. Close to target is within 25% of that average, and anything else needs improvement. So what you'll see on the right there is our numbers. We want to have less than 31.9 crimes per 1,000 people, and our city is almost twice that. Now, that may not look good initially, but if you pull up that crime rate statistics graph that we have with each of these metrics, There you go. You'll see that in the last 5 years, our crime rate has gone down 20%, from 77 crimes per thousand to 60.7. So we're doing a lot of good things at the police department, and we're going to continue to do that. Why do we care? Obviously for reasons for our citizens, but it also should impact your budgeting process. If you could pull that slide down and pull up the rest of the metric. You'll see in the organizational effect, Goldsboro Police Department has hired and retained more officers. In the past, we've still had 109 on our rolls, but we've probably only been manned in the 80s, and now we're manned in the hundreds. We're only 5 or 6 officers short. That makes a difference on the street. We've modernized our vehicles. We've renovated the public safety building to be accredited with the CALIA standards. The Goldsboro Police Department has expanded its data-driven capabilities, such as Shot Spotter, where we can find out where rounds are being fired off, and mobile field reporting, where officers can now report from their cars and their computers in the field instead of having to come in and take time away from being on patrol to fill out paperwork. That's pretty important stuff. And they've streamlined the processes to investigate and solve crime better. Target data, it says where we're getting it from. We report to the FBI and we pull those statistics from the FBI. And the significance is listed right there. We're committed to providing a safe and secure community. And I already mentioned some of those parameters. I'm going to try to pull one from each department rather than go through each metric. Otherwise, we'll be here probably longer than the time. But if you can go back to safe and secure community, I'm going to pull one from the fire department. Okay, you can see here water quality. I'll just, without opening that one, I'm going to talk to right up to water quality, please. Okay, so this is our Public Utilities Department put this together, and basically it's saying our water quality's got to be 100% all the time. And in the years past, it was at 99.7%, but this most recent year it was 100%. They check this every day, and it is top notch. Let me show you the quality trend on that slide real quick. Okay, so you can see we've been at 100% for a number of years. Only the previous year were we below that, and that was at 99.8%. Pretty good, and thank you for that to the Public Utilities Department. Okay, we probably needed to go backwards on that so we don't lose the presentation, because that one wasn't a graph from PowerPoint. We'll hold for a second and pull it back up. Thank you, Brad. Okay, back down to safe and secure community. Under safe and secure community, the fire department has developed 3 metrics: fire cause determination, percent fire code violations, and if you could keep going further down, I'm going to touch upon the last one there, full fire response. So this is how we have to, by NFPA, National Fire Protection Association, recommends you be able to be on site within 8 minutes. The target is to be greater than the UNC School of Government benchmark study average. We are one of 14 cities that works with the UNC School of Government to benchmark much of our statistics. And close to target is within 5% of the average. Anything else needs improvement. You'll see that if you pull up that graph real quick. School of Government's average is 81% by that red line, and we have been doing very well above that every year. So we are in the top, probably quartile of cities that are doing this work. Thank you very much, Goldsboro Fire Department. Okay, so you can see what they say under organizational effect there. And we've been doing pretty well. Let's just go up a little bit, maybe to one where we didn't do so well. Fire code violation. This is a good example, cleared within 90 days. The target is, again, the UNC School of Government Benchmark Study, 72%. We're actually at 99% now. Before that, we were at 65%. Let's take a look at strives to meet under organizational effect. The Goldsboro Fire Department has added a part-time inspector to assist with all aspects of the fire inspection and prevention program. Obviously, this was key to clearing those violations within 90 days. So again, you know, we're taking a look at our metrics, we're acting on them, and we're budgeting accordingly. Let's go to the next goal. Okay, strong and diverse economy. When you immediately look at strong and diverse economy, you're going to see some stuff from downtown development, and then we went to other departments like planning and inspections to pull some other metrics. But because we don't have a citywide economic development department, we really don't have a good look at this yet. But I think this is something we can look at going forward and something we'll talk about at the end of the second day. Okay, so let's hit the first metric, please, Brad. Okay. So what this is the percent of site plans and subdivision development applications that are completed or processed within 35 days. This is pretty important because if you're a developer out there, I'm from New Jersey, and I don't think you can get that done in 35 days. I mean, what you all are able to do and get things approved and done is pretty impressive. And you can see the target's been 100%, and you all been meeting it. And you've been doing that. If you were to pull up that site plan, the trends analysis, I don't think we need to do that, but you've been doing it every year. So thank you for that, planning department. Downtown infrastructure, return on investment. So our down development department has worked very hard to get a bunch of grants and public and private investment. Our goal here is to be greater than a 2-to-1 match, or 200%. Close to target is a 1-to-1. Anything less needs improvement. This is established by the downtown development department in looking at other standards across Main Street communities. And we've done a bunch of stuff to make that happen with our employees. You know, I've said before that the city put in $9 million to make this happen. We've got $15 million of other federal and state programming, and then $20 million of private investment. We've got another $12 million of private investment that's been approved with Patrick Riley, and there's another $12 million or so sitting potentially on the sidelines in the near future, and we'll see how that. But you have essentially 5 times the amount of City of Goldsboro investment into downtown has been reaped. So that's pretty good. Valuation of all permits. The inspection department put this one together. It's basically the monetary value of all commercial and residential permits registered annually within the city. It gives you an idea of the growth. It's a rolling average over the last 5 years, and close to target was determined to be within 15% of that average. Anything less needs improvement. So let's show that right there, Brad, where you're on the valuation history. Okay, so in 2017, you had a lot of investment for some reason, which throws off your metric a little bit, but that's what we're looking at as a potential metric going forward. Okay, this one's one we go back on. Yeah. Okay, tourism economy. Worked with our travel and tourism department to establish that we were looking for a 3.5% growth rate in the annual visitor spending within our city, and determined that you'd be close if you were above the rate of inflation, 1.7%. Anything less needs improvement. We've done pretty good in these regards. You can see that the growth from the previous year, 169 million at 3.5%, would have been 176 million. And we actually made 179 million according to the statistics that were pulled. And if you take a look at that spending trends, our travel and tourism departments paid dividends year over year. It's continuing to grow with the money that you've invested for all that people come to Goldsboro for. Okay. Some of the organizational effect, we've gone through and put it on paper, so to speak. The city and the county opened 2 new facilities, right? The Bryan Multi-Sport Complex and the Maxwell Center to bring tourism and travelers to our city. Added new position of a communications manager to help accomplish the goal of marketing Goldsboro. And under target data, it says where we pull this data from annually. In significance, visitation to Goldsboro, Wayne County generates revenues to local businesses that increase employment opportunities and development of infrastructure, which in return creates a better quality of life. Tourism is also an important mechanism for preserving our cultural heritage. So every one of these metrics has all that information in there, and it wasn't easy. It took us about 6 months to put it together, so thanks to department heads for making this happen, and this is a good example of where we're at for you all. We've got some more time, so I'm going to continue to go through these other metrics, but please ask any questions if you do, or you think something's missing in one of these goals that you want us to consider, and we will do that. So under exceptional quality of life, you may remember an article came out from USA Today that talked about City of Goldsboro being the 4th worst city to raise children in. One of the metrics they did was to pull your geographic location of your citizens to your parks and recreation facilities. So we took a good look at that, and what they actually were measuring was county-wide. It wasn't within the city itself, but we thought it was a reasonable metric to consider. So go ahead and open that one up, access parks and recreation facilities, to read more. Read more over there. Not that, just to read more. Okay, so we came up with a percent of the population within 1 mile of a park or recreation facility. The target is 100%, close to target, 85%, anything less needs improvement. And you'll see we're right at that 85% mark, which is basically one of our districts, the 6th district, does not have a city-owned parks and recreation facility. So under organizational effect, you can see we spent $11 million on or where city council's at least approved so far for a new Herman Park Center, which we need. And then the UNC School of Government, we've given them our statistics, and they say we have the most pools, athletic fields, and playgrounds per 10,000 people population, so we're doing pretty good in this regard. The only thing is...
While you're there, Tim, 1 minute.
What's that?
Felicia, I don't know if it's Felicia here. Do you remember, we gave, or Randy, you might know, like $10,000 to the family Y to study doing their field or whatever. Did you ever have that?
So actually with that was where we were looking to do a master plan with the Family Y, where we actually did the master plan. We didn't give the Y the $10,000. But we have completed the master plan, and some of you may or may not be aware, during the process when we were going through the master plan, the YMCA changed with their executive director. The former executive director retired. The new director has come on board. And so during the process, when we were in the process of doing the master planning, some things that I guess have been assumed by us came out during the master plan, where with the new leadership, they were wanting to maintain some things with the property that we were looking to master plan. So saying all of that, the master plan has been completed. But I guess the best way to say it, there hasn't been interest there down for...
From them.
Right.
So we need to go back and just talk to them. Probably political. Okay. All right. Can you get a copy of that to me?
I sure can.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I might, the rest of the council might want to do it, so if they do, just check.
Thank you, Felicia. So I'll just read under the significance there. The city, youth, and others may face challenges to living a healthy lifestyle without affordable access to parks and recreation facilities that provide physical activity. And I mentioned we still need a city park or facility within District 6. I'd say that's somewhat mitigated by the YMCA being out there. That's pretty affordable. I think we also need to create a new metric for parks and recreation that talks about the overall number of facilities we have compared to cities our size. As you can see, the UNC School of Government thinks we're doing pretty well in that area. The next metric I want to cover is the pavement condition rating. This is a pretty complex metric. I'll try to keep simple, but there are multiple ways of doing it. I was doing some research last night. There's probably 22 dozen different ways of measuring this, but this is the one that our city engineer came up with. and it's the percentage of streets that do not meet pavement condition rating of good, or 80 out of a scale of 100, which basically takes a look at the roughness, surface distress, skid resistance, and the status of your roads. So the target is to be below average for U.S. cities of the same population size. Close to target was within 10% of the average, and anything greater needs improvement. But you really want a low number here. So this is the number or percent of your roads that do not meet the good standard. And so the average would have been 35%. We'd like to be less than that, but we're about 59%. And if I recall correctly, after you finish the last bit of your road work here, we'll probably be around 54%. So, there's some work to be done here. But this is a very fungible metric. Our city engineer department is out there making those determinations. No one's coming from Raleigh to do that or figure that out for us. So the key is where we see problems, we can take a look at fixing them. And there's some roads out there that still need work.
Well, the key is going to be commitment to fixing the roads. Because what we've done is we've gone a year or two and fixed it, or put money to it, and then we'll skip a year because it's a lean year or whatever. And then, of course, the bond money has helped tremendously. But I think that this is a very expensive process. So we got to have commitment that we're going to put money to it every year if we're going to make it, if we're going to make your numbers go down. I mean, that's the truth.
Yes, sir.
Real quick, where can we find the criteria for paving the roads? It says,
You can go online and look, but
Okay.
this is basically one of them, ways of looking at it. Like as I said, there's 2 dozen or more different ways of looking at it. We can come up with a better way, maybe. But this is the working process. This is our initial look at it. And if you have any specific questions, Marty's come back from the sick to answer them. Marty, do you want to say something on this topic?
I want to talk about it when I do the street resurfacing.
Okay.
I'll go into that.
Okay, thank you. Another metric, so I've asked, youth arts participation is one we pulled up. I asked Adam to take a look at this for quality of life. And there's lots of things we could look at, but one of them we wanted to focus on was getting our youth into the arts programs. And he basically set a target of 35% of Wayne County Public Schools. Let's figure out a way to get them into our theater and enjoying the arts. And the organizational effect has been that we've launched a new initiative for youth called Student Rush Tickets that will be given out the day of the performance at no cost if there's empty seats available. So Paramount Theater folks are working closely with our Wayne County Public School system to make that happen. The goals are what Adam derived. We'd like to see over 35%. He expects to hopefully see over 30%. And so those are the metrics involved here. I think the significance, I'm going to read to you because it's pretty important. As measured by U.S. News and World Report, all top 25 places to live in the U.S. for quality of life have strong arts programming. Studies consistently show that individuals of all ages involved in the arts, either actively or passively, demonstrate improvement in emotional health, stress, and anxiety. They display higher levels of motivation, engagement, self-esteem, and life satisfaction. The youth benefits include strong improvements in academic achievement, social skills, creativity, critical thinking, language, and reading. This is all great stuff that we want to do for our youth. I think it was great that you all rebuilt the Paramount years ago, and we're going to continue to press with people like Adam over there, so thank you. Ample water supply is another metric from our public utilities. Basically, we wanted, this measure takes a look at how much of our capacity is available for future use. And the goal, the target is to have be using less than 38%, and we're using about 46%. The target's out there. It's Mike sets his standards really high. He wants to be the top quartile of American Water Works Association benchmarking survey respondents, and those are the numbers. So he's not just trying to beat average, he's trying to be in the top 25%. Pothole repairs, this is a metric coming from Public Works. We try to get after any potholes that brought to our attention within 24 hours, and this is the percent that we're able to do that. Target is greater than 95%, and we're doing it 98% of the time. Building thriving neighborhoods, worked with Chicole to put this together. This is using our our funding from HUD to go out and fix homes for some of our citizens that are low to moderate income. The goal is, the target's 15, and we're doing 15 this year. Previous year was 12. If you can go ahead and pull up that, that slide. This shows you what we've done in 19 was the 12. So in 20 we're going to be 15. In 18 we didn't do anything, and you can see the previous years were up and down a little bit. So yeah, a lot of that has to do with people who are putting in applications as well. All right, over to racial and cultural harmony. As Councilmember Williams mentioned, these are what we have right now, sir. Cultural and diversity sensitivity training within our workforce. We're shooting for a target of doing greater than 90%, and our records show that in the past we've got that training out to about 60% of our workforce. So by highlighting this, we're showing that's important, and we want to train our people in it. Some of the things that we're going to be bringing on in the next budget cycle is to be able to do this with software packages that people can do from their office rather than have to try to get everybody in one place at one time or multiple meetings taking them from work. It would be to have something that they can go in their computer on and get signed off on, get a certification, if you will. It shows that basically they've done that work, and I think we can get over the 90% target. Diverse boards and commissions. We're trying to align basically with the racial diversity of our city, our boards and commissions, or at least measure that and take a look at it. So this is the percent of board member diversity on all city boards and commissions based on race. Racial diversity includes non-white, everybody else, African American, Native American, etc., Hispanic. So the target is to be, and I just worked on this last night, so this might be a little update to what people have seen, but I think we shouldn't just be over 59%, which is our racial diversity, because you could be well over. I think we want to be within 10% would be our goal, and if you're within 20%, that would be close. So let's pull up the boards and commission target history, and we just have the most recent history of our current boards. Okay, there's the graph. Looks like 31 of our board members are black, 29 are white, and 3 are other, which is about 54%, if I remember correctly. So we can go back and look over the years. We just haven't done that yet.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Could gender be a consideration as far as female? in that
Absolutely.
Demographic?
Yep, absolutely. We just haven't done that one yet. Let's see the significance. Let's see. Yeah, we kind of know that. So the city manager's office is responsible for the targets, and we'll track that information and report on it yearly as the terms end. You can keep going down if you would. So that's the second one, and we only have a third one: housing and community development for racial and cultural harmony. This is we came up with Shakol to the percent of our annual action plan that is executed as it's been budgeted. So the target is greater than 90%, and the close to target 70%, which is in keeping with HUD standards. And you'll see over on the right what's actually has been 90%, and previous to that we were at 100%. So we've done let's pull up that graph, if you will. Okay, so yep, basically shows that we've been executing. All the percentage of the funds went to low to moderate income, but the year prior, why you saw 90% is it wasn't executed exactly as planned. There was some changes. If you bring that down. Okay, let's go over to the last goals. I've got about a minute or two left before we take our break. Model for excellence in government. Go ahead and scroll down. So Public Works came up with a fleet reliability. All of our vehicles and equipment should be available at all the times. The target is 98% of the time, and we've actually been 99%. So they're doing really good keeping all of our vehicles up. But if we were to do a sub-metric off of this on heavy equipment, you'd notice we're not nearly where we need to be. So that's either buying new heavy equipment vehicles or getting maintenance technicians, more maintenance-capable folks out there. But we'll look at that going forward as another metric or a sub-metric. Transportation improvement. You know, our planning department takes a look at getting all of our transportation goals into the STIP, which is the State Transportation Improvement Program. Jennifer has a goal of getting greater than 50% of what we're asking for in there, and she's traditionally been at 42 or 33%. To get this metric right, we should probably compare it with other cities. We haven't got that far yet, but I think she'd tell you she's doing pretty good in getting our programs into the STIP. Workforce representation's, I think, an important one that we need to track, and this is the diversity of our workforce. You know, it's basically this, if we want it to be the same as our city diversity at 59%, plus or minus 10%, or plus or minus 20% for being close. We were previously yellow, close, 42%, and as people retired and we hired, we've gone backwards a little bit. So this highlights that fact, and we should be thinking about it going forward. And then inspection responsiveness is the last one from our inspection department. They want to respond to any requests very rapidly, within 24 hours. Their goal is 95% of the time, and they've done that. So this is kind of where we're at. You know, this is putting the rubber to the road, if you will, and getting it done and tracking where we're going. And we are certainly willing and interested in adding anything else council members think is worth tracking, or our citizens. Are there any questions? We've got the staff here to answer if you want to name anyone in particular. But we're right about on time for our break, and then at 10 o'clock for the next session.
All right, so I want to know, Tim, you took 2 minutes of our break. So we need to be back at 10. So we'll have a 13-minute break. But good presentation, thank you. Anybody got any questions? Okay. Well, let's take a break. Catherine's up there very excited about her presentation.
Oh, boy, that's fun.
Good morning, everybody. My presentation today is really going to be a comparison looking at the FY18, FY19, and then the 20. And we're going to look at some budget to actual. We're going to look at some prior year comparisons to 19. And I used the same format that Kay did for y'all last year when I was out. So we're going to proceed on. And if you have any questions, please, feel free to stop and ask. So our first is we're talking about the general fund, which is the largest fund that the city maintains. We're looking at a comparison between fiscal 19 and fiscal 20 comparison of the actual funds that came in the door. Our biggest revenue, of course, is our property tax. It is up, when we look at the first 6 months, it's up a little bit from 19. And primarily that's attributed, we had a bump up in the revaluation that they did. They did the octennial reevaluation this past year. So part of that is a bump up in that. Of course, this is cash basis too. So this is as people are paying, and traditionally people will pay November, December, and then January. We have some other areas that we talk about, like permits, it's down just a little bit. Utility franchise tax, that's the tax that we get back, like on electricity and gas sales. It's down just a little bit, but not much. Our refuse is up about $167,000, and if you recall, the board authorized the city to engage and do the Seymour Johnson Air Force Base commercial contract. So that's primarily what is attributable to the additional revenue there. The golf course on a cash basis is showing increase of revenues of about $72,000 over December of the prior year. The Paramount is showing an increase of revenues of about $33,000 over the prior year. Investment earnings are down, and generally what that is attributable to is fiscal 19, we had a huge drain in cash with FEMA, was mainly the culprit for that. We also took on a lot of other SRF type of projects. So we put the money out and then we asked for reimbursement. But the biggest issue that we're dealing with is outlay for Florence. So therefore we did not have the cash in bank to earn the investment earnings. So there's a drop in, and you'll see that across the board on all the funds, the investment earnings have dropped. Recreation fees are up about $72,000. Sales tax is down about $529,000. And there's a couple of issues, so I was trying to parse through why this happened. Part of it has to do with how the funds were being accounted for. So there's a little bit of a drop that's attributable to how, because remember, we had a big shift with Kay retiring in December and then my coming on board. So we're still working through some issues with the FY19 audit. So there's some accounting issues going on there. I think the biggest piece of that is probably in the prior year with the recoveries from the hurricanes, you probably have more spending, therefore more sales tax. So between the two, we're looking at a bit of a drop. When we get to the end of the year, we'll see if that picks back up. The other thing to kind of keep in mind too is that with the difference in the reporting, most of your sales tax, you're going to get a lot of it in January and February because it's always 2 months behind from the state. So we won't get the, like the Black Friday spending from November and then the December spending, we don't get that money until January, December. So it's reported on that basis. So that's part of why I think that drop is there of the 529.
Just a general question about sales tax. Let's say that you buy something on the internet from Amazon and they charge sales tax. When it comes back into the state, and the state's the one who gets it, do they apportion our our part of that sales tax to us?
Yes, sir. Sales tax is distributed on destination. So when Amazon says they're shipping it to your home, they know that it's in Wayne County, North Carolina. So when Amazon submits that sales tax to the state of North Carolina, they have to tell them what county that the destination was. So that's how it gets back to us, and then that's how they apportion it. You know, there's 3 elements to sales tax. Part of it's done on per capita and part of it's done on ad valorem. But when they split it up, they know which pot to put it in and they know which county to distribute it to. So we're going to take a look at basically the same pots of revenue, but really what we're going to look at now is for the first 6 months of fiscal 20, from July to December. In taxes, you see that what we've budgeted up to what we've collected, it is about 70% of the budget, which doesn't surprise me because most people pay their taxes usually November, December, and January. So through December, we had gotten the majority of the tax levy that came through sometime in August. You know, I'm trying to look and see major things. So like on local option tax, you see we're at about 39% of what we budgeted, but again, we don't get those large collections until January and December because it's about a 60-day window from the time that the Department of Revenue gets it, and then it gets reported back into the cities and the counties. Utility franchise tax is about 46%, and again, when I budget those, and again, last year was my first year doing this, I always trend that out and I try to use a rolling trend. So I think halfway through the year, that's about half the payment, so we're kind of on track. It depends, you know, because weather makes such a big difference with that tax. You know, it's really cold in the wintertime, people crank up the gas, they crank up the electricity. And I don't think we've had an unusually cold winter, so we may still, at the end of the day, we may not get 100% or more of that revenue because, like I said, it's very weather sensitive. On the ABC revenues and the beer and wine taxes, that is generally a May tax, so that's why you don't see any money coming in. A lot of our revenues come in very steady, equal streams, which helps. But those two, they're small pots of money, but they generally do not come in until May. PAL bill, we've gotten actually, we get both distributions. One comes in October and one comes just around usually December 31 or January 1. For us this year, it happened to come in before the end of the year, so we've actually gotten all the PAL bill money that we're going to get. And you know, PAL bill is based on 2 things. It's per capita and it's based on street miles. Let's see, service fees from the utility fund. Those are the fees that, so we have the council, the manager's office, finance, HR, engineering that help contribute services to the utility funds. And so that's what that charge is. It's at 50% because we bill it equally in quarters. And then we have grants and other revenues, and we're at about 17%. But as you know, grants and those types of revenues have a very sporadic nature. So, you know, those, it doesn't surprise me that they're at that level at this point. So, our next slide. So continuing on with general fund about our revenues, another category of revenue for us is charges for services. Refuse services, as we talked about, we're at about 49% of what we've budgeted. We did budget in the Seymour Johnson commercial refuse, so my anticipation, it is generally a steady revenue. So being about 50% is right on target for us. Cable TV, that is a quarterly revenue, and what's happened there is we didn't get the distribution in before the end of December, so that's why it's only showing at 21%. Our other items that we have, like the Paramount Theater, recreation fees, golf course fees, the event centers, you can kind of see where they are. Recreation, again, is tracking higher. I don't really know why. You know, we're having so much more in revenues because I budgeted based on a trend, and that might be something Felicia can speak to if the board has questions about that, because you saw that in my other slide, that it's over what we had in the prior fiscal year. As we discussed on investment earnings, budget to actual through December is down, but again, our cash flow's been down. We have been continuing on with, these different projects, so we've had a lot of cash outlay, so I have not had as much available cash to invest for the city, so those revenues are down. Loan proceeds, that's where the board authorized in the adopted budget to allow us to borrow money for various items of rolling stock, like police cars and some things for garbage services, things of that nature. That has not yet been consummated yet. We haven't taken care of that because we would have brought that before y'all. That's why it's showing no proceeds as of now. And then, of course, just to point out, fund balance appropriated is $2.1 million. We'll talk about that at the end of the slides where I detail out where the $2.1 million is allocated to. But obviously, it makes up what our budget total is, which is the $45 million. Overall, we're at about 22.6, which is about 50% of the budget, which for me, we're on target. I don't see anything that, I don't see any flashing red lights. My issue, of course, is sales tax, but sales tax can be an odd animal sometimes. So that's the only thing that I have a little bit of concern about, but I'm hoping that as we get through the next, 2 or 3 months, we'll see that we're on target again for it. We're going to move on to stormwater. Stormwater is just a regular recurring bill on each person's bill each month, so I expect it to be about 50%. And I know when I did the budget, I did back down that revenue number just to make sure that we didn't overspend and then have more spent than we could actually collect. That's why it's showing at about 52%. And this is based on budget to actual through December.
Have we spent much money on that fund?
No, sir. They have a big line item for capital projects, like storm drainage improvements, and I have not seen any encumbrances, and I haven't seen any spending in that line item, so they have not spent.
My feelings are if we're collecting the money, we ought to at least be spending some to mitigate the problems that we've had in the past with the stormwater drainage.
And I'm not, I'm not as familiar, I'm still trying to learn, so I'm not as familiar what their stormwater program, so the money that they set aside, which is probably like $400,000 or $500,000 in the budget. I'm not sure what specific programs. I'm sure Rick or Marty probably could speak to that if you were curious to know about that.
Yeah, we're gonna get somebody else to update.
Yeah. And I think I'm going to have plenty of time, so if you want to follow up some of those other questions when we get done, we can. All right, so utility fund, what we're going to be looking at is fiscal 19 and fiscal 20 for the first 6 months. So water and sewer are showing collections significantly over what we had in fiscal 18 and 19. So I was trying to parse through why that is the case. I think one reason on 18-19, the $3,063,000. Remember that we changed over from the CIS system to the QS1, and the AMR meters all came on board, and Kim and Kay retired respectively November, December. The systems came on roughly in December. And I'm sure y'all remember a lot of the billing issues that we had that was going on at the time, and then I came towards the end of January. So I think part of it could be some billing errors, some missed billings. And then as far as the increase, what I believe is where we have the AMR system and we are tracking those losses, we're finding meters that we didn't know. So our staff continually works the city to find meters, to do billings, and we feel like we are billing close to 100% of what we have meters in the ground for. So for me, obviously, if you're increasing your water billings, you're going to increase your sewer billings because sewer is based on water. So we're still going to research this. I'm going to research this with my billing staff to make sure that we don't have some sort of an accounting issue from 19 that's going into 20 that's maybe causing that difference. So it's a good thing, but conservatively, I want to make sure that I'm giving you the right thing. But so far, that's kind of how I feel like it's tracking, is because of the changeover in the personnel and the systems and the tracking of billing the water and the sewer. Our other revenues that we're showing on this page are fairly insignificant in comparison to the water and the sewer. I will mention with the investment earnings, they are down, but again, we were outlaying a lot of cash for SRF loans, and so that's part of why there's not as much available cash. And it's a slow process, it's bureaucracy, so it really takes a long time from the time that we submit reimbursement for them to send it back to us and, reimburse our funds. So that's part of why our cash is outlaid, and the investment is showing less. Okay, so we're going to get down a little bit in the weeds of the details in the utility fund. On the charges for services, those are your water charges, your sewer charges. It's broken out. So again, you see what we budgeted up to what our collections are. So from a standpoint of, this was my first year budgeting water and sewer. So the fact that and that is generally a steady revenue. It's not kind of like electricity where if it's cold, you crank the heat up and you spend more money. It's more of a steady revenue. So the fact that we're at about 50% on all the markers makes me feel good, because that should be a fairly steady revenue, which tells me I'm not going to see budget-wise that you have appropriated a lot of money and you've spent it, but you're not going to have the money coming in. So again, I don't really see anything here that's really causing me pause. We do have with our AMI loan, that is done now, and we just haven't booked, with that, we haven't booked the rest of those proceeds. That's why that's not showing up. So we're going to move to another fund. We're going to talk about the Downtown District Fund and the Occupancy Tax Fund. So in the Downtown District, comparing fiscal 19 to fiscal 20, the big pot of money for them is property taxes, and it's up about $28,000. But again, if you remember when we did the octennial revaluation and we did our budget, they actually had the largest percent increase compared to what the city property values did. So I'm not surprised by that $28,000, because I knew it was going to be somewhere in that 25 range. And this is collected through, again, most people pay their property taxes by December. With occupancy tax, their collections up through December are up $61,000, which we had expected and anticipated based on the usage of the hotels and the visits and stuff to the county. Again, investment earnings, they are down. Part of that is, I'm not sure with the $69,000 for fiscal 19, that number to me is a little bit high, so I want to go back and investigate that. I know that the investment earnings I have through 20, I feel like those are correct. So that's a little blip there, but in the grand scheme of things, in $1 million budget, it's a small blip, so that doesn't bother me too much. Okay, so looking at budget to actual for July to December, again, with the way that the revenues come in, I expected for the Downtown District Fund to be better than 50% because of collections. It is, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. I feel like it's right on target. The occupancy tax can be cyclical because of seasonality and festivals and things of that nature, but it's tracking better than 50%. So I feel pretty good about that, and I know that we've got spring coming up, so that tends to be a high travel month for folks. I think we're on target as far as the collections coming in, so I feel good about the expenditures that we have sufficient revenue coverage for both the funds up to this point, and I don't see any red flags or markers that I need to, let you be aware of.
I have a question. Go back to that slide out there. Is the DGDC mislabeled there, shouldn't it be multiple service district?
It really is a municipal service district, and I'll be honest, this was Kay's presentation, and I had my staff help me, and we tried to catch a lot of those things. We didn't. It really should not be DGDC. It
Right.
should be the downtown, it's actually called the Downtown District Fund.
Right.
In my professional, we've always referred to it as the Municipal Service District because that's what legislation calls it, MSD fund. So I agree, and I thank you for pointing that out because you're correct. That should have been corrected on those slides. Thank you
Okay.
for letting us know that. Because it is a complete separate animal from the Downtown Goldsboro Development
Correct.
Corporation. So when we talk about the money coming in the door, that's what this slide is talking about, and it's looking at the first 6 months, July to December, looking at fiscal 19 and looking at fiscal 20. And so, you know, we've talked about all the pluses in the different places, and I know you're thinking, my gosh, you've got a huge red of 301 in the general fund and a huge red in the utility fund of 642,000. The biggest driver of that is the borrowing of money. In 2000, fiscal 19, the city borrowed a lot of money. You had street bonds, you had rolling stock. There was a lot of debt. I'd probably say in $3 million or so. And because of the way we account for it on that modified accrual basis, that's why it's showing a negative there. And the other piece to recognize is that in 19, we did have about $1 million in borrowing. We have not done that yet. So the city, we've paid for the tractor trailer, we've paid for the police cars and things like that, but we haven't reimbursed ourselves with debt. So the money coming in, that's one of the reasons you're showing the negative there. In the utility fund, it is the same story because you had that AMI project, which that was a multi-million-dollar project. It is showing up in your numbers, in your collection, but it is not, obviously it's not in the 1920 numbers. The other funds, when you look at the differences, they are insignificant, immaterial in the scheme of things. So collection-wise, for 1920, all the funds are on track. Okay, so we take just a quick look at the actual expenditures, because that's all we've talked about is the money coming in the door. We're just going to talk very quickly about the money going out the door. So this comparison looks at the percent of the budget for July to December, and it looks at how much of that budget has been spent. So you have the actual divided by the budget. So we've spent about $20 million in the general fund, which is about 46% of the budget. The utility fund is about 36%, and when I looked at the why of that, we've got some large capital expenditures that we have not made yet, and there, you know, utility fund, they have a lot of really high dollar line items because they have a lot of expensive maintenance, expensive chemicals, things of that nature, and those line items have not yet been expended, so that's why they're not closer. In kind of like I always think about through December, you should be about 45–50% generally when you've got like a normal steady operating fund. But that's why they're a little bit lower. They have not made those large expenditures yet. In the downtown development, they're about 16% of their budget, and they don't have any personnel in theirs. Theirs is to drive, you know, marketing and, you know, bringing business to downtown. So theirs is not a general regular operating expenditure, so they haven't spent as much of their budget. Occupancy tax is about 30% of what's budgeted. But if you recall, they do take a couple of heavy debt payments that won't come out until May. So that, if those payments were made in December or prior, that number would be driven up closer to maybe that 40–45%. Of course, you know, they do have salaries. That's why they're showing it. They have regular operating expenditures in their budget. Stormwater fund, to Councilman Ham's point, they're about 28% spent of their budget through December. But they do have a very large capital line item for storm drainage improvements that they have not spent yet. So if that was spent, you would be driven closer to that probably 40%, 45% marker that I usually look for. Okay, So we're going to talk a little bit about the fund balance appropriation. So this is what was necessary to make each fund balance their budget. We've got $2.1 million in the general fund, $3.2 million in the utility fund, $21,000 in the downtown district fund or MSD fund, not DGDC. Occupancy tax fund had, as of December, and the stormwater fund had $101,000. And we're going to talk about the Y part. Okay. In the general fund, the initial fund balance appropriation that the board approved at the June 17th meeting when they adopted the budget was the Tiger match, and then also to fund a lawnmower for the cemetery out of the perpetual fund that's carried for that. So that initial was about $636,000. And then when we did the purchase order rollover, which reappropriated appropriations from the prior year, and we did that, I think, in the first or second meeting of August, that was $1.5 million. So essentially, we're taking $2.1 million out of savings account, if you want to call it like that. It's a good way to think about it, out of the general fund. In the utility fund, we appropriated no fund balance when we adopted the budget, but when we did the PO rollover, there's $3.2 million. It's split, a majority of that is for capital type work, but they also have a lot of chemicals and they're expensive, and repairs and things like that that they asked to roll over that they were committed to at June 30 that did not get completed. In the downtown district fund, it's mislabeled the DGDC. That PO rollover was $21,000, and that was for an existing project that they had going on. Stormwater, I believe that was a piece of equipment, and again, that was all related to the purchase order rollover.
Catherine, on the 1,516,000, can we see a list of that? Or-
It is, it's actually, I don't remember the agenda, but it was detailed out. It's probably a good page and a half, and it lists out every purchase order by fund. And I can certainly email that to Melissa and reference the agenda item so that
Will you do that, please?
Yeah, we sure will. And then I think that's it. If you have any questions, concerns, some areas you'd like for me to focus on next time.
Anybody got any comments, thoughts, questions for Catherine? Apparently you did a really good job. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Catherine. Bernadette, you're up with personnel policy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I guess I'm it before lunch, so I'm not here to wear your patience long. I just want to talk a little bit about the personnel policy and what we've been doing with it over the past several months. So we have made some revisions to the personnel policy, and if you have any questions or feedback, please feel free to chime in. So the timeline. Back in the spring of 2007, the city contracted with the Mercer Group, and that was the last time that the total personnel policy has been revised. On July 23rd of 2007, the City Council approved the adoption of the current policy. August 2019, which was last summer, we contracted with the Piedmont Triad Council of Government for policy review, benchmarking, and recommendations. So in December of 2019, the revised policy was sent to all employees as well as the City Council for review and feedback. And all that feedback was supposed to be back to HR by December 31st. We did get quite a few inquiries and feedback from employees, which is really good. Hopefully we answered most of those questions or clarified the policy for them. So on the 14th of January of this year, along with the city manager, department heads, and our administrative staff, we met as a group to review the recommended policy and make any necessary revisions. Hopefully at your second council meeting in March, we will present a recommendation to you for final approval. And then toward the end of the month, we'll go out to the different departments and do staff meetings to present the final policy revisions. And my plan is to hopefully have this in place by April 1st. Okay, so what we have done, these are some revisions. We went in and wanted to enhance the definitions. We added some definitions, we clarified them so that they would be a lot more easily interpreted and not as many questions. What does this mean? What does that mean? So hopefully that section, Article 1, Section 9, the definitions of the policy will be clear. Section 16, I'm not going to read this word by word. I think it'll be better if I could just tell you what we've done. The current policy says that if an employee serves in an interim position, that after 30 days, they will get the pay of that position. Well, we wanted to revise that, and if an employee serves in a position, then we're going to increase that pay effective immediately, so they won't have to wait that 30 days. And the reason that we did that is because employees should be paid for interim assignments upon appointment. Group health insurance to be in compliance with the Affordable Care Act. Currently, if an employee works 20 hours or more per week, then they are eligible for the health insurance. But what we're doing now, part-time employees who work an average of 30 hours per week are now eligible for health insurance. And that's, we're just trying to be in compliance with the federal act. Tuition assistance program. Currently, we reimburse employees $1,100 per fiscal year for academic reimbursement, and we have increased that to $2,500 per year. And the reason is that is, $1,100 doesn't get us very far when it comes to taking classes and other expenses when getting a degree. So that should be a well-deserved benefit for employees. We did benchmark this, and other municipalities our size are paying between $2,000 and $3,000 per year. So we kind of just went the middle of the road with $2,500. Vacation leave, maximum accumulation. So there had been some discussion the past couple of months about, what are we going to do about maximum vacation payout? So we have made an administrative decision, and we also benchmarked this with other municipalities and the state government, that we would pay out a maximum of 30 days or 240 hours for general employees. That would be 257 hours for sworn law enforcement and 336 hours for firefighters. So if someone was to terminate their position with the city of Goldsboro, they're only going to get paid out a maximum of 30 days vacation time. And that's from January to December. And that's different from now, because now they can get paid out whatever they have, 100%. And the reason we did this is because employees are encouraged to take their accrued vacation time in order to maintain a healthy work-life balance. After benchmarking other municipalities and state agencies, the maximum is encouraged to limit the city's financial obligation.
Is there a reason why initially the general employees' hours are different from firefighters and law enforcement?
Well, it is 30 days, but because of their work schedule, the hours different. Okay, so this details a little bit about the vacation accrual. In the current policy, when you got above 15 to 20 hours, you can see from 21 to 23, there was a 2-hour difference. And then if you looked up to 5 years to 10 years, there was 3 hours difference. So there was an error in the current policy, and what we did is went back and made it reflect from 5 years to 20 years. So the accrual vacation days is the same from 5 to 20 years now, where before it was not. So that is for your regular personnel. That's also for your police. You can see it was 21 to 23. We changed that to 21 to 24. And the same thing for fire. So it was an error in the current policy, and we're just making that correct. Sick leave and medical certification. We want to be in compliance with HIPAA guidelines, and what's been happening in the past is that employees feel obligated to go to their supervisor, department head, turn in medical certificates, doctor's notes, whatever. That is not in compliance with HIPAA. And what I'm trying to do or regulate is that employees go directly to the occupational health nurse, because that's the person that should be handling their medical situations. So what we did is we revised the policy to say that employees shall submit a physician certificate
to the occupational health nurse or designated official in lieu of the supervisor or department head. Civil leave, section 24. Currently, the city pays if someone is on jury duty. And the policy says that they must turn over any city witness fees or travel allowance, which is very minimal. So what we decided to do is continue to pay the employee for their civil leave, but they can keep the little $10 or $20 check that the county gives them for jury duty. Okay, so we're not mandating that they turn over that little bit of money. And the time and man hours spent for processing that was just not cost effective. So they can keep that little bit of money. Adverse weather and emergency condition policy. The current policy says that when the city manager closes City Hall, non-critical staff or non-exempt staff who do not work do not get paid, but they must take vacation or comp time or leave without pay. So we thought it was, or made the recommendation that, to be fair, when we revised the policy, essential staff will not be charged for comp time or vacation leave, that they will get their regular pay if City Hall is closed. So that is an additional benefit to city employees, and hopefully they will appreciate that. And we felt like non-essential staff should not be penalized when City Hall is officially closed by using vacation or comp time. Any questions on that? Because that's a major change in our policy, and we want employees to make sure they understand that and not feel like if they can't come to work, they will not be penalized.
I have a question. In reference to fire specifically, if they're in a position, say like a major flood or inclement weather where they can't get back to their home and they have to stay at the station, will they be paid straight time or time and a half?
I'm gonna get to that on another slide, okay?
Thank you.
Tobacco-free policy. Currently, the policy states that there is no tobacco use in city facilities. We reworded that and added vehicles, whether they're leased and or owned by the city. So there's no smoking in city facilities or vehicles. And also we added e-cigarettes or vaping. Currently it just says cigarettes, cigars, pipes, or chewing tobacco. But because of the e-cigarettes and vaping, we also wanted to prohibit those in city vehicles. Volunteer service leave. We've had a lot of requests for city employees to be able to volunteer time to maybe the school system or nonprofit agencies during the workday. So what we did, we went in and recommended that they can get 12 hours of volunteer service per year, per calendar year, to any designated volunteer agency. So if I wanted to go out and maybe go to North Drive and do some reading or volunteer at the United Way, I could have 1 hour a month or 12 hours a year to do that and still get my regular pay.
And how does somebody regulate that? How do you regulate that?
We're just gonna have to monitor it, department heads are gonna have to monitor it. And, yeah. Okay, Todd, this is one that I want to talk to you about, the adverse weather or emergency conditions policy. We have, it was suggested by one of the department heads that we do something like a non-FLSA comp time. And this would be for employees, essential employees that are mandated to be at work when City Hall is closed. So you have people like your public utility staff, your public safety staff, even some of the fellows, guys and girls in public works. If they have to come to work and City Hall is closed, then we want to allow them to have 1 hour per hour of non-FLSA time. So what that means is it's not regulated by the Department of Labor. When they terminate employment, they will not get paid for it, but they're encouraged to use it as soon as possible. Does that answer your question? Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't understand it. Tell me one more time what that means.
Okay, so City Hall is closed because of inclement weather, and
But if City Hall's closed, does that mean the fire department's closed too?
no, fire department's going to have to be here because that's an essential function
So
of their
that's,
job.
is that outside of this?
No, they are included in this.
Okay.
So
go
if the
ahead.
fire department has to work or public utility staff has to work,
Right.
they're going to get, if they have to work 8 hours, they're going to get 8 hours of comp time.
So for instance, we closed 2 hours with a recent snowstorm, but those safety Public Works people were at work for 2 hours more than anybody else was, so they would take comp time on the backside someplace.
And my question is, why don't we just pay them?
You could do that at time and a half. This was the less expensive way, is to give comp time. But in the end, people like fire department, police department that are shorter people are probably going to have to schedule them for overtime to make it up, and they're going to get time and a half that way. But if they can possibly provide comp time, that's the direction we've suggested here.
I agree. I think that they should just get paid.
I think
for
you
their
should just
time.
pay them for their time. I mean, I don't know, that's goes to, number one, that's a lot of paperwork to me. Number two, they're here, they're working, they're doing a service, and they ought to get paid for it. I mean, I don't know why we want to.
So they're going to get their regular pay. Then they're, according to this, they would get an additional hour for hour.
Okay, what I'm saying though is instead of giving them the hour for hour, just pay them.
Pay them the hour, right?
Yeah, pay them for their hours.
There's a reason I say that. The last flood we had was Matthew. We were stuck at work, for example. You know, we worked every other day for 3 days, and I was at work for three straight days because people couldn't get in the city. So, like I said, being that some of the areas are already short-staffed and having to adjust the work, the comp time, you know, you'd rather get the money because, you know, the shifts don't match up in all cases where you'll be able to have that person get off and you'll be short-staffed in another, because we work 24-hour shifts. So I think, like I said.
Pay them for an additional 24 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
Chief Dixon and Chief West, what is y'all's opinion?
Sir, this is, as the head of the fire department, I don't know, Chief West may have a different opinion, but I believe that we're here to provide a service. We are bringing a central employee. And so this came as a shock to me because the municipalities don't typically pay. They'll pay you for the additional time you work, but when you're already when you're defined, and then when I look at the policy, the first thing when this came up, what defines an essential employee? And it doesn't define it actually in the city policy, says the department head defines it. I think that should be on the front end. Public safety, including fire, are essential employees. When we sign up, there should be on the contract, you're an essential employee, this is what you do. This is my
So let
opinion.
me stop you right there. Do we do that or we don't do that?
Do we do what?
Is he an essential employee in his contract?
He's I would say.
Well, because I'm probably because I'm exempt, so it's different. But if you're talking about line.
How about a line
everybody else,
fireman?
I would have to, based on the city policy, say they're essential employee. Which, you know, under the charter, for, you know, if you have a civil emergency, you as the mayor, or if you designate, can say everybody, but the city policy doesn't say that. They aren't, and when they come in as a police, I don't think if it's in their contract, they have to sign something saying we're essential employee. But it's something that we would expect, that we are an essential employee. So.
I think you're just talking in circles and you haven't answered my question.
Pay or not pay?
Do we want to pay him or do we want to give him comp time?
Well, sir, if you're going to pay them, I would love for you to pay them, absolutely. But that is a liability on the city, but I would love for you to pay them, absolutely.
But it's, I mean, when you say it's a liability, we're gonna pay them one way or the other. One way is cash, one way is comp time, right?
Yes, sir.
No, but what he's saying is you could, I mean, you're signing up for that job, you're gonna pay me anyway, whether I need to be there, right? So this policy says we're gonna pay you more because you were there when other people weren't there.
Well, no, I mean, my assumption is you're not gonna be there unless you're told to be there.
Well,
No, they're on duty, they're on 24-hour shift, it's their shift for the police department, the fire department, they're supposed to be there, they're getting paid for that. So what this says is, because everyone else is off and you had to work more than them, we're gonna pay you extra or we're gonna give you comp time. So you're gonna pay them twice the amount they were getting paid for those hours, time and a half, or just give them comp time, or not do anything.
Somebody's tracking this, that's all I'm asking.
Yeah, but we gotta decide how we're gonna do it.
I just wanna be sure who's, you know, how, I mean, and how much money can it be?
Catherine?
It's a big expense. If it costs several $100,000, if you have a couple of events, just remember, you're gonna take away from something else. I mean, I think this is a really nice benefit. Personally, myself, I'm not really in favor of it from a budgetary standpoint, but I think it's a really nice benefit to appreciate our employees that do show up to work, because when you pay the one risk my life to get here to make sure the doors got open. But just remember, from a cash standpoint, this can hurt you. So my personal preference, I like the option of the non-FLSA comp time because it's easier on cash.
Would everybody, what if we let y'all put some numbers to the theory? And we just had what it would cost. I mean, somebody can kind of project, if you did this many hours, this is what the cost of it would be, versus if you gave the comp time. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, and I think it should also be adjusted, just like the Councilman Williams asked about the difference in the vacation hour. Because of the difference in the work week for police versus regular employee, it's my opinion, and this is as a firefighter, I don't think they should be, so we're scheduled to work for 24 hours. They're gonna get, on the day that they're scheduled to work, an additional, based upon this, 24 hours. Again, that's a great benefit for the employee. That's not an additional comp time that they would be getting. That's on top of their regular schedule. If you're going to do that, I think it should be adjusted for the work day to be less hours, not 24 hours. And I think that would be fair if you're gonna do it, but to give them 24 hours on top.
No, I agree. Y'all ought to do it to some commiserate amount of time.
Yes, sir.
So in my experience,
We're not even in this conversation.
so my operators that are operating 24/7.
Go ahead, Red.
So in my experience, let's just say City Hall closed at noon, that's 4 hours. So those firefighters, my staff, chief staff, they would get 4 hours. That's it. Not 24 hours, they get 4 hours, which is the difference of the non-essential ones going.
What,
Like with the snow event, city closes at noon, public works has to stay with plow snow from noon, so it could be 10 o'clock at night. They're only gonna get comp time for hours from noon until when they normally got off at 4 o'clock. So 4 hours, that's it. It's not gonna be the whole time they're here. They're gonna get overtime for after hours work when no one else is typically scheduled to be here. This is just for time that city employees are scheduled to be here. The city closes down, that's the only time that this is gonna affect. Noon to 4, 2 to 4, we close, come in, start at 10 o'clock in the morning, that's 2 hours, from 8 to 10, we have to be here. It's only for those small hours.
So what if part of that they work with y'all work with them, however you do it, and we just come up with if we were gonna pay them, this is kind of what we think it would look like.
I think we can do that by hour. An hour would cost you X for the typical employees.
Does that make sense? Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Y'all got that?
Yeah, and we'll present that when she presents the final package to you or give
Well,
it to
and
you
then,
ahead of time.
and then part of that is you're gonna need to make all even, like Mike's people and.
Public safety.
You need to make everybody an essential employee that needs to be an essential employee, so that we have that in policy, right? Because I heard we don't have that.
The policy says that the city manager or department head would determine who are essential.
So-
Well, there's two different terms here of what essential and non-essential employee is, because if you're essential, you can work overtime and we're not paying you, right? If you're non-essential, we pay you by the hour. But what, in this sense, is essential is meaning we need you to show up to work.
Yeah. right.
So,
I mean, if
it's
you're
two
a
different
fireman,
ways.
Policeman, whatever, you need to be at work. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to be sure y'all got that somehow fixed in there, so we're not arguing about that a year from now. All right.
Questions, y'all?
Y'all good on that, figuring that out? Well, you nod your head like you got that thing down. All right.
$16 times. Okay, separation and reinstatement. This is a new policy. All retirement and service award gifts valued at $50 or more will be reported as taxable income to the employee. And that is to be in compliance with federal IRS regulations. So if an employee was to get a performance award, which is what, $500, or if they got their 30-year service award and it's over $50, then that is recorded as taxable income. And we have not been doing that.
Well, I think you're telling us we don't have a choice about that.
What was that?
I think you're saying we don't have a choice.
We don't have a choice, according to Ms. Catherine. Professional certification program. We are committed to rewarding employees in pursuit of job-related certifications and education. So any employee that does so will get up to a 5% salary increase with the approval of the department head and city manager in accordance with established policy. which we're wanting to reward employees who seek out to obtain professional certifications by giving them a 5% salary increase.
Question on that. So if someone obtained a certification or a degree prior to this budget cycle, would they be paid retroactive?
No, it's effective April 1st. And this is certification, this is not degrees, this is for certification.
And then I have another question on that same question. If, since Ashlyn is in here late, if Ashlyn just goes tomorrow and gets her some degree that she thinks she needs, I mean, who controls? Do they have to get permission?
They do have to
that?
get
Is that how that
permission
works?
from department head and
Okay.
city manager, yes.
Okay.
So some departments already have an established policy, like the police department, you know, for certain certifications, they're going to pay for that. And other departments have similar policies. So that's essentially being approved by the city manager through the department head. And then for individual cases like Ashlyn, she would come to me or would have to
Because I
come
know
up.
like sometimes this happens in inspections, planning and all through there, right?
Yes, their policies are already established, and this
Okay.
is just codifying that.
Okay.
That's it. Any questions about any
Any
of those?
questions, thoughts?
I don't know if this is for your department. I know we had a lot of issues pertaining to accidents, and I didn't see anything pertaining to safety measures to stop with accidents. For instance, like Bluetooth headsets, those things. So we're going to be addressing those, Tim?
There's a policy on that. It wasn't changed or recommended to be changed. I don't know specifically what it says off the top of my head, but
I know we talk about the number of points given for accidents, but as far
Yeah,
as
we've already
putting
got-
something in place to prevent them,
right. Does anybody know offhand over there at department heads what it says, you know, for your cops or your firemen, you know, driving around their vehicles, they're not supposed to be talking on their cell phones. I think that policy's already in place.
That's the internal policy, I think it should be communicated, on the operating a
Yeah.
cell phone.
We'll take a look at it for citywide policy and maybe add that one.
Rick, do you have anything specific in your? Hands-free.
And that is a cause of some accidents, that people not operating hands-free or, so we'll see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so it's 11 o'clock, or almost 11 o'clock. Now, we're supposed to go on to 11:30. Can we move the police up, or is there somebody we can move up?
I think so. Got the chief over there if you're ready.
Well, let's move the police up. That'd be a great thing to do before lunch.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Appreciate the opportunity to come up a little bit early.
We know you do.
We're going in the right direction. We'll start off, as we typically do, we'll talk with a seniority list and kind of rolls into my personnel situation here at the department. Seniority, I'm budgeted for 109 sworn personnel. You can look down at the bottom, currently I'm 8. I have 8 vacancies, which makes it about 7% of my overall manpower. Officers with years of service, 10% of the department or officers have over 20 years of service. 29% have over 10 but less than 20. 18% have over 5 but less than 10 years, and over 36% of my workforce or my staff, officers, have less than 5 years experience. You can kind of classify that as it's a young department, but we're seeing with a lot of the new hires or the new officers that are coming in, not necessarily new or young in age, but new to the profession. Typically, they're going to come in, and it looks like they're going to give you about 4 or 5 years of service. They're going to do the best job that they can for you, and then they're going to move on to a different profession. So I think the council and the city overall has done very well to address our manpower issues. It was just maybe 3.5, 4 years ago. We were up in the 20s as far as short on manpower, and now we're at 8 short. So I think we're heading in the right direction. We just can't lose focus on concentrating on so much on getting new people in the door. We've also got to kind of look at our workforce, the higher end people, of being able to retain them. Just due to the expense to bring somebody back in and retrain them is an enormous expense. But again, I'm currently at 8 vacancies out of the 109 sworn positions. This is kind of a breakdown of the department, and it'll also show where my vacancies are at. Obviously, the chief's office, right directly below that is professional development. Vice operations is our patrol, warrants, park officer, and also animal control falls into that. You can see on patrol, I've got 56 that I'm budgeted for on patrol, but I'm currently 4 officers short on patrol. Investigations, the Investigations Bureau is a total of 12 investigators. That does include the sergeant that is investigations. He will take on a caseload as needed, but he's also responsible for supervising the over 11 investigators. I do have 1 vacancy in investigations. However, put out a memo yesterday, I didn't update the slide, that we will be transferring a corporal from another area in the department into the investigative division. Then that way investigation divisions will now be fully staffed. And then,
Did you put a name to the people right below you, the captains and the majors? Just no names?
okay, yeah, the vice captain. Don't know that I want to identify my vice captain, so can I skip that one?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll sidebar on it if you need it that bad. Operations major, I currently have Major Dean is in that position. Investigative mate, well, under that is patrol, 4 patrol shifts, and the captains on patrol will be Captain Rabin, Captain Paige Leonard, Captain Doug Bethay, and Captain Trayvon. Over in investigations, the investigation major is Major Tony Carmen, and then right below him, the investigative sergeant is Sergeant Brian Kennedy. Support services major, that's the position that was held by Major Memelar, and it's currently being held part-time by our former major, Major Lee Zakowski.
And you're trying to hire for one of those, is that right?
Hiring for the major support services.
But you can move any of those around as you see fit going forward.
We could. Crime statistics. These are the crime statistics overall for the city, or the department or the city for the last 5 years. Over here where it says percentage of change, that change is just from 2019 to 2018, the change there. You can see that as far as homicides, last year we had 2, which was a 33% drop for the previous year. Rape 9, 10% drop. Robbery 51, 14% drop. Aggravated assault, 8% drop. Burglary 11%. Larcenies were up 3%. I guess where the struggle is with larcenies are everything from a larceny from a breaking and entering, and it's also a larceny from like Walmart or from your retail outlets. It's very difficult for us to kind of fix that issue because some retail establishments, they won't call to report a larceny until they do the books at the end of the month, and then they've got 6 larcenies that they had to do. So we've got to do a better job of working with the merchants, the managers, of coming up with a better system to where my larceny stats aren't so high because we can't control certain aspects of that. So we've got to do a better job of working with our merchants to try to tighten that up a little bit. But that's where the larceny numbers traditionally are going to be our highest numbers. Vehicle thefts were unchanged, and then arson was down 90%. Again, that's a 1% drop from 2019 to 2018, but if you'll do the numbers from 2015 to 2019, overall, that's a total 20% drop in crime over the 5 previous years. So I think we're doing an excellent job there, but we've still got a ways to go, and we're still pushing forward. Again, this is kind of a chart comparison. Looked at it earlier, and there is a number discrepancy, but let me explain it before we find it. If you look at these numbers, Part 1 crimes, when we compared ourselves to Wilson, Kinston, and Greenville, they include in their Part 1 crimes, they include fraud and simple assaults, whereas we don't. So in order to do a fair comparison, we went ahead and put, for this slide only, we put fraud and simple assaults back in it so we could have a fair comparison with the other cities. But then when you look at my previous slide, the Part 1 crime total at the top isn't going to match. But this is the only slide that we put those numbers back in. And as you can see, Goldsboro, again, has come down over the last, in this slide, 4 years. Greenville, they typically were higher than us. They came down, they peaked last year, now they're coming back down again. But Kinston and Wilson, which a little unusual, but right now they're trending up. But again, you can see with Goldsboro that we've trended down over the last 4 years. Again, Part 1 crime trend, the numbers go back, and that's just an overall graph, again, of the number over the last 5 years that we've continued to drop crime. Again, this slide depicts the homicides. Last year we had 2. The bar to the right is 2 that were solved. 2018, out of the 3 homicides, only 2 were solved. And then you can see again, we're 11 and 4, 11 and 7, and 9 and 6. Now that we've got investigations up fully staffed at this point, and we're always looking to see if we need to reallocate resources in the department and personnel. It's my desire and also Major Carmen's desire. I don't like using the word cold case investigator, but it is going to be an investigator that focuses on not only these recent homicides, but historically all our homicides. So we're going to go back and look at homicides that happened 20 years ago, as opposed even to what happened 2 years ago. So now that we're fully staffed, we'll transition into putting a team together that should be assisted not only by the investigator, but it could be possibly assisted also by a patrol officer or somebody else in the department. So we've got more than one individual that's going to go back and look at some unsolved cases. Criminal Investigations Division, the way it breaks down currently, there's 3 investigators that work crime against persons, 3 that are working property crimes, financial crimes are at 2, juvenile missing persons and sex crimes is assigned to 1 investigator, and the ATF task force has an investigator that's working with them, and that's just at number 1. Caseload assignment, there's 128 cases assigned to the 3 property crime investigators, 183 cases to the 3 property crime, or persons crime on the first one, 183 for property crime, 94 cases assigned to 2 financial crime investigators, 67 cases to 1 juvenile, 33 to DSS cases assigned to 4 investigators. Total 475 felony cases were assigned in 2019, averages about 47 cases per investigator, which is a little over 6% increase from the previous year in 2018. However, this caseload is consistent with other departments our size. Training hours last year were 8,000. The officers had over 8,300 hours of training. This training included 24 hours. Each officer is mandated by the state to have 24 hours of in-service training throughout the year. But then it's chief choice, or they call it chief's choice, or any other additional training that either I or even the council assumes that the officers could benefit from, then we do additional training in that. This list here isn't all the training that we did in addition. This is just some that we pulled out, but there is other training. You know, the juvenile law update pertaining to the raise the age, best practices for officers during community dissent, intelligence update for gang and divisive groups, and also for officers that are coping with stress and PTSD. Again, those 4 aren't the only training that we did in addition to the mandated, but that's just the 4 that we picked out for this slide. Vehicle inventory, this is always a good one to go through. Patrol vehicles, when we think of patrol vehicles, let's look at it as all my marked up vehicles that are easily identified as police, that have got the striping and they got the light bar. I've got 56 total vehicles there. This is a breakdown of the years. 28, 2008 we've got 1, 2009 we've got 2. If we look back 3 or 4 years ago, we still had on inventory, we had 99 model years and 2000 years. So overall with council, we've done very well in getting to where we are now. The average age of the fleet is a little over 5 years, and that again is just the patrol vehicles or the marked up units. 42 vehicles have under 80,000 miles on it. 80,000 miles traditionally in law enforcement, that's usually where a lot of agencies will start replacing it. Once a vehicle gets to 80,000 miles, they start looking for other alternatives. Whereas before we would go 80,000, 100,000, 190,000. So 80,000 is I guess the benchmarking number we try to shoot for. 5 vehicles have over 80,000 but less than 100,000. 2 have 100,000, 120, and 7 have over 120,000. We look back at the 26 model year cars that are currently take-home cars. Those cars are averaging about 11,000 miles per year. When those cars were line cars where they weren't take-home, to where if I came to work, I drove a car. When I got done, I passed the car off. Councilman Williams was driving. So that car was always on the road. The mileage, we were averaging almost 20,000 miles a year on that car. So the take-home has reduced the miles per car, which also allows us to keep them in the fleet longer and lower maintenance. Again, the service life for take-home cars is about 8 years. Service life is based on 80 to 100,000 miles, and also not only the cost to maintain the vehicle, but the availability of parts. That's another decision that when we get to a point to deadline a car, if it's going to cost us more to keep it operating, then we try to go ahead and deadline it.
Chief, how many Crown Victorias do we still have?
You will see a couple riding around, but they are not part of our rolling stock or assigned to anybody. They're sitting over there in the corner as spares in case we have a breakdown. The vehicles that we purchased out of the last budget, Dodge, don't want to get in the weeds with it, but Dodge lost the contract on the transmission and they didn't get the order, then they canceled an order on us. So we're still waiting on our vehicles from this budget to arrive. We've got 8 out of the 10, I think. But you will see a Crown Vic or 2 up there, but they're not assigned vehicles. They're just, we're trying to get them off, out of the inventory when we get the ones that we ordered
And when do you think we'll
8
get
months ago.
the new ones? Or you don't have
What's
any?
that?
The new ones.
We've got two, I say admin cars, but I'm gonna redefine admin cars. 2 of those are already here and they're being upfitted. And then I think 6 of the 8 Chargers are in. We're waiting on the other 2, and then 1 Durango that still haven't come from the manufacturer. And we're at the mercy of however the state or the sheriff's contract that we buy our vehicles off is when the manufacturer decides they'll have a closeout date. You can't make any orders after March, and then we've got to wait until September, November, December to even place orders. I'm going backwards. Anyway, 4 vehicles are 10 years old or older, 9 vehicles currently have 100,000 or more, and that'll increase to about 14 by the end of this year. And 50% of our total maintenance costs for the fleet is to service just 23% of the fleet. So you can see that there is a higher cost to maintain these older vehicles. Our replacement plan, we've always said we'll do 10 and 2, and then when we say 10 and 2, we think 10 line cars and we think 2 admin cars. So 10 and 2 will get us to where at the end of that cycle, when we get up to around 2024, we should have a complete turnover of all the fleet if we stay that course. Again, increase the size of the fleet to allow for additional take-home cars for officers living outside the city, to replace older cars. More vehicles are under warranty, which will reduce maintenance costs. Enhances the public interest not only of the police department, but also for the city of Goldsboro. And it includes officers' morale and aiding retention of officers. Again, this is the admin. Think of admin as any vehicle I've got that's not marked up. And that's going to include my vice unit. That's going to include some of my SEU vehicles, definitely include my investigator vehicles. Out of all of that, the one admin vehicle that I had is strictly an administrative vehicle that my office staff will use. If they've got to go to any training out of town, they'll utilize that vehicle. Any stuff they've got to pick up in town, and that vehicle, I think, is going to be the 2001, one of the 2001 that I still have on the fleet, and it's a Chevy Malibu. But that's the age of the admin fleet, 3 years. But again, that includes my vice unit. They're all unmarked. That includes those vehicles as well. This is kind of our wish list of what we would like. Again, this is our request. We would prefer the 2 Dodge Durangos. One being requested in the vice unit for a vehicle that's mileaged out, it's no longer serviceable, but it's also to replace the one that was a total loss to us last year. That wasn't our fault, and we've got to need to replace that vehicle. The Jeep Compass admin vehicle is the one to replace the 91 Malibu I was telling you about for staff to have to go to out-of-city training and also run errands, I guess, for lack of a better term. And then 12 Chargers. We can either go with 12 Chargers. Really reluctant with the Chargers now. Simply one reason is the manufacturing delay. One minute they've got a contract and they don't, and we can't place the order, and it puts us behind. And the Chargers, they're a good vehicle. They're not very high in maintenance cost. What we're seeing with these officers are required to carry so much more equipment, so much stuff that we're always requiring the call. The Chargers are getting to the point now where they don't have enough trunk space or interior space for the officers to be in there with their gear, the MDTs, the computers. A lot of agencies you're seeing are transitioning over to the SUVs. The SUV, we've currently got 4 K9 SUVs, and the SUV I drive, which is the Chevy Tahoe. I'm not, Chevy, Ford, Dodge guy, but the Chevy Tahoe is a proven platform. It's been around for a while. It's not had a lot of changes in the design upfitting, so the Tahoes that we currently have a very low maintenance cost on them. If we don't wreck them, they're pretty relatively expensive to maintain. The ones we have wrecked, again, those weren't our fault. That's where you get a little bit of expense, but the Tahoes are pretty much a proven model. However, the Tahoes come with a cost. The cost of a Tahoe is going to run you about $6,000 more than what I could get you in a Charger. The equipment's going to be about the same to upfit both vehicles. Another thing that we hadn't really looked at in the past is the resale value of the vehicles. If we hold on to a vehicle till it has about 80,000 miles on it and we're able to resell it, your SUV is going to bring you a little bit more money than what a Charger would bring. So there is some, you need to look at kind of what the resale value is going to be at the end of its service life. But if we go with the Tahoes would be the patrol preferred vehicle, and then the 2 admin would be more investigators, maybe SEU, Vice, the other departments within, or divisions within the department. And then lastly, CALEA. We're into short rows when it comes to CALEA. We've been going at this since August 22nd of 2017. We've approximately got about 6 months left in our self-assessment. Part of the self-assessment is to go in and review policies, update the policies, and then we've got to roll into now showing proofs that we are following our policies and we're able to approve it. That's part of the self-assessment. The web-based assessment is we'll open up our files. All our files or policies are on Power DMS. We open that up to CALEA to where they can come in. They don't have to come on site, but they can do it from their home state or home city, wherever they're at. They'll look at all our files and peruse electronically. That's one part of our assessment. And then once they complete that, June 5th to June 13th, then we'll be set up for our site-based assessment, is where they'll come to Goldsboro. Typically, it takes 2 to 3 days. The assessors will come on scene. Part of the on-scene will be a public, sort of like a public hearing or a public meeting, to where anybody from the public can come up to City Hall and they can talk to the CLE assessors about the department and what we're doing well, and also talk with the chief. So that's scheduled for July 20th through the 23rd of 2020. The timing of it, 3 years, August of 2017, so August of 2020 is our completion date. If we're awarded our accreditation then, we won't be able to receive it until the next conference for CLE, which I think is going to be in October, November. So even though we hopefully will get a good report in August when everything's done, we're not going to know officially until probably October of this year. Questions?
Questions, comments?
I didn't see anything pertaining to the juveniles, like as far as their arrest, the teenagers, has that been?
I can get that for you. I was at a community roundtable a couple months ago, and I briefly looked at the juvenile numbers, but I will tell you this: there has been a downtick last year of juvenile arrests, and not just with juvenile arrests, but also with juvenile drug arrests. So we're seeing a very good drop in the number of juveniles that we're actually coming in contact and arresting. And I also think that the grant we applied for through the Governor's Crime Commission with the disproportionate minority contacts, I think that's going to help. There'll be some training affiliated or associated with the officers to have to go to that. But yeah, looking at it, and I can get you some real numbers, but I will tell you what I looked at about a month ago showed that there was a downtick in juvenile arrest contacts, and especially when it came to the drug arrests were down also. So there's some positive movement there. Absolutely.
That's great. I remember the last retreat I asked you the summer employment, if that helped tremendously.
I think it does, and like I said, from the numbers that I recall I looked at, that you could see that during the summer months is where we had the biggest drop of all, and then maybe when the schools let back in, there may have kind of leveled off, but I do think that the summer youth programs are making a difference. I also think there's a little bit of a difference being made by the PAL unit that we're doing. So yeah, you've got to engage the youth and keep them occupied and have things for them to do, and I think it helps. So yeah, we have seen a downtick in that.
I have one other question.
Okay.
I noticed each year we're increasing the fleet, replacing the fleet of cars. Come 2024, have you considered any electric vehicles? Because that seems like where we're trending at this in America with electric vehicles. So
I know Chevrolet just released theirs. It's only sold in China right now, so I know Chevy's transitioning to it. We did look at alternative fuel a few years ago. We were trying to go to I guess it's the LP gas or whatever they did. But unfortunately at that time, in order for us to convert over the current fleet of Crown Vics, it was just so expensive to convert it over on vehicles that were just falling apart. We didn't know where to last. I guess the difficulty we would have, the electric vehicles and stuff like that, I think you're okay when you look at the admin vehicles, the investigative vehicles, but as far as the day-to-day patrol vehicle, I don't know that the manufacturers are ever going to get to that as far as electric. But yeah, we've always looked at alternative fuel sources to try to help maximize the dollar. But I think, again, I know Chevrolet just released theirs. I don't think Dodge has got anything at this point, but it's definitely something that we continue to look at more so for admin investigator vehicles than we do for patrol. Thank you.
So as an action item, you want him to do more of a report on juveniles?
absolutely.
So can you do that, Chief West?
Absolutely.
And then just get it to Tim or Melissa so everybody can have it. Anybody got any more questions for Chief West?
I have a question, Chief West. I know you only pulled out 4 of your trainings, but do you guys do any, like, this is probably not the best terminology, but like sympathy training? So when officers are going into situations where it's intense and victims are emotional.
Yep. We do, and Captain Raven will have to help me with this now. CIT training, I think we do CIT training. We've been doing that for critical incident training. When you think of critical incident, just don't think of when we've had a shooting or anything like that. Critical incident to me is just like you say, when I walk up on a scene and they've been a traumatic experience to the family or to the young people, that's what we do. We have been doing training that for probably 4 years now, so we have got that. Another thing we're seeing now is training more of the counselor role when you do have to counsel, especially young people at traumatic events and stuff like that. So there is a shift to be getting more training. The training we've got is we're trying to get more training out of the college because obviously, number one, it benefits the local law enforcement and it's better cost for us. But a lot of the training that I've got that's not in service, I've got to pull officers off of their shift, send them out of town to it. So it's a personnel struggle for me. yeah, there is training there that we have been doing for that, and we constantly look for more training.
All right, thank you, Chief Wilson.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, it's 11:15. We could do the street resurfacing or the water rate study, or we can break early. What does,
Let's do one more.
what?
Let's do one more.
Let's do one more. How about, street resurfacing? Are you ready for it? All right.
Good morning. I did this presentation a while back for a different city council. Talk about pavement condition survey. My department does that. We drive all 159 miles of streets in town and rate them, and I'll show you how we go through that. It's called a pavement. We look at pavement distresses and we give it a pavement condition rating. We completed the last one in February 2018, and we do these things about every 3 to 5 years. It takes almost a year to drive all 159 miles with the staffing I have. The PCR, pavement condition rating, goes from 0 to 100, 0 being the worst, 100 being the best. A good pavement condition rating averages between 75 and 80. This is the dashboard we use out in the field. We have iPads. We pull this, we actually created this dashboard, which saves us from having a consultant come in and do it. We created this dashboard. It saves about $35,000, $40,000 a year when we have these done. But we can pull these up on the iPad. This is not, you asked the question, is this available? We do not make this available to the public. We can look into, trying to do that, but this is our metrics. As you see, the number of street miles. Street miles with PCR less than 10, less than 20, less than 30, less than 40, less than 50. For some reason, that's how the industry standard likes to rate them. And right now, our current percentage of paved street miles with a PCR less than 80 is about 59.8%. The average for a city our size is approximately 35%. And we have a street resurfacing project coming up. It's about $1.5 million. It'll get us about 8.5 miles. And it'll bring us down to 54.4%. And like the mayor said, we have 159 miles we have to maintain. And average pavement life is about 10 to 15 years. So if you divide that, worst case scenario, we need to be doing about 10 miles a year. And that's going to cost about $2.5 million. These are some of the distresses we look at. Block and transverse cracking. You can see that very well from my angle. I can't. There's alligator cracking. Those are reflective cracks in the pavement. They reflect up through the new pavement. That's rutting, where you have dips in the road, and you'll get a lot of this with the utility cuts and things like that. Rattling, that's where the pavement oxidizes, and then the aggregate in the pavement starts showing. Bleeding, that's where the asphalt bleeds through to the top. And then we look at ride quality and utility cuts, patching, and tree roots. I think you had a handout showing you the historical street resurfacing in your packets. That's what we've done over the past 18 years. streets that are highlighted on that map, and it shows, it's color coded, so they show what year they were done. And it's broken out into districts, or the districts are shown as well. And this is the current, this is the one that we're getting ready to put out to bid, that was approved last year. We didn't want to put it out to bid during the winter time. Because asphalt availability is not very good. This is our schedule for the upcoming year, not the project I was just talking about, but we'll have a new list and bring it before City Council August, September. We'll know about how much to budget for, so when we bring it to you, we're just getting approval for the list. And you may have suggestions, and we'll take a look at those as well. Having the project drawings and contract documents ready in December, January 2021, advertising the project for bids. February, have the bid opening, and then award the project approximately in March. Takes about a month after project award to get all the contract documents signed and get the project under construction April 2021, and then completed by July 2021. And the size of the project will depend on how much we can get in the budget.
Now, do we have one bid for this spring?
We will have one bid for this spring, right? And
Not
that'll complete, that's the 8.5 miles I was talking about. It's about $1.5 million.
And when does it bid? When will it bid?
It's going to be advertised here in the next month.
Okay. Can we get that, can we get a list of those?
Sure. Sure. We just opened bids yesterday for the dirt street paving. All of those came in, it was $640,000 roughly. So we got 4 streets. That was Oak Hill Drive, East Chestnut, East Mimosa, and Hawthorne.
So will all these dirt streets be in each councilman's district?
The dirt street,
The dirt streets that are gonna be paved?
those are the ones that were suggested
Because
for us.
I have the list here, I know we had some priorities for the dirt streets in 2018-19. So can you get that list for me? Because I know that North
Sure.
End, we talked about Cadiz and Seaboard, and, that's in need of being paved.
Marty, I have a question. With the street resurfacing list, do we have to agree on that as a council? Like, I have a couple suggestions just from residents, and it's some names that I hear often, some street names. So do I have to come to you guys and say, these are some suggestions, and then we?
Yeah, we negotiate. You can say these, I feel strongly about these too.
Okay.
And, and just try to get 3 other people to agree with you. I mean, that's really, because.
So we just do that at?
Well, I bring them as a
Or you
whole.
can do it individually too, if you want to.
What's the name of some of the streets that you're considering?
Hart Circle and Graham Street are the 2 that I hear a lot in my district, particularly. Hart Circle, Hart.
Yeah, I know where that street is. It hasn't been paved probably in 30 years.
Graham Street. Graham Street.
And he can at least tell you where it is on his list.
Yeah.
The Chestnut Street, dirt road, is that off of the Slocum?
That's
Yeah,
off Slocum,
okay.
yes, sir. That's the block to
Yeah,
the
that
east.
was a big one.
Did we decide to close that street off totally?
Well, we decided not to curb and gutter, it, right? We just.
We're not curb and guttering any of them.
Right, we just paved.
We are replacing the utilities on that street though. But all of those streets that I named off, the dirt streets, they're gonna be just ditches. Ditch piles.
Any more questions for Marty?
Thank you, sir.
And you're gonna get us that list?
I'll get that list when I get back to the office.
Thank you, Marty.
Thank you.
All right, it's 11:24, y'all think that's close enough? No trouble. All right. So it's 11:25, so if we could be back here at 12:25?
Well, we've got if you want to have somebody go earlier, the next scheduled one is for 1 o'clock with UNC School of Government. So we could potentially move Randy up, I guess, if you want to start at 12:30.
I thought we were gonna start, let's go back at 12:30. Is that not what we're doing?
Yeah, but the police department's not there, so you went longer. I guess you went to when you planned on stopping for
Well,
lunch.
the only
so-
person I thought might be a problem is this development finance,
Right.
UNC. Are they here or they're not here?
I don't know. So,
Okay, so we're just gotta work around them.
yes.
Okay, but other than that, we got, Randy can do what he's gonna do,
Mhm.
Nicole can do what she's gonna do, trails to trails we can do. So there's plenty of other stuff we can go ahead, Rick can go ahead and
Yeah.
do. the golf
All
course.
right, we'll move everybody up and we'll schedule, part of the Seymour Johnson Air Force Base presentation is having a representative from there to tell you why they want to have us do the grounds maintenance contract, so we'll
And then
call them in
whenever the
earlier.
UNC lady gets here, or the
Yep.
band, whatever, it is, we'll let them go.
Okay.
All right, we'll break for lunch for 1 hour. Thank you.
No one can see you.
Tony, did you ever have one of their sliders at parties? You want their sliders? Ah.
Well, good afternoon. I'm going to take a few minutes and go over our update on a few of our larger construction projects that we have going on right now, or winding up. The first one I'll touch on is our police fire complex. This is approximately $6 million project, and that number does include Fire Station 4. It was actually bid out, the project, with Fire Station 4 and the police fire complex renovations and expansions included in one project. It is a 3,500 square foot addition to the police fire complex that was for evidence storage, some offices, a training room, and some administrative offices on the fire side. Our plan is for the evidence storage area to be good or to be effective for the department for the next 15 to 20 years. As time goes on, they'll increase to higher density storage to get more in there, but should get them to the next 20 years. The project did do a lot of renovations to the police side of the project, new flooring and paint. We did put a new roof on the entire building, as well as almost all new HVAC, or substantially reworked the HVAC for the building, because that building has some substantial issues with the HVAC. And we put a not a brand new, but a very large generator to the facility to help, because it is kind of our operations center when we have weather events. I have a few pictures here to show you. This is the main entrance to the facility that was relocated to the Center Street side. We gave it a more inviting entrance and updated the facade a little bit, facade there with a little work we did for the training room and some of the offices we added over there. This is the main entrance into the building with the welcoming desk up front. It's a little brighter in there. A lot of the ceiling tiles and stuff that had some water damage have been replaced, and some of the walls and stuff have been spruced up. Once again, the entrance to the building here is more inviting than the old building. Looking inside the building, this is, the left picture here is the new training room on the fire side of the building. That's some updated or improved work that was done on the flooring there on the right. This shows the building here. You can see this is representative of the work that was done inside the building. All the walls were painted. Any of the structural cracks that existed, especially in the curved areas of the building there, have been replaced and repaired, as well as new flooring and paint put in the building. New ceiling tiles and some of the lighting work has been done as well. This is that training room or conference room again. This is representative of some of the office space in the building here. Once again, it's a lot brighter and fresher inside the building with new flooring. This was the main purpose of the project, which was evidence storage, and this is the evidence storage portion of it. I believe this is crime lab over here on this side of the building. More evidence storage, some of the higher density storage facilities inside the building, new carpet and wall work that was done inside the building. This building does provide a garage for the police department when they have a building, not a building, but a car that's confiscated or whatnot that they have to have secure to work, to look over or collect evidence from. And then a break room as well, shown over here on the left. This building is basically done. There's a few punch list items that have to be done with it. That should be done this week.
Get the HVAC system fixed at the police department, new building?
Yeah, almost all of it is new or has been gone through. There was a lot of work done to it, a lot of blower motors. There's a few blower motors that have been ordered that should come in soon. But there was work done on the chiller. There was work done throughout it to improve it. Some new controls put in, so it should be a lot better than it has been in the past. I can't say everything is new because it's an existing building, and to totally retrofit everything would be almost impossible. There was a lot of work done with it. A lot of work done on the roof of the building as well, which helps with some of the issues with some of the cracking and some of the walls.
Last week when I was in there, the reception area didn't have any heat in it, so they were using...
There could be a couple reasons for that. Like I said, there are a few pieces that are being ordered that they're in the process of installing right now. When I walked through 2 or 3 days ago, everything was where it should be or whatnot. But I can't tell you that there's a couple blower motors that have been back ordered that we're trying to get that will be put in there. But for the most part, the building is substantially done. Fire station number 4, this is the Harris Street Fire Station. This is part of the project I mentioned before, the overall $6 million project. This is an addition. Probably about 10 years ago or so, we built the garage bay here for a new fire truck that the fire department received. But there was really not a lot of work that was done on the dormitory portion to the building. So the old dormitory portion of the building was torn down and this newer facility was built. It's about a 3,800 square foot facility. It contains 4 bunk rooms, an exercise room, office, common area, a locker room / bathroom area, and a public entry. This shows the building right here. It was intended to have a residential look to it, being where it is off of Harris Street, and there being a lot of homes in the area, a pitched roof, a brick look to it to try to match the existing building and some of the homes in the area. All right. This shows the common area here looking over towards the exercise room area. This is the actual exercise area here with an actual rubber floor inside the building. This is one of the bunk rooms. There's 4 of them located in the facility there. This shows the bathrooms. It has nice tile on the floor, tile about halfway up the ceiling. This is the public entry there where the public can come in without being in the actual fire department area of the building. There's a window to the right there that they could talk to whoever's on duty, as well as a public bathroom if needed for anybody that would visit the facility. This is the kitchen area. It does have tile and a commercial hood located in the facility, and those are some of the new appliances that was added to the facility. This project is kind of going through punch list right now. There's a few items being done, finishing up some of the sprinkler system work and whatnot, but this project should be done this week or early part of next week as well. They were tracking together, being the same contractor and part of the same project.
Question.
Yes, sir.
You did all this at fire station 4. Is there any plans in the future to do fire station 3?
Which one's 3?
That's one on the paper.
Yeah, there's been some discussions with that. And Chief Dixon will probably comment on that in his presentation later today, I believe it is. Tomorrow, I'm sorry. I knew it was part of his presentation. But there's been some talk whether to relocate it, to expand it, to tear it down, build a new one. There's been some discussions with that. I think the leading case was to tear it down and put a new one there, if I recall correctly. But
The reason I'm saying is that's the only fire station now that they have to share the same bed.
yeah.
They don't have their own space.
Inside of that building, but it didn't do an expansion or whatnot. So I think that's definitely one that was up for discussion to do something. And I think there's been some looking into possibly building another facility there. We've even looked at acquiring some land around that facility, but Chief Dixon will cover that in his presentation.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Will the furnishings be included? I saw you had appliances, but as far as the couches and all, when they're moving ready, like say within another week or so?
Yeah. When the budget was done through the city council, there was not money for furnishings. There was hope there would be some fallout for the project or whatnot to make that happen. We still have a few change orders we're sorting through or whatnot, but I have found some money inside the project that I've been talking with Chief Dixon about to move in. It won't be next week that his furnishings will be in or whatnot. So we have to order them, but I have found some money for that. We agreed to the dollar amount we had talked about, so there will be furnishings for that. Any other questions on the fire complex project? Move on now to the streetscape and hub project. This is actually part of our Tiger Grant projects. We received a $5 million Tiger Grant, and this is about a $6 million part of it. The city had to pay a 26% match to that $5 million that we got for the Tiger project, and so we're moving forward with those. This reminds you of the streetscape plans that we had planned to do for the road there on Center Street. All utilities are basically installed on the project, and I'll touch on these aerial photos. I thought they were the best way to show it than just kind of ground photos of it. You can see here that most of the pavers for a good portion of the project are actually in. This is Elm Street right here. This has actually already been paved. This was closed due to a lot of utility tie-ins that had to occur over the last 30 days. All that work has been done, and the tie-ins have been made. The road's actually been repaved. A lot of the pavers you can see are in. It's a similar pattern to the rest of the previous project from how the banding of the pavers are. A lot of the landscaping is actually already in as well. You can see the sod is not, but a lot of the trees and stuff are, so they can go ahead and take root. You can see a lot of the light poles and stuff on this side are already in. And once again, this is Elm Street headed north. The center walkway is installed already on the project. So there's a lot of work that's been done on this. This is the Pine Street intersection. There will be a roundabout located there. Actually, since this picture's been taken, the actual curbing for the center roundabout has actually already been installed. It was installed earlier this week. They're working on the center kind of concrete pad that goes there. Once again, you see more pavers in, the granite bollards that exist on the previous phases of the project. This is the dentist office right here. They're pouring the last section of curb right here for the project. That's known as the Freedom Tree right there. So you can see a lot of the hardscape and structures already in. All the utilities are basically already installed there. Water, sewer, most of the electric, storm drainage, most all of that's in, and most of the tie-ins are in, except for when you get down here to the last intersection they have to do work in, which is at Spruce. This shows from the Freedom Tree looking south. That's basically the same view we just saw, but looking the other way. Once again, you can see the utility poles are in, or actually the lighting poles for the project. Still waiting for the actual fixtures to come in. This gives you a good view of the pavers for the project here. This is the center walkway, and you can see the landscaping and stuff that's already in, minus the sod and whatnot. They're actually pouring this set of curbing right here, and most of the project's been proof-rolled already and is actually ready for paving. And probably would have been paved this week if the asphalt plant was actually already open. This shows what used to be known as Cornerstone Commons, which has now been called the Hub. This is the bathroom facility located right here on the project. There's various seat walls and other features that will be here, walking trails and whatnot. The original plans called for a stage and a bus shelter type structure to be located down there. And this is a blow-up of the actual bathroom facility. It has a men's facility, a women's facility, and also a family restroom that will be located here. There's 3 or 4 fixtures in each compartment there other than the family bathroom. A lot of work's been done on that other than partitions and maybe final painting. A lot of the actual toilet fixtures and bath sinks and whatnot are actually already installed on the actual project.
Randy, what's the stainless steel there? What is that? Is that a fountain, a water fountain or something?
The thing looks like a drive-up window?
Yeah.
It's a fireplace.
Okay.
Fireplace.
Okay.
It was talked about having kind of an identity feature here with a concrete pad and whatnot over here for outdoor events and whatnot, but that is actually a fireplace. But
You said a fireplace?
Yeah, there's a gas line run to it. It wasn't a very expensive add to the building. That was included in the original design of it. So it planned out to be some type of kind of courtyard area over there to the side as part of the overall facility. This shows the overall Cornerstone Commons, or what's now called the Hub facility. Basically, the entire streetscape and the Hub project, everything will be completed on that by mid-April, with the exception of the stage / bus shelter here and the water feature or the splash pad. And the reason for that is that there's not funding for those items at this time. There was not enough money in the Tiger budget to include them. The stage is about a $419,000 item, and the water feature was about $100 upwards, depending on how many jets and how fancy you made it and how much above-ground apparatus you had with that type of facility. There was actual the hope that this could be funded through the state budget. The state budget did have some money in there, $400,000 in the upcoming budget and $100,000 in the past budget, which we already received. It was earmarked for a downtown project. I think $250 was shown going to DGDC and $150 this year was coming to the city. But as you know, the state didn't approve their budget yet. We were hoping they would do it in February so we could move forward with the project, but the state hasn't approved that yet. So I believe now the anticipation is as soon as that the state would approve the budget is the summer. So the city would have to decide, do we want to wait till the summer when that money comes available, or did we want to try to fund this now while the contractor's working and then save mobilization fees? And that'd be a discussion that council would have to have. If council was interested in funding the stage, for example, it's $419,000. It could be done without a substantial blow to fund balance or overall budget. If we were going to do it, there's $100,000 that we received from the state in a rural center grant. That was $100,000 I mentioned earlier. We could take $100,000 from our MSD fund balance. That would be $200,000. We do have $100,000 coming from an Adair Place grant that we did, where we did the administrative work for utilities for an apartment facility that was being built out in the Rosewood area and the satellite annexation area out there. That $100,000 is kind of our fee for administering the grant, and that could be used towards it. And the final $119,000 we have sort of from Project Fallout. There's a little contingency money left from our SOL allowance, and we also could get the rest from sales tax reimbursement. So we could fund it in that way if council wanted to without a major fund balance withdrawal or borrowing the money. But that would be a discussion for council to decide if they want to do it.
Can you get that in writing for us?
Mhm.
So we can sit down with council and go over, because to me, if we can get the thing finished before, it's gonna be a lot better for everybody. But if we can't, we can't. But if we can, we ought to try.
I didn't want to throw it out for an exact answer or whatnot, but that was something we were asked to come up with a funding plan, and that would work without a substantial fund balance withdrawal or whatnot, or borrowing the money, which we do for a lot of.
What was the total number on the water feature?
It would be 100,000 to affinity, I guess, depending on how many you wanted to add and much features you want to add. The minimum you're going to do is about 100,000, for a splash pad to put a few water jets and whatnot. Either way, we've got the utilities stubbed out for it now, so that it wouldn't be a major extension or whatnot. So essentially, the utilities are sitting right in this vicinity right here, and you just have to build it. But really, 100 is about as cheap as you could build a splash pad. If you want to build a 150 one, you could. A 200,000 one, you can go up to 5, 6, 7, as much as really as you want to put from a size perspective, or depending on how much you want it to above ground. If you want buckets and things like that, or little, things actually above the ground versus water jets type things, you're going to get more expensive.
Yeah, I think that was really what council had, that we had a splash pad there, because every year the fire department they have to come and set up for the kids, So.
The Tiger grant, interestingly enough, didn't fund the splash pad piece, so that was always going to have to come from another, which would hopefully have been this earmark from the state. So we couldn't have paid for it with Tiger funds per se, but we got that earmark from the state. If it had been approved and it stayed in the budget like we planned, you add it all up, that's right at 500 plus what I said I had left over from contingency and sales tax. We had money to do that and that, but once again, waiting on the budget days. Yes, sir.
What's the surface of the splash pad? Because I know when they used to, the fire department put the sprinkler, they had some granite pavers that I always thought was like a safety hazard, because the kids slipped on that slick granite.
Yeah.
Bust their head on the wall. I mean, what is is certain.
Yeah, and it hasn't been designed yet because we don't have the actual funding to do it. It could be a rubbery type surface, it could be a porous concrete surface that gives you some texture so you don't slide. I've seen a combination of features or whatnot, but we'd be very conscious of liability and try not to put something that would be a slip or hazard or whatnot, absolutely. So. Shelter. This is the backside view of it from Chestnut Street. This will be the view from the actual inside the hub. You can see here you got an area here that's covered with tables or whatnot. People are waiting for buses that would stop over here. And this is just an elevated area with panels that could function as a stage when you had an event or something, but wasn't purpose built that it could be used for other things as well. So that's how that would be. Next item I'll talk with you about briefly is our wayfinding signage program. This is also part of our Tiger Grant project. This is our wayfinding signage package that will put signs not just in the downtown area, but essentially all over the city, directing you to key places and locations such as convention centers, hospitals, parks, schools, things of that nature, museums, Paramount Theater, sports complexes, things of that nature. It's 158 signs located throughout the city. 76 are these type of wayfinding signs. Another 81 signs are street type signs. There's an electronic kiosk that would be at the hub I mentioned before to talk about events, activities on the Mountains to Sea Trail, and things of that nature. This is about a $300,000 project. It is actually, as I said, part of the Tiger Grant. Sign fabrication is ongoing, and this will actually start installation the first week in March and should be done the last week in March. And if you see a lot of the bigger cities that have this, it's actually, seems like a small thing, but winds up being a nice addition to a city from a commerce or other perspective and directing you where to go. And last one I'll touch on briefly is the Herman Park Center. This is just a potential rendering for the facility. Work continues on the design of this over 42,000 square feet facility. Staff is working on a $2 million grant and working with the state on this through disaster recovery that could include this third gym being added here as an emergency shelter for the facility. We think it'd be a great fit for that to happen. You'd have this, it could be used for other things during when there's not an emergency type situation. You'd share the locker rooms within the facility here. There'd be a warming type kitchen there to feed everyone that would be staying there. And the beauty of this, it would have a lot of amenities. It'd be a generator. And if you keep in mind, Herman Park Center, whenever we do have a storm event, the Red Cross is there. Other agencies are there. So anybody that's here would have access to Wi-Fi, recreation on site, as well as these organizations that could help them recover and whatnot. So we feel that'd be a good fit. Working through some of the details of that grant now to apply this towards this project. If everything goes well with that, we might have to come back and talk with council about some additional design fees for the additional area to the building. It'd be $75,000 or $80,000 if that materializes, but it would somewhat depend on the grant if we add some areas to the building or whatnot. Do have some renderings here of the building, just so you can see these are not final. These are just conceptual. We're working on adding some more articulations and detail to the building. But that shows the building from one side. And I'll end with this picture right here. It's probably my favorite of our renderings. It shows the open field and people enjoying the field around what is now Herman Park Center and the new building shown there. Assuming everything goes well and the grant works out, or even if it doesn't, we should start construction this summer. We will have to finish up design, and we have to go through the LGC, and that requires your audit to be done and all your bids and stuff to be in, which would probably be May or so of this year. So probably June, July or so, hopeful start time if everything falls into place. The work is ongoing on this project. Any questions?
Any questions for Randy? All right, thank you, Randy. Thank you. You want to move to the...
We have Sarah from DFI here, Tennessee School of Government, to talk to you. Cole, do you have anything you want to add?
Hi, great. Thank you for having me here today. As you can hear, I've been a little bit, the flu season, but I'm good now, but I might sound a bit funny, so bear with me.
Pulling this up in a second.
Okay, no problem. So I've been asked to be here today by Shakol and Octavius to talk to you all about affordable housing, right? And one of the key things when thinking about affordable housing is, well, what is affordable housing? What are we talking about when we say we want to do something about affordable housing? And then I'll also talk to you about the Development Finance Initiative and what it is that we do and what we could do to help you along with any affordable housing goals that might emerge maybe from this retreat. So as I just said, I'll talk about who we are and why I'm here. And then at the end of this, we'll actually dig into a case study from Lumberton, North Carolina that will help illustrate what our work is. So a bit of context, I said I'm with the Development Finance Initiative, but we are actually a program of the UNC School of Government. So who here has actually interacted with the School of Government, staff included? Okay, great. Quite a few people, right? And the reason why is because it is a research and training and advisory institution for the entire state of North Carolina. And at any one time, the attorneys on staff are helping local governments with issues that range from animal services to real estate development, right? And thinking about all the tools that are available in land development. Our values as a university and as the School of Government are nonpartisan, neutral, and responsive, which is how the Development Finance Initiative was actually born. So as I said, we have many experts on our team on many topics. And for a long time, they were receiving inquiries along the lines of, hey, so we have this building downtown, and we'd really like to see it redeveloped. What can we do? And at the time, so this is back in 2010, the school and all of the kind of land and real estate development experts could say, okay, well, these are the tools that are available to you. These are the legal tools that are available to you. But they couldn't say, well, this is how you can bring in that private investment you're looking for, or this is how you should do this. We were also getting a lot of inquiry at school with things like, this developers come and they said that if we give them, $3 million, they're going to do this really cool project with all of the public interest that we have. Should we do it? And again, the school could say, well, actually, you can't just give them $3 million. There are certain laws that can do it, but could never say, should you? And what is actually needed to make this project happen? And so the Development Finance Initiative was born to respond to these real estate development and finance questions. If you want to realize your public interests through real estate development, we can help you by providing that real estate development point of view and helping you get from an idea or these sets of interests to actually bringing private investment to the table. And as I said, DFI is we're all about, and the School of Government is all about being responsive to the needs of our communities. And at the beginning, a lot of our inquiries were revitalization, right? That was one of the key things that people were coming to us. We've got this historic building, what do we do? In the last couple of years, I don't think it will surprise you, a lot, if not most of our inquiries have been, we desperately need housing in our community. What do we do? What can we do? And so we've kind of narrowed in on an expertise in affordable housing under the real estate development umbrella. As you can see, we're all over the state in big and small communities. So, what is affordable housing? There's kind of the little a, affordable, and then there's the big A, and I'll talk about that. So simply, right, the little a, affordable, what does it mean for something to be affordable? Is that a household should spend, theoretically, no more than 30% of their income on housing costs. If you're a renter, that means your rent plus your utilities. And if you're a homeowner, that's going to be your mortgage, your property taxes, your insurance. Now, the way we measure kind of whether there's enough affordable housing is we look at something called cost burden, right? And cost burden is when you have a household that's spending more than 30% of their income on these housing costs, right? So just regular cost burden is 30 to 50% of your income spent on housing costs. Severe cost burden is spending more than 50% of your income on housing costs. So you can actually see here that Wayne County, the concentration kind of, you see it's about 50% of the households, right, that are renters, just narrowing into renters alone, are cost burden in Wayne County. And so that is a rate that maybe is not as bad as maybe what you would see in Pitt, but it is one of the kind of most cost burden communities. And it speaks to a bit of a misconception that exists, right? Where that major cities, right, not the kind of more like outside metro or metro centers that are not Charlotte or Raleigh, right? We hear a lot about Charlotte and Raleigh and the housing crisis, but you actually see that a lot in more rural or rural adjacent communities than you would actually expect to see. So some other really key definitions that I'll illustrate by having you all look at the breakdown of your households by income bracket, right? So oftentimes we talk about low income housing, right? And so that's the big A. The big A is talking about low income housing or moderate and below, right? And that's providing housing that is affordable to households that are earning less than about 100% of the area median income. Now, as you can see here on the left, you've got about 2,500 households that are extremely low income. So your area median income is something that's defined by HUD, and the Department of Housing and Urban Development. It's defined by HUD, and it's about 58,500. That is actually a bit higher than we see in a lot of other communities in this area, but it's still not that high, right? And what this means, that's for a family of 4. So an extremely low-income household, a family of 4, is earning 30% of that 58,500. Often that 30% and below is served by, and is meant to be served by your housing authorities, right? Because those incomes are very low and the rents they're able to pay are very, very low. So it's usually your housing authorities that are serving extremely low-income households. Still needing support, though, I'll say. Then you've got very low income, which you've got about a little bit more than 2,000, and low-income households, which is up to 80% of the area median income. You might have heard the term workforce housing. That's kind of a more popular term that we're hearing more and more of. Really, workforce housing usually equates to anything between 50% AMI and 120% AMI, right? So what I think people want to say more often is moderate income, which is between 80 to about 120. So that's really that middle class right in the middle of the spectrum. But it's relative to each community that you're in. So there are many tools, right, that are available to address this kind of affordable big A, right? Housing that is affordable to moderate or low income households. There are various public tools, right? And this is exclusively public. And this is on the production end of providing housing. On the demand side, which is just helping individuals access housing, right? We've got rental vouchers. There are home ownership grants that exist. There are home interest deductions. So that might surprise you that one of the biggest, if not the biggest, subsidy in housing in this country is actually just the mortgage interest deduction. So home ownership has been subsidized since the 60s, 50s in this country by the federal government, right? There are also public-private, right, approaches. And that's more on the supply side of things, right? And that is basically just building more housing. We've got the low-income housing tax credit program, which I'll actually dig into a lot more because this is really the most significant in terms of public-private production of housing. But you also have tools that are available to you in terms of removing barriers to actually building more, addressing permitting, the zoning restrictions that you have in communities. All of those are tools that you have available on the public side to incentivize private production of more affordable housing. And then, of course, there's also subsidies. Of course, it has to be a necessary subsidy, right? It must be connected to actually creating housing for low and moderate income households. So you cannot just give $1 million to a project. You have to tie it directly to creating more supply for these households. There are also private tools that are available. You'll have employers that will sponsor home ownership programs and help with the down payment, right? But then you also have these sort of non-traditional loans, and these are through banks that are really ultimately trying to get some Community Reinvestment Act credits. So CRA credits do a lot to get the private sector to invest in these projects, right? So the world of affordable housing covers quite a bit in terms of supporting the production of things. But preservation is equally as important, right? And in many communities that have been around for a really long time, this is just as important as creating additional supply or supporting tenants so that they can support the creation of additional supply. There are rehab grants and loan programs. Historic districts can often be used to incentivize preservation, weatherization and energy efficiency, acquiring expiring tax credit buildings, right? So one thing that happens is these projects expire after 30 years. What happens then? So this project, the tax credit program only became really kind of rolled around in the 90s. So we're getting to a point now where there's a huge supply of tax credit programs of tax credit projects that are about to expire. What happens with those? And then, of course, court enforcement is another way. Because affordable housing, providing affordable housing is not just about the rent side. Oftentimes, it can be about just making sure there's affordable and housing that is not substandard, right? That people are living in good conditions. If you are going to get involved in affordable housing, there are restrictions to your participation, right? And these are restrictions that you place on the actual program or project. Restrictions around kind of how many units they have to provide within the project, the household income eligibility, the affordability as a percent of income is one way to look at it. The timing and the phasing, right? So you don't want someone to languish and take 3 years to build housing for an immediate need. There are processes to certify households and just how long these developments need to be affordable. So if you're thinking about participating in housing, you all have a responsibility, especially in the form of subsidy, to actually impose on these projects certain restrictions for the public need, right? There's another really important way, though, to look at affordable housing, right? And where you maybe would want to participate or maybe where you would want to intervene. It's not just about preserving existing housing or creating existing housing. It's about what your goal is, right? Do you want to build assets or do you want to provide ongoing affordability? Or more importantly, do you want to do both, right? We want to see the spectrum. A healthy housing market has a spectrum of housing choices, right? On the asset building side, right, we're talking about traditional home ownership, that mortgage interest deduction. And then on the ongoing affordability, that's when we talk about providing rental units, right? Often somebody on the lower income of the spectrum, it's going to be a long time before they can be in a position to buy a home. And not just to buy a home, but to actually maintain that home long term. But there is a value in terms of building assets, building wealth in home ownership. So we want to see the full spectrum in order to help people move through it, right? When we think about asset building, on the kind of really extremes of asset building is creating home ownership programs, right, that forgive the subsidy over time, right? You don't have to pay back any of the value that you appreciate over time. Habitat for a long time really used this model. I think they're moving more in towards the middle, I think, or a little bit. But the idea, you know, after 10 years, if you've made all your payments and you've stayed on top of your mortgage, we're going to forgive it. When you sell your home, you get all the value of that appreciation. So you are asset building. It goes up in the spectrum, right? So there's a more subsidy recapture where you share a bit of the appreciation on the value. You get, well, subsidy recapture is you get your subsidy back, sorry, and then the homeowner keeps their appreciation. The shared appreciation is you get your subsidy back, and then you share a bit of that appreciation that that property has accrued, right? And then all the way on the other end is just retaining subsidy altogether, and then the homeowner, right? Now, do you have any questions on that part? Because I just plowed through a lot. I think what I'm trying to get, I only have half an hour, so what I'm trying to get at here is what I'd like you to walk away with is not actually details, but the idea of how broad the world of affordable housing actually is, and how important it is to think about what your goals are in terms of providing affordable housing, and therefore defining what affordable housing is to you as a city, right? There's a lot. There is one program, though, that I am going to dig into because it's one that is active in your community now, right? You see tax credit projects everywhere, and is actually really significant in terms of the production and creating supply of rentals in North Carolina. So this is a federal program that was actually created in 1986, and the goal was to incentivize private development of affordable housing. So there have been more than 3 million units created to date with this program. These programs, what the tax credits can be provided either to rehab of an existing project, right? To rehab a building or to create new rental housing. And on an annual basis, it's $8 billion in tax credits that go out. These are awarded not to a local government, not to a housing authority. Well, some housing authorities actually can become a nonprofit and have an LC, but that's another story. But they're awarded to private or nonprofit developers. Go. Oh, there we go. Okay. There are set-aside requirements within this program. So if you want to access this tax credit program, you need to set aside units in your development for households that are earning 60% of their area median income. So 40% of your project must be for households at 60% of the area median income, or 20% of all the units you build have to be at 50% of the area median income. In the last couple of years, realizing that many people have a mixed income goal, they've created a new rule called income averaging, right? Where you can have units from 20% of the area median income up to 80% of the area median income. So creating a mixed income environment. The reality with the program is that very few developers actually just do 40% at 60% of the area median income. Most will just do 100% of the units, because the program works so well in that way. They just get a better bang for their buck. And in communities where the market rent is quite low, this is actually kind of a better deal. It's very attractive to developers in many ways. It's overseen by a state agency. So the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency oversees the allocation of credits. They establish requirements, they award the credits, and then they actually monitor these projects over time. These are some examples of LIHTC development. There's often a misconception about what affordable housing actually looks like, big A, affordable housing actually looks like. And the tax credit program is one that is actually highly monitored, and it has very strict standards about how you build, the quality of the construction materials, the energy efficiency level. And then they monitor it over the life of the project, over 30 years, to make sure that it's not falling apart, right? This is different. I think sometimes we conflate the affordable housing from the tax credit program with some of the older public housing properties, right, that have been unable to keep up with maintenance as a result of federal cuts to their capital budget, right? That's different because public housing is fully publicly funded. This is a private development with a public incentive. So you can see here, this is kind of the criteria and the type of tax credit development that you see in North Carolina. So they monitor, they say that you have to have these certain finishes, et cetera, right? Good quality. And for many communities, it would surprise you how the only new development that they've had in 10 years is actually tax credit development. And you have people clamoring to actually live in them because they're brand new and shiny and they have beautiful amenities, but you can't get in unless you are within an income group, right?
I have a question for you.
Yes.
I mean, I know that we have a need for affordability, but the other place that we get, we're having a lot of conversation about now, is our military, is they don't have affordable housing either. And is there any way to do this, to figure out a way to do one for military?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
There's, through NCHFA, I know that they have kind of, I believe they have some incentives. I haven't looked into the VA and what those are, but a lot of the incentives that exist for something like veterans couple well with a tax credit program, for example. And you can require prioritization of certain households. And yes.
I'm sorry. I have a question. It seems that the direction, more focus is being put on renting as opposed to, I'm trying to reverse that cycle and have more ownership. And it seems that, what advocacy do people have that need ownership? I, for example, my district is probably one of the most impoverished in the city as far as public housing. And I want to see more like programs like Habitat for Humanity, but it seems like there's more advocacy pushed towards rent. In some cases, the rental rates exceed what a mortgage is. I mean, you have people literally living in public housing and some spending in excess of $600 because of their credit. But they're never going to own that unit. I want to see more done in the face of, home ownership. So, do you guys come around and do like seminars as far as like loans and what they need to do to get the credit?
Yeah, so it's one of those things that if, home ownership is not, we have a kind of a growing field around neighborhood revitalization, where we look at neighborhoods as a whole and think about which programs are available and what the goals are around that. In terms of, there are groups, like Habitat for Humanity that works in that space. I know there is sort of a land and capital need for those projects, right? And the reason why we see a lot more of the rental focus, because in a way you get more, this program has been very successful, right? But even then, a lot of communities have struggled to attract this kind of development. And it's part of the spectrum, right? Because part of homeownership, if you're going to offer a homeownership program, you can't just give a mortgage, right, and walk away. There's a lot of support and wraparound services that are required. And so all of that is possible. I do know a couple of organizations that can talk to you more about the homeownership side of things and providing the services you need to kind of wrap around that. But I'll say I was saying kind of the spectrum is very important in getting these out there. So as I was saying, the Housing Finance Agency oversees this program, and they create a document on an annual basis. They update it every year, and they get feedback from developers, public feedback, comments, why this will work, why it won't work. And this document it tells you everything that you need in order to be able to do this project. So what does the market have to be? What are the target households? What makes a suitable site? Which details. Digging into how the financials can be structured, the developer experience is laid out, and design and energy efficiency, right? Site suitability thing, find that local governments can play a really important role, which is getting to know the criteria for what makes a site that can compete for tax credits, and looking at your own land and your own properties and thinking about, do we have properties that meet this criteria and that would get a perfect score? So some examples of these requirements are neighborhood characteristics, right? I get a lot of communities that'll come to me and they say, here's this property, and it's in one of the most blighted areas in their community, and then they don't have a redevelopment plan for it. It would not be eligible for tax credits, right? Or at least it wouldn't compete for tax credits, which is really important, and I'll get into that. It also matters how close they are to amenities. So you can see on the right-hand side, they've got this kind of scoring matrix where you want your primary amenities to be within a minute drive time of the development. And the goal here is just to make sure that you're not just sticking low-income households in a corner 5 miles away from the nearest grocery store so that you're creating new problems, right? Which is the cost of getting around and just, the challenge of getting to work, right? And buying your groceries and getting your medicine on a regular basis. So you can see here you want a site ideally within a mile of these certain amenities. You don't want to be right off the bus transit is very important within walking distance. And then they also look for the absence of incompatible uses, right? You don't want to put a development right next to a landfill or a wastewater treatment or adult entertainment, right? And they also want it to be visible, right? Something that is easy for the developer actually to market and fill up the project. Now there are two, this is going to get really detailed. There are two different tax credit programs, okay? And I'm not going to go through this entire chart, but I'm going to say kind of the key takeaways. The 9% tax credit program will cover, in a certain tract where you get a bonus, will cover 90%, maybe a little bit more, maybe 90% of your total development costs. So you get your tax credits, you sell them, you get 90% of your total costs in cash equity can be awarded to a project with a 9%. The 4%, you really only get about 35% of your total costs. I won't get into why because it's confusing, but but you'll get the 4%, you get just a lot less. So why would anyone do the 4%, right? Why would you do that? Because the 9% is incredibly competitive. You get hundreds of projects that apply on an annual basis, and you have to have a perfect score to even compete. So when you look at the projects that have applied to get these tax credits, I think this last round there was one that had less than a 60, and it had a 59 site score. It did not get awarded, okay? Everything else comes down to tiebreakers. The 4% is non-competitive, and it offers a little bit more flexibility, right? In more rural areas, we find it's just harder to be right near a bus stop, for example. And so the 4% is less competitive, but at the end of the day, it's going to create a bigger gap. So where does the rest of the money come from on a 4%? And that's where often public and local governments play a role in getting projects done using a credit that is very underutilized, right? But is non-competitive and basically guarantees a project. So it's a lot of information around the tax credit program. How can DFI help, right? That's why I'm here. This is the private pre-development process, right? A developer comes in and they want to build a project. They start with an idea. Then they get control of the property. They usually don't buy the property outright, right? They'll just get an option on it. Then they'll test the feasibility, right? So they'll find out if the project will work. Is there a market for it? are they going to get enough tax credits? What's the gap financing? They'll work with an architect and figure out how many units they can actually build, how much of the land is actually developable if they have the option on. And only after they've completed that feasibility analysis do they then start finding partners, creating an ownership entity, finalizing designs, and then they go to the local government. That's a long time where a lot of money has been spent, right, as a private developer. And only then do you go in front of the Goldsboro Council and you say, this is the project I want to do. I need a rezoning so that I could fit 10 extra units in here so that I can get these tax credits. And you all look at it and you say, no, that's not going to work in that neighborhood. We want this development, but that kind of density here is inconsistent with our comp plan, and we just don't think it's going to work here. Sorry. And at this point, this developer has spent a lot of money. And there's been a lot of risk in taking all of these steps, and then they get shut down and they start from scratch, right? And so there is a lot of value, or at least DFI sees a lot of value in the local government playing a role early on in that pre-development process, right? Coming in and putting into the world, right, a project that you know is feasible, a project that you know is an idea that you all would support. And what that does is it reduces risk to the development community and helps ensure that your public interests are secured in this development. So it works for housing, it works for downtown historic rehabilitation. Now, specific to affordable housing, we offer several services, right? Up front, at that idea phase, right? I've been talking about what is affordable housing and how do we define it, what are your goals? Something DFI can help with is just fleshing those out, defining those. Something else we do is a housing needs assessment. So I shared with you all kind of a 2-pager from the North Carolina Housing Coalition. I think it should be in the packet. But it's just some high-level facts about Wayne County and the housing needs, right? What we do through a housing needs assessment is we can dig in even further and look at the income brackets, renter, ownership, and see where kind of the greatest need is in order to help you define where you want to go, right? We can help you with identifying sites that are suitable for housing development. And we do a feasibility analysis, and we actually go out and solicit a private developer to actually execute on the project or projects that you want, right? And DFI, we like to say we stay with you until that shovel's in the ground. So on paper, we stay with you until the development agreement is signed, but really I'm on the phone with you once a week until you have that shovel in the ground, just checking in. So how am I on time? A lot of stuff. I think I'm good, right?
We were ahead this morning, so.
Okay, great. So I'll just jump into a case study in Lumberton. This is a very special case in Lumberton because it was actually part of a state disaster recovery effort. You can see Lumberton has a lower median income than you all, right? Robeson is about $43,800. Prior to Hurricane Matthew, right? Prior to Hurricane Matthew, there were about 6,000 low-income renter households that were living in substandard, overcrowded households or were cost burdened. So reminder, cost burdened spending more than 50% of their income on housing costs. We saw through our housing needs assessment that overall the population is in decline, right? It's consistent. But the population of the senior population is actually growing. I'm sure you all have and have seen a trend similar to that here. And we also know that Hurricane Matthew, at the time of this analysis, had displaced nearly 500 very low-income households. So households that were not captured potentially within the data that we had originally analyzed. So we did our DFI feasibility analysis, right? We first actually helped them with an opportunity site ID, so helped them identify a site. And then we did a market analysis, so that housing needs, proving the market. We worked with an architect to create a site plan that the community and the neighborhood was comfortable with. We then did the financial analysis to determine how much gap financing would be required to make this project happen. And of course, I mean, public interest underlies all of that, right? So what is it that Lumberton wants to achieve with this project? And it really pushed us more towards a senior model. So as I said, kind of the first step with Lumberton was to identify land that was suitable for housing development. So it needed to meet the LIHTC requirements, so the low-income housing tax credit, LIHTC requirements. It needed to have a clear path to site control, right? When you're eager to make moves and to do something, we don't advise you to then spend the next 2 years scrambling trying to get control of a site, because you need to act right on where you're trying to go. Outside 100 and 500-year flood zones, and any development on this site had to meet the local public interests. As I said, we then worked with an architect as part of our feasibility analysis, and we found that, okay, we want to do senior housing, so what does it mean? If you want to do senior housing, what does that mean in terms of what the development is like, right? Is this going to be a 4-story building? So we've got elevators in that. What do the costs to that look like? Would your seniors prefer more of a lower density model? Do we have lots of 3 bedrooms? No, it's seniors, so we stack it with more 1 and 2 bedrooms max, right? And of course, all of this is rooted in that document that tells us how you can build tax credit, but also in input from the council, from staff, and community meetings. So you can see here that this is a more single-family neighborhood, single-story single-family, which was interesting. So no 2 stories, heading west here, and then there was a bit of a commercial, there's a commercial road here, 5th Street, and then a bit of mobile home development that's kind of tucked away. And this is very much a middle-class neighborhood, in a great location outside the flood zone, East Lumberton. In order to create a design that was consistent with the rest of the neighborhood and what we heard from the community meetings, the outer area, right, we want to get density. We want to make the most out of this piece of land. The outer buildings are actually single-story quadruplexes that look like houses, but actually have 4 units in them. So it transitions well from the neighborhood, and we put a 2-story building with more density at the core of the development. So all of this was not DFI coming in and saying, this is what you should do. All of this was hearing from everyone and building a plan that met those interests. We then went out and actually solicited a developer for this. So this project was going to be done with CDBG funds from the state and using that 4% tax credit, right? That only covers a chunk of it. But it's non-competitive, so they basically guarantee they'll get those credits. The city actually received 5 responses, all from experienced developers. DFI actually then helps with the due diligence, so we will not recommend a partner. That is your choice. But we worked with Lumberton, and we kind of gave them background on all 5. We checked references. And the city ultimately selected a partner that you're all probably familiar with, which is Pendergraft Development. So they do quite a bit in Goldsboro as well. And they executed an option for sale within a month of that with DFI at the table, and they've now submitted their full application to get those tax credits. So they are on track for this project to actually happen in Lumberton. Okay, so that's it. Any questions?
Any questions?
Sarah, how are the costs of DFI paid for in supporting a project like this with a city?
Well, okay, so we have an upfront fee, which we determine based on what you all want to do, right? As we are UNC, we're a nonprofit, so compared to maybe a private consultant, we're much cheaper. So it's an upfront fee, and then for market rate development, we actually apply and we put our at risk. We apply a development fee to the project on the back end. So we only get paid if the project happens, and the actual project pays for that fee. In the case of affordable housing, we do have a different structure, which I will defer to my associate director on, because I'm not sure what it is today. But we try to, as much as possible, pass those costs on to the private development. But there is an upfront consulting fee.
To my knowledge, we have several of these already in this town, in Goldsboro. I can think of 4 right now. And this is not something that's new to Goldsboro. We've been doing this for years through the banks primarily. But it's still tax credit housing, and it's very nice. I can take you to 3 or 4. They're very nice.
So, I mean, I think what DFI would hope to do for you all is you could decide that you want to do another tax credit project in a location maybe that you feel you want to see more of it, right? Maybe it's all getting concentrated in certain areas, and you have an interest in seeing more development happening in certain areas. And so that's something we can help with. But also, we can start with helping you think about where you want to intervene. Do you want to do tax credit? Or do you want to do something else? And kind of figuring out what those needs are before actually establishing any clear goals.
Which one is a little bit quicker? The tax credit takes a little bit more time.
Yes, so the tax credit program will take more time. It's really the biggest program. That's one example that I do. If you wanted to do, say, a moderate income project using some non-traditional bank financing and maybe a subsidy from the local government in a form or another, that would obviously be a lot faster. Yeah.
I think that, overall in every town and city, there's a need for family. Here we have some unfortunate people that really need housing. So, I mean, we really have to, think about how we can help those people, a lot of homeless people here. Really needs to move it up. So I hope that this council can decide that we are going to start to try to get more attainable housing.
Now, do y'all have money, or is it North Carolina Housing Finance? Who's doing the FEMA flow-through money? They change every other week.
Oh, for that program?
Yeah.
So I'm not here with that program today. The way that the Lumberton project worked, it flowed through, it's North Carolina Office of Recovery and Resiliency, and it's going to flow through the Housing Finance Agency.
Okay.
But it could flow directly to the city too. The structure is, it could change. It might happen that way in Rocky Mount, where we're also doing it.
Any questions?
Very good.
Good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Appreciate you so much.
Mike Wagner, I think, with Public Utilities, will go down the list here.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here to try to update you on our ongoing utility rate study. A little background. So the last official rate study that City of Goldsboro did was in 1987. We thought it was time that we really needed to dig down deep and see where we're at, benchmark ourselves compared to other municipalities, other water authorities, and try to be able to meet the need moving forward. Some of the objectives of the rate study was internally to create a user-friendly model that can help us forecast over the next 10 years. So Santec was hired in October. They sent their data requests in early October. We had official kickoff on October 24th. Over the last couple months, they've considered a lot of input from us with capital improvements and asset management, affordability, from a residential standpoint, from a commercial standpoint, and from a fixed income standpoint. The original goal was to have this draft in a presentation today. We have had some delays. When we updated to our new billing software program, All of our customer classes were turned into residential customers. So there was no difference between a commercial customer or a residential customer in the billing system. So they've had to go in there almost line by line and pull out those different customer classes. The other thing that we've been waiting on is just the completion of the trial balance so they can have confidence and we can have confidence on the cash available moving forward. We've had interactives online and in-person meetings, most recently last week. Last week they presented the financial plan to us. So if we want to rewind back to this morning when Ms. Johnson from Durham was talking and she was displaying the financial plan, that's what they've been doing for us and how, looking at it with capital and everything else over the next 10 years. The next steps for them are to dig down into the cost of service. So we're going to find out, not only what does it take to produce 1,000 gallons of water or 1,000 gallons of sewer, but how should that be distributed, residentially, commercially, industry, et cetera. And then after that will be a presentation or a recommendation from Santec will come back. Right now that goal is April 20th to present the whole study to y'all and give a recommendation. And that's all I have.
Any
So,
questions?
if you have any questions.
All right, we'll see you on April 20th. Where are you going now, Tim?
Simpson Carter's going to come.
Before she begins?
Yes, sir.
Since I put her on discussion. And then she can come in and so pretty much the summer youth employment, I asked for this to be part of the discussion item because I always feel strongly about how youth working. And I think a lot of last year at the retreat, I discussed a little bit the economic value of opportunity youth. And so I'm not going to bore everybody pertaining to that, but it just basically stops our youth from, going from school to the prison pipeline. And we had a few people come through. We had Mr. Gene Nichols come through last retreat, and he stated, with his study, the poverty level that we had here in Goldsboro. And I just think at this point, we don't have a lot of ideas right now from anyone that's going to help our community financially. And I think this is just something that helps households quickly by adding this additional money to the family's household by allowing a young person to work. So some of the main things that I wanted to focus on that I had an issue with initially and that constituents had an issue with as well was just increasing the summer employment. I think that is just something that we really need to increase. There was other things that some of the constituents brought to my attention. Opposed to one track, they wanted to see 2 tracks. I mean, instead of 2 tracks, they wanted to see 1 track. That way, the kids get to the process of working, and then you don't have to change out and start all over. And you keep them busy all summer long. And there was another issue pertaining to family members, only one family member being allowed to work in a household. And, sometimes you have kids more than that. And, those families really need to have, have kids working. Again, Nichols, he stated that, we have a serious poverty issue here. So I think that this council can do something immediately by increasing this program. Chief West, he also stated that he saw a decline in crime with our teens when we have this program in the summertime. That's all I have at this point. Thank you.
Well, I got 2 questions out of that. One is, what you're saying is you would like to see us have 1 track and not 2.
Yes, sir.
And I guess what we got to figure out is, can we handle 50 kids in 1 track, or can they do that? Can the group do that? Right? Because that's going to be the question: is can you do it in 1 track? And then to your other point, a house that has 5 kids, if you let 2 or 3 of those kids work, then you're kicking somebody else out of another house. Does that matter or not matter?
Well, it depends on what the median income is in a household. You know, if you have a household, both households may have a median income of $48,000. One household may have 2 kids. One household may have 5 kids. So in my opinion, you know, I think that those kids should have an opportunity to work. I don't think it should be discouraging to any child. Well, my sibling had a job, but I couldn't get a job. You know, I mean, and if we want to even make it even fairer, I think I discussed the lottery system that was brought to me from the constituents. You know, and that, I think it brings excitement to the city. I think that it gives kids a feeling of, I might be the one to get a job, opposed to not getting a job because of some other factors. You know, because, you know, of course, kids, you know, may know more things than other kids. But with a lottery system, you're going to have a fair chance where everyone gets a chance to have a job.
I have a question. When you say increase, are you talking about funding, work sites? What do you mean increase?
When I say increase, I mean, initially, we've only had quite a few kids being able to work, increasing the jobs, because when we first applied in 2017, we first started the job program, we had over 400 kids that came out, but only 26 in one track, 31 in another track, I believe, got a chance to work. And it was kind of discouraging to those kids that were really excited about it. So, I mean, you know, we have, when you think about our high school, Goldsboro High School alone has over 400 kids, you know, in that school. Then you have the other schools in place too. So we really need to try to increase it. I think keep our kids busy, give them the soft skills that they need, give them, you know, so that they will attract businesses to come. Some kids that are already trained to work. And work sites, I think you mentioned that would be great too, having additional work sites.
Any more questions? All right.
In my district, Mr. Pollock's district, and Randy's district, you know, you have some kids that really, really need to work. But I'm finished on this call.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Mm-hmm.
I was brought in to give you an update of FY19, but in light of Councilman Williams' comments I have the 2 prior years, final reports that I would like for each member to have. It's a package, if you will take one to pass down.
Thank you.
Okay. I know you're not gonna, can you hear me? Well, that's not working.
Take a second.
Thank you. But while he's working on that, I will tell you that all of Councilman Williams' questions were addressed in my last final report to you all at FY18. And I'm very glad, I only have 30 minutes, but I will be very glad to go over those items with you, like we did with the first one. But that's items that were presented to you previously, that where I and the sponsoring partners were able to address all of those questions and give you our professional opinion on why some of those items would not be comparable to this program.
All right, to me, I think we need to just stick to what you recommend we do this year.
That's what I plan on doing,
And then
sir.
we'll go.
Is this a new recommendation? Because I don't know what y'all did previously.
All right, just to give you a little backstory about the summer youth program. In February 2017, our department was tasked to research summer youth program for council. And March the 17th, excuse me, council authorized the department to develop and implement a program. So what we did, we got some sponsoring partners, Wayne Community College, the Housing Authority of the City of Goldsboro, and NC Works Career Center to develop the Summer Youth Employment Initiative Program, which was launched April 6th of 2017. with the intent of a holistic approach to enhancing the program. As a recipient of 2 years of a summer youth program that Goldsboro High School had, you can't just put a child to work. You have to give them soft skills. You have to give them wraparound services that will make them become more self-sufficient so they can be more career ready or workforce ready for your future workforce. One of the things that we've done with this program, we've really made it a spotlight. It's been featured in numerous publications, on the local media. We were featured on CBS, WNCN, and many more others. We've facilitated this program for 3 summers now. And the basic framework of the program was to initially not just provide a job where the youth are working in one of 2 tracks for 16 hours. And then they also get 4 hours, either on a Wednesday or Friday, some type of training that's provided through Wayne Community College, Bank on Wayne, Literacy Connection, or they are going on what we call excursions that are enhancing their availability or visibility to the industries that are locally here that we want them to come back and be productive in. And one of the things that we did, we brought in a new partner in FY19, and that was Wayne County Development Alliance. And when we brought them in, we took our summer youth, track 1, track 2, each got to go on what we call business and industry tours. And I just want to give you all the list of where the locations that they went to. Anchor Copeland, Franklin Bakery, AP Exhaust, Stonebird Food LLC, and of course, Ms. Uchiami. Now, Wayne County Development Alliance has approached me about, let's continue that partnership. So they would be brought in as a sponsoring partnership, which is expanding the scope of the program and making it even more holistic and even more of a productive program. One of the things that we also did, we took the youth outside of Goldsboro to explore them to different other avenues. Similar to a day visit trip to Beaufort, we took them to Raleigh for a tour of the state capitol and the museums there. We even had them participate in the City of Goldsboro Employee Appreciation Cookout back in 2017 under the guidance of the former city manager. He thought it was a good way of showing those youth just how much we appreciated them, and some of them brought their parents, and they really enjoyed themselves. Now, what I want to do is just show you some capture moments of the kids at some of the various locations doing the tracks. We had youth that were employed at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. We had youth that were also working at the Career Center, which is one of our sponsoring sites. We had youth at Wayne Community College, an array of different type of work sites. We also, like I said, we took them out on treats. So here's some of the pictures of them in action or enjoying the outing of the excursions that we had them on that we felt were very enlightening to them, as well as a picture in the corner that shows you some of the financial literacy. Because we don't just bring them in and tell them, you got to interview this way, or when you're on a job, you have to be this professional, blah, blah. We understand that it is a holistic approach that we have to touch the basis of what is in their personal life. So we teach them financial literacy and money management in this program as well. Now, what I wanted to do was to give you all some 3-year demographics. Now, I'm also going to give you all, take one and pass down, sir. This is FY19 final report for you all. So now you have all 3-year reports of the program. But what I wanted to do was just break out some key indicators of the program and also give you 3-year averages. When we look at the demographic of race, each year, African American has been our top number of youth employed with the program, with a 3-year average of 51. If you look at the other demographics of race, they're quite much lower. So I do believe that our program is meeting the need of the African American community. Is it a very balanced, diverse program? You can look at the numbers and see that it's very geared towards more African American. When we look at from the standpoint of the demographics of sex, as you can see that our average of females is 33 female youth employees, 22 males. Another thing I wanted to kick out is when we look at this program, it was geared towards age 13 to 18. Other summer youth programs are geared towards 13 to 24 or 13 to 21. And ours is restricted to 13 to 18. And as you can see, our highest number age group that we're really averaging that we're hiring is 15-year-olds, which I think is a really good thing because they are at time unable to gain employment out in the marketplace. So our program is providing that avenue. Another demographic that we'll talk about is based off of the districts of where the summer youth are residing in. As you can see, the top district is District 4, which is a predominantly low to moderate census tract area. And for you all who are very familiar with the program and the new members, the program, when it first initially was designed, when we had the big number of 400-something attendees to our mandatory session, there wasn't an income requirement. So of course we were able to pull people from off base of all, income brackets. So that's why we had such a high number. But once council decided that they wanted an income base, that number of people who came to mandatory sessions and applied definitely decreased. But because this is what we call a low income or low to moderate income program, as you can see, like I said, District 4 has 10 that average the 3-year, which I think is pretty good. It is a predominantly low to moderate census tract area. Our second highest one is District 5, which has predominantly low to moderate census tract areas. And then we go into District 6, that I will say doesn't have as many low to moderate census tract areas. If any, it has 1. But then we go to District 1 and District 3, of course, tied with District 6, and that is a predominantly low to moderate census tract area. So if you look at the numbers, we are meeting the needs of the primary focus that council has shifted these youth to come from the different backgrounds, historically income-wise. Also a demographic is schools. That when the first year was a big concern, was concerned about where these kids were coming from the school system. Are we meeting our target? As you can see, based off of the 3-year demographic, we are pulling quite equally from the 2 major high schools, Eastern Wayne and Goldsboro High School. But as you can see, predominantly, Goldsboro High School has been somewhat trending a little more. What it did the first year, they did, but they're equaling out in the 3-year average. So I think it's very well balanced, and if anyone knows the true demographics of the school system and where children reside, Eastern Wayne is not what you call a cookie cutter high school. They are low to moderate income students that go to that high school, and so we are, I think, still meeting our mark. Before I move forward, as I stated, I gave you the final report, which I always give you each year, that breaks down your successes and give you pertinent information about the program. As you can see, this is a much smaller package than I normally do. I didn't provide any full recommendations as we typically do, because in FY18, as you can see, your package is 10 to 12 pages, which would really hit on a lot of the things that we've been discussing for the last 3 years, and currently today as well. So I felt that there was no need to make it as thick. But I will tell you that what I have done, just as a precaution, we need to have council's direction of what you would like to do. Of course, the sponsoring partners, they would still like to participate, and as I stated, Wayne County Development Alliance as well. We would like to continue the model of the program as such, with no modification, if City Council would like for us to continue to facilitate it. We would like it to still be no more than 50 youth, and as you look at FY18's final report, it explains why that number is such. And that wasn't just derived by my professional opinion, but Ms. Renita Dawson from Wayne Community College, Mr. Anthony Goodson of the Housing Authority, his staff, as well as Ms. Jennifer Pokes, the Executive Director of the NC Work Career Center. Keeping in mind, Ms. Renita Dawson from Wayne Community College and NC Career Work, they work closely with summer youth programs that they're funded through Eastern Carolina Workforce. So they are the expert at this. And so those information was provided. But we would, like I said, like to stay within the 2 weeks track sessions, which will require the tracks to overlap because of the way the traditional, non-traditional school system calendar is. So it would be that application would open up March 6th. Of course, we would go ahead and shoot out the announcement as early as tomorrow if we was instructed by council. And it would stay open till April 24th with a mandatory mandatory orientation April 29th, and interviews would take place between May the 11th and May 22nd. With that following week, which on the 25th of May, with the selection committee sitting down, going through the interview scores and applications, and deciding on who would be best fit to go on to the pre-hiring, which could be completed between June 1st to June 5th, and allow youth to start working June 15th to August 21st under one of the 2 tracks. We would at the same time, like we always do, simultaneously solicit for work sites. Wayne Community College would still provide the training on site. So as I stated, there would be no other difference than, of course, we need to have council direction on whether you would like us to move forward. In your package, you see that there's a breakdown of the cost of what this program year was like. So, you have to keep in mind the funding amount, the city's share compared to other sponsoring partners' share, whether it's in-kind of services or dollar amounts, would need to be considered. Another part of this presentation is benchmarking other cities that's as much closely to our size as we can that have summer youth program. Not all entitlement cities or municipalities have summer youth programs. But as you can see in a comparison of Goldsboro that has a population of 34,234 compared to, let's say our next closest, I probably would use town of Chapel Hills that has 60,988 residents. We're trending where last year we was at $36,569. They fund no more than 33,000, and they do no more than 29 youth, where we did 50. I think compared to everyone else's program, we provide more of a holistic approach to not just giving you a job or allowing you to be workforce ready. We get you truly career ready and with soft skills and life skills. At the end here, I included Wayne Community College because of their WIOA program. There was talk through Eastern Carolina Workforce where they provided funding to Wayne Community College this summer as a pilot program to do in-school housing. As you all know, it's reported in the FY18 report to you all when we got to talking about the different type of grants you could go after and how we really didn't have that avenue. Being that Wayne Community College is already currently being funded with the in-school money through Eastern Carolina Regional, and we did not want to compete with a partner that has been very successful so far. But they gave them $17,000 to not just do out of school and dropouts, but to do in school. So the community college went to Eastern Carolina Regional last week to see would that include high school students. At the time they told them it was just going to be adult high school or GED high school age students. Unfortunately, they did not change that criteria because I wanted that up there as an option for you all that they could possibly be facilitating that project on your behalf, but they were not allowed to expand. So they cannot do in-school high school students. They can only be those that are getting GEDs or adult high school diplomas. But you all are well known of their program, how successful it is, and this is one of the reasons why they are a sponsoring partner, because they have the track record and they are really awesome at summer youth employment, which theirs is year round. So they are really great. I wanted you to really take key note of your spending requirement. As I said, you did 38,000, a little over 38,000 the first year. You did 44,000 the second year, and this last year was 36,000 because the number was at 50. and you're trending on average of about $39,856 that's being spent from the city to fund this program. Again, Housing Authority, they typically are running around $3,000 to $4,000. So that is a big difference compared to what the city is putting in for the program. Any questions?
Any questions for Chicago?
Well, I have a question for,
Yes, sir.
for Randy. Is Randy here? Mr. Guthrie left already?
Yeah, I don't see him.
Okay, well, initially, I went to Mr. Guthrie and I told him about several grants that we had that we could have helped with paying for this summer program. It was actually 4 grants in particular, so Mr. Selman, if you get a chance, if you can follow up with him. I know it's probably too late now. If Ms. Carter didn't address that issue, apparently it wasn't forwarded to her. But 50 jobs, you know, that's nice, but it's not really making a dent in what we could do here as a community. Initially, this council stated that it was a pilot program, and I understood that it was a pilot program. Now we're, you know, almost 3 years in, and so it's no longer a pilot program, so it should be growing. Every year should be growing where we're getting additional kids jobs. That's all I have.
To address what Councilman Williams stated about the four grant, which is TANF, WIA, CSBG, HHS, which he addressed on FY18. On page 7 of your FY18, it addresses those funding, which explains primarily that 3 of those we do not qualify for to apply for. And then the WIA is an extension of the WIOA that Wayne Community College receives. Therefore, again, that will be us competing with a sponsoring partner who is established and already receiving $127,000 annually and utilizing the fund year-round. So if you're looking at FY, again, 18 final report in your yellow section, you'll find that I've addressed those items as well.
Is funding available with you IOS to capitalize on?
Not for the city of Goldsboro, because right now that
Wayne
fund is
County's
only,
taking it?
well, not just because Wayne Community College, but it's for outer school youth, which is dropouts. And then the second caveat is in school, but it's not high school. It's high school, adult high school, and GED students. That's high school age. So there's not a school for like the public school system that you can apply for that funding.
Here's the question for the council. You basically have Chicola's advocating that we keep the program like it is for this upcoming year, and I think that's what she's saying our partners want us to do. Councilmember Williams is advocating that we expand the program. He hasn't really said how much, just that we expand it. I don't know if you...
I would like to see if we're doing 50 kids, we can at least do 100 kids.
Okay, so he'd like to expand to 100 kids. My suggestion is we can do one of 2 things. You've got a lot of information to go over. We can either take it up tomorrow and vote on it tomorrow, or we can vote on it at the first meeting in March. What does the council prefer?
I would like some time. I haven't been a part of this since it first started, so I would like some time because I see some areas in which we could subtract and add other places, because I'm looking at just 107 kids from last year. You know, how could we double the jobs? I also want to know about the stipulations on company partners. From what I understood, from what I remember, they have to have someone with the kid, and that could be eliminating a lot of people when you're hiring 14, 15, 16-year-olds, which was when I started working. I didn't have anyone, you know, over my shoulder monitoring me on the job. I was a cashier and shampoo girl was my first job. And I would like to look at this and see how we can expand the program, because I agree it should be growing over the years. It doesn't really seem like it's...
And I can understand what you're saying, Councilwoman. I will tell you that from my perception of the discussion, the pilot, it was considered a pilot program. And it was for the purpose of government filling a gap until there was a need for someone else to pick it up. And then it comes into a point where we have to determine how much longer we're going to fill the gap and keep taking funding from someone else, or are we going to try to really support outside partners. I will tell you that the reason that we have the a summer youth employee has to have a mentor, because that is part of the mentoring, that is part of getting them career ready, workforce ready. You just can't put them out. These are kids that's never done anything other than chores. So you want them to become productive members of the workforce. And I will tell you, because of our program, we have been able to see a lot of our youth gain full-time employment right back here in Goldsboro in professions that, if it wasn't for the summer youth and having the mentorship part, they would not have got this experience to get those jobs. So there's a key plus to why our program, and we have other cities that I have gone to present this exact model, because it works so well. And I will tell you that if you go through the reports, if you have any questions, I would gladly answer any questions you have.
Melissa, can you put this on the agenda for the first meeting in March?
Yes, sir.
You're voting on whether we're going to keep the program like it is, or whether we're going to try to see if there's any move to expand it. My hope would be that if you could look at it ahead of the meeting, and that way if you had any questions, we could share the questions, and everybody get a good read.
Yes.
Josh?
I have one question. So the cap, is it based on manpower?
Say it,
The cap as far as the number of applicants, is it based on the lack of manpower or the lack of finances?
I will tell you that, as you will see in your FY18, I couldn't get right to it, but I will tell you that the main reason for this is capacity. Not just capacity from the city level, but your sponsoring partners. I mean, not just the sponsoring partner, but the employers. They are getting a work, this is not free labor in a sense to them. So you have to take into account everyone's capacity that is involved, as well as there is a funding when you look at anything, the best investment. You know, as I stated, your other sponsoring partners right now, what they're providing is in kind of servicing their staff, not money.
Well, one thing that would be good to know is, would our partners that we have today take more kids if we can get them to them? Okay, and then secondly, is there just a whole other set of employers out there that would take 4 or 5 kids? And that's what we need to work on over the next few days.
Absolutely. Actually, I talked to some of our local hotels here, and they have a program in place already where they have kids that are coming from Greenville, and they work at the hotels.
Share that with Melissa.
Absolutely, and they said they don't have a problem with our summer youth program, taking some of our kids.
Well, anything anybody knows that can help is just going to be good information.
And, you know, we have a lot of, there's a lot of summer youth employment that is happening all through the states, and Charlotte is one that actually, the local banks there actually help fund the summer employment programs. So, you know, we're able to reach out to our local banks here, you know, and we can get resources, cash resources to help them kids. It's just about, you know, really just reaching out and thinking outside the box, opposed to doing things the same way. You know, we're supposed to be, we got some smart people in the city, and I'm sure we can do it.
All right. I think everybody's got their, thank you. Yeah, I just put it on the work session. Yeah, I think that's fine. All right, it's 3 o'clock. I guess it's 3 o'clock, but y'all want to do a break? Is there a break?
Take-
Let's sit down, let's go, let's go.
We got Dennis.
Mr. Mayor, are you ready? Yes, sir, if you're ready, sir, we're ready.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Dennis Goodson, work out of the Air Base. I'm here to talk to you, and thank you for the opportunity to come talk to you about a partnership opportunity that we're proposing to the city. Before I talk about the details of that, I figured I'd just mention a few of the background stories behind why we're talking partnerships. Partnerships, by definition, are a way of leveraging resources for mutual benefit. Now, how mutual? Because we don't want the city to take on any of these opportunities without deriving some benefit. Also, we're also looking for cost effectiveness, and we're also looking for risk control. If I've got a contractor, there is a risk there. The contractor could walk off, could have some issue with his equipment. If I'm having a partnership with the city organization's a little more robust than many of the contractors we deal with, so we minimize the amount of risk that we would have. Also strengthens the community and base relationship. The Office of the Secretary of Defense looks at community relationships when they look at future basing decisions. We've heard several briefings from very high-level Department of Defense officials and also in the Secretary of the Air Force Partnership Office. This is a very important requirement, very important initiative for the department. And then lastly, the National Defense Strategy actually encourages installations to look for ways to save money, and the way to do that, one way to do that is to partner with the local community on installation support type services. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention some of the existing partnerships that the base and the city already have. Shortly after the base reopened, our police department and fire department created formal and informal agreements, mutual aid agreements, that exist to this day. Back in the late 70s, the base got out of sewer treatment and contracted with the city to take care of our sewer treatment. And then in the late 80s, we did the same thing with water production. Just a few years ago, we worked out a lease agreement that created a quite successful Bryan Multi Sports Complex. And then just last year, we signed a support agreement for the city to take over our refuse collection. So let's talk about the particulars. On the base, we've got a little over 1,600 acres. About half of that acreage is around the buildings and then what I call the campus area of the installation. The other half of the acreage is around the airfield, around the taxiways, around the runway, and around the shoulders and the aprons. We've had some informal discussions, my staff has, with Mr. Fletcher, and it appears that we could save some money if the city took over the grounds maintenance. It also appears there may be some benefits for the city as well. So those discussions have been informal to date. So what we need, and we would be asking the council to do, is to authorize the city manager to provide us a letter of intent. That letter of intent is the kicking off document that allows us to do some formal negotiation to really get into the numbers and make sure the deal is truly a mutually beneficial deal. And if we get that taken care of, and then one other issue you'll see there, a state statute issue, will run parallel to working the formal negotiations. We've discovered there's a state statute issue as far as allowing municipalities to do grounds maintenance work for others. So we have to work that through other channels with the legislature and some other channels. So we'll run that concurrent with our formal negotiations. Hopefully, if everything works out through the summer, get the statute issue resolved, we get our negotiations to a point where they're mutually beneficial, we'll be ready to maybe sign a deal in the fall, in October, with a start date of next spring when the growing season kicks off. Do we have some questions?
Have you and Rick already discuss the logistics of this?
Yeah,
I assume you have.
Rick's got a whole presentation. This
Yeah,
is
I
just-
know, yeah, I'm assuming he would.
Yeah. I've talked with him kind of at a little higher level. I've got a gentleman in my office that's talked with him at some of the nitty-gritties of the details.
Okay.
And this is part, the thing that we need to decide is the same thing we need for the egress and ingress of the airfield too, right?
Right.
To protect both ends of the runway.
Right. The current contractor, all of their personnel have what we call a flight line driver's passes. That'll be the same way with the city employees. They'll go through about an hour of training deal, tells them what to do and what not to do. They'll be in radio contact when they get close to the runway, so.
But it's not the encroachment thing we need to talk about.
Unrelated to the.
That's unrelated issue.
This is unrelated to the encroachment management.
So if you sign a letter of intent, you're basically saying, we're going to do this for them, right? That's what you're looking for, is for us to come on board with
We're going
that?
to look at formal discussions. It's not a done deal.
Just for formal discussions, okay?
Is it maintaining the airfield too?
Yes, it is.
That's part of it?
There would be an additional council action, I would think, in the September, October timeframe. After the negotiations, Rick would come back with a presentation that would say, yes, it's a great deal for the city, or no, we don't need to do this anymore.
And no base housing.
No base housing.
Anybody got any questions for Dennis? All right, I guess we'll let Rick come up here then.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you, sir.
Afternoon, Mayor, Council. Looks like you left me the last hour and a half.
I don't think so.
We've got
Just
Jennifer
kidding.
behind you, so we'll take your time.
Okay, take my time. Good afternoon. I've been asked to provide an overview and a general description for the proposed grounds maintenance intergovernmental support agreement with Seymour Johnson, to compare it to the grounds services we currently provide here within the city, and to propose some considerations to help determine whether or not the city should move forward with pursuing the intergovernmental support agreement with Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. Just a quick overview. There we go. The intent of the IGSA initiative is to encourage partnerships between Air Force installations and local governments, where similar services that local governments are already providing can also be provided on Air Force installations. Although the concept appears to be simple, considering our grounds maintenance, IGSA has presented its own challenges, as Mr. Goodson alluded to earlier with the North Carolina General Statutes. Unlike the commercial refuse IGSA the city entered into with Seymour Johnson Air Force Base last year, which provides exactly the same type and level of service the city provides to its contractors out in its contracts to the commercial customers, the proposed IGSA for the grounds contract has distinctly different requirements that are above and beyond the level of service that the city currently provides. Additionally, there are concerns that have been raised regarding North Carolina General Statute limitations and/or restrictions. Specifically, based on preliminary research, grounds maintenance is not seen as an approved public enterprise. The city maintains its own properties, but does not contract out to provide grounds maintenance to others at this point. To better understand the scope and magnitude of the grounds maintenance services requested and assist council with making an informed decision, the requirements of the proposed agreement, public works statement for grounds maintenance, has been provided to you and will be summarized in slides that follow. And don't let all the verbiage scare you, I hope. This here's just a general snapshot of the description of the maintenance, or the description of the services that are being requested, as well as the estimated quantities. The base is primarily as far as the grounds maintenance is concerned. They have improved grounds. That's your main base proper. When you drive on base, the first thing you see, that's your improved grounds. That's where they want to maintain a good appearance. That's the first impression you get on base. So they want it's a high profile area. That's your improved grounds. They're about 580 acres. There's edging involved, about 44 miles of edging as well in the improved grounds. Then they have semi-improved, non-airfield and airfield. It's a little bit off the beaten path. The acreages are listed there as well. I'll get into these in the next slides a little more specific. But you can see the services being requested are basically mowing, trimming, leaf removal, hedge maintenance, fertilization programs required, a weed control program will be required, maintaining flower beds, rock beds, things of that nature, and of course policing the base for litter. is also included, will be included in what's been proposed currently. And it's the first draft proposal. We kind of stopped further discussions because of the issue with the North Carolina General Statute came up. We've met once, and we have come to an initial agreement, but we haven't continued further discussions to see how far we would go as far as the final cost and what's required in the PWS. The PWS I gave you, performance work statement, is a draft, so it is subject to change as well, as we did with the commercial refuse. Once we got it, we tweaked it a little bit, made sure we looked out for the city's best interest, and we'll do the same with this one as well. Description of services for the improved grounds, like I said, there's improved and semi-improved. There are about 580 acres. These grounds are maintained 2 to 4 inches in height, trimmed at the same levels. The grass clippings and stuff have to be removed or mulched so they're not visible after mowing. Like I said, this is your high-profile area they want to maintain at a prestigious level. All tree limbs, pine cones, trash, et cetera, will be removed. The ditches in these areas are also maintained to the same level to ensure proper flow. The edging, there's about 44 miles. This is done every 2 weeks of edging. Again, that's for all the sidewalks, driveways, curbs, patios, pavilions, concrete and asphalt edges. No edging more than a ½ inch from the hard surface, and clean up the areas when you're done, basically. Again, improved grounds. There are almost 300 acres of improved grounds that we need to have a fertilization program set up, a pH adjustment and fertilizer application program based on the type of grass types, turf types, would dictate the type of fertilizers that we would use. The non-turf areas, basically your low-maintenance rock beds. Remove all vegetation, professional appearance again in this improved grounds area. Can use different types of weed control, dyes to track where you've done weed control, and then just, of course, keep your tracks and stuff wherever we're working clear of debris and stuff as we work. Leaf removal, about 200 acres of leaf and debris removal requested during non-growing season. The contract currently states that you can mulch some as long as, again, it doesn't have you don't have an excessive coverage on the turf after you're done. Again, they're looking for the appearance. We want to present a good appearance for the base. Special landscape, flower rock beds, about 2 acres. Again, shrubs, hedges. It can be anything from shrubs and hedges to even single tree flower beds. Again, maintained. Maintenance includes trimming them, removing weeds, fertilizing, watering, debris control, all that stuff as well. And again, various methods for weed control are authorized. In addition to those rock beds and stuff, they have special landscape flower beds with about 3,500 shrub or plants and hedges that need to be trimmed. Again, prune hedges to maintain a natural height, shape, and form. Then in reference to the debris removal, policing the base, the grounds, the fence lines, the city will pick up all litter and debris from roads, streets, and parking lots weekly as directed. In non-growing seasons, all litter and other debris shall be picked up in turf areas weekly as directed. And then they have other options for special events where we do a litter patrol as well for those as well. Semi-improved areas, we have airfield and non-airfield. Semi-improved, non-airfield, again, it's off the beaten path, about 200 plus acres of that. It's just maintained at a higher height, basically. Again, everything else, the ditches are maintained, same level of service with debris pickup. The airfield, of course, 885 acres, again, different heights, 7 to 14 inches is maintained in order to prevent birds from nesting, migrating. You want to prevent damage to aircraft from bird strikes. Semi-improved grounds, this is on the airfield as well as non-airfield. Trimming and weed eating, grass, weeds, and vegetation trimmed to the respective height to the surrounding area being mowed or less. Again, now mowing around the taxiways, runway, edge lights, and signs, this is where it's a little different. This access around the airfield is a little different from what we typically do. We want to maintain 4 to 7 inches on a 15-foot diameter circle around the runway edge lights. No loose vegetation debris left on the paved areas. You don't want to create a FOD, a foreign object and debris issue. Airfield coordination at all times. All activities coordinated to the airfield management. Flight line driver's license, as Mr. Goodson referred to earlier. Everyone have to have flight line driver's license. Vehicles have to be registered as well. And we adjust to the airfield operations when we mow and whatnot out there. And the biggest thing here is make sure we ensure all foreign objects and debris produced by ground maintenance are cleared off the runways, taxiways, and aircraft parking aprons. Tower communications, we got into that a little bit with Mr. Goodson as well. Anytime we're near the runways, we have to maintain, the city will have to always maintain communication, constitute a radio with the tower and base ops. But anytime you're within that 150-foot radius up to but not on, you have to maintain constant radio contact with the tower. Again, we'll be responsible for all communication equipment to communicate with the tower, as well as any changes in radio types throughout the course of the contract. We'll have to purchase and upgrade as well. And then we get back into just a general vegetation control for sidewalks and parking areas on the base. Parking lot sidewalks shall be maintained vegetation-free, no grass, weeds, et cetera. Again, any method of weed control can be used, basically. Herbicide application, again, we have to have a control plan, a herbicide control plan put together and approved by the base. I won't get into specifics. You can read those. Certifications have to be, our employees have to be certified, both federal, state, and DOD certifications that are required. Mixing herbicides is not allowed on base. They'll be done in the city and bought on base, and field kits have to be able to contain 100%, 10% of the product we bring on base, and we dispose of all things off-site. This just, and then that was a lot, and I was trying to read fast, but just kind of gives you some insight into the level of responsibility. The base takes their grounds maintenance very serious. I was part of it for years. No fault to them. They're paying for a product. They're going to expect this level of service to be provided. I'm not saying we can't, but just want to give you a feeling. These are that verbiage came directly out of the PWS, the performance work statement, and that's the level of service we will be providing if we take this contract. I'm not saying it's good or bad, just giving you some insight into what would be expected. And this here is the grounds that they're talking about. The green is what we referred to earlier as your improved areas. That's the main base proper when you drive into the main gate. Everything you see around the commissary, the dorms, theater, the headquarters, things of that nature. Then the blue area, that's your semi-improved non-airfield, and of course, obviously, this is all your airfield maintenance, airfield grounds. It's an extensive contract to be taken on. The city, sorry, this is what we currently do for grounds maintenance within the city. It's divided primarily between public works and parks and recreation. Public works, we maintain about 100 acres of right-of-ways and vacant lots, 60 acres of cemetery grounds, 18 miles of sewer outfalls, and about 12 acres of spray fields. Parks and recreation, their city parks, ball fields, et cetera, that they maintain about 200 acres. Golf courses, about 85 acres, and then, of course, they maintain Center Street downtown as well. Considerations, if we move into the IGSA with the base, we'll be creating a new separate off-site division, basically your base grounds maintenance. They will be assigned, they report just like they do now, they would report to the facilities on base. The equipment will be maintained on base. The maintenance is primarily done, the preventative maintenance on base at their location. So we'll have all new personnel, all new equipment assigned and staged on base. The scope and magnitude of the requirements.
You have a facility on base?
They do have an office, and they have a small shop where they can do some minor maintenance, oil changes and stuff like that. Anything breaks hard, we would bring back to our fleet maintenance.
But are you going to have access to that office or not?
It's the compound is fenced in. It is, I'm assuming,
Yes. Okay.
it's part of the grounds contract. Yeah. Now, we probably need to build another shelter as far as I'm concerned, but we can talk about that in negotiations. But that most of the minor maintenance is done there. With the current staff that has it now, I've engaged with them several times in developing the requirements. It's in the works, yeah, so it will be there. But the scope and magnitude of services, right now, it's outside the magnitude of anything the city currently accomplishes, not just with the special certifications for airfield mowing operations, but the communication requirements with the tower, that certification. That's a big deal, to be a big responsibility to have quality staff, responsible staff operating around the airfield. The added liability, mowing around the base facilities, parking lots and roads, as well as the airfield mowing itself too. Additional equipment for the garage to maintain. I've been pushing this for the last couple of years. Our fleet maintenance on the heavy side is already short manned. We have a temp that we can get in for 1,000 hours a year. We're working through that now, and it's helped extensively. But if we take this contract on, without hurting us further, we're going to need to have a full-time mechanic. Now, it's in the draft drafted cost right now that the base would take on 25% of that cost for that person, because I think they have him in as, I forget how many hours it was. But anyway, they would pay partially for that position as well, because he will be needed, that person will be needed to maintain the base equipment. So they would offset some of that cost. And then, of course, there's the budget obligations issue with the type of equipment, the bat wings, the tractors, the weed eaters, the zero turns. And my initial talks with the finance director, it's hard to get a loan of that magnitude for that type of equipment. So we may end up having to take it out of this next fiscal year's budget, pay for it up front. We will be reimbursed over a 10-year period if we go with this contract, but the initial cost up front would take out $650,000 out of our current year budget, unless Catherine tells me something different. And then the labor cost as well. If it's pushed out to March, my initial impression when we started this was a start date in October. If they push it out to March, then the impact on the labor costs would be reduced based on how far we push it to the right if we were to consider it. And then, of course, the biggest limit fact right now is the North Carolina general statute limitations. I'll have to default to the city attorney for anything specific regarding that. But initial research does indicate that it's not an approved public enterprise. Grounds maintenance is not an approved public enterprise.
Can you get a list of what that equipment is and a list of items?
I got it.
And what you think the money return, and what you think you're going to charge?
Well, we, part of the initial negotiations, we did that already. I went and had a local provider give us an estimate on every piece of equipment. I mirrored what the current contractor has, with the exception of the tractors. Their tractors are working at the max capacity all the time. They to save money. Contractors are all about saving the dollar. They cut corners everywhere they can.
We like that.
Right. Well, I'm more about providing service and having good equipment so my people stay happy and don't quit.
Yeah,
But
your people don't know if I was on their equipment.
see why I didn't want to bring up equipment, sir? The current contractor has 5 full-time employees, and they hire 11 part-time. Actually, 13, 14 part-time right now. If we were to go this route, I actually hire 6 part-time for leaf and limb season that I have a hard time keeping staffed. It's hard to keep part-time staff. And that's what's scary about this contract as well, trying to hire quality part-time staff to work around the airfield, on base. It's a liability. And if we were to get it, I would actually convert 6 of those positions to full-time, because they only need them for 9 months. I need them for 3 months. So why have just a 9-month employee and a 3-month employee when I can have keep a full-time? I can keep full-time. So they currently have 5 part-time, 5 full-time, 2 part-time that work 39 weeks out of the year, 11 that work 35 weeks, and 1 that works 13 weeks. That's the mechanic. We would have 11 full-time and part-time for the other positions. But even the part-time would have to get benefits because they work more than 1,000 hours to currently do the contract. This contractor scaled it down, I think, to the bare bones, to the minimum, what he needs to get the job accomplished. By mirroring what he has, I think that, and if we can do it, we've gone through that, we can still do it with, and I think we could. Again, just realize what we're taking on. It's a big responsibility.
When will you get us that information?
I can get it to you this afternoon or tomorrow morning.
Dennis, when do y'all need a decision by?
Probably by the fall.
The fall?
We don't get a letter of intent, that's kind of the decision right there.
Yeah, the letter of intent is just initial go-ahead to say, yeah, we're going to continue discussions. That's not a commitment.
Says we're interested, right?
We're interested. There's no commitment. There is no official commitment with the letter of intent. That just says we're going to continue to have open discussions and try to work through the numbers and the time frame. And then once we feel that we're at a point where we're in agreement with everything, that's when we would go back to council for official commitment to a contract.
Well, the only thing, and Dennis and I go back a long time, so, I mean, I'm not going to hurt his feelings. There's 2 things. One, this is what we do. Okay, at all. This is not what we do. And what really worries me is we don't make our stuff to the level that they do at the base. Okay? We do not do that. And you're going to just spend a colonel, general, whatever out there. There's a lot going to depend because if they start seeing you in load or just that,
I lived that, remember, 27 years.
So I just want to, secondly, there's a ton of liability all around those airplanes. I mean, and then all it takes is one thing and it's a disaster. So I mean, do we want to help the base and be partners? Absolutely. But this is a huge, huge risk to the city. So I just think we need to really think about it a lot before because they can get private contractors. They might not want to, but they can.
It's tough. It's a challenge. If I were sitting over there, I'd be pushing for the city to take it too. I've been there. Because they know we will go above and beyond to make sure we provide a quality service. Just to what expense? So.
But I just want to be sure our job at the end of the day is to protect the city, right? I mean, that's what our job is. And so we got to be sure that we're protecting the city. And hopefully we can help them and protect them. I just want to be sure that we don't lose sight of that.
From the initial look, we're talking about if we do it, taking $650,000 out of the budget. That's a tremendous amount when we use that money somewhere else. Well, that's my initial thoughts.
Well, you could take a loan for it, right?
This type of equipment, I had this discussion when we did the refuse. The refuse contract's awesome. That's worked. We've both benefited mutually with that. We had areas we could expand internally within the city already to take on that contract. It's worked out very well for both of us, I believe. Mr. Goodson would agree with that. This is a little different. The equipment, some of the stuff we had to purchase for that contract, we couldn't really get loans for. We ended up having to pay up front for it. It wasn't but about $200 and some thousand, but we ended up having to pay out of pocket because it wasn't what you would typically get a loan for. And I think this may fall in that same category, especially the zero turns, the backpack weed eaters and all, the backpack blowers, weed eaters, the bat wings, the tractors, all that adds up. And I don't know if we could get a loan for that. I'll default to Catherine on that to see what we could possibly get a partial loan, but there will be an impact to the budget.
How are you currently maintaining this landscape? Are you doing it by civilian contractors?
We currently have a civilian contractor.
No military involved? No.
And they're able to do all the issues, take care of all the issues, and have any issues.
Pay them good?
I don't think they can pay very well at all.
The current contract, I've got an idea of what you're currently paying. I don't see how he gets by doing it with what he's getting paid.
I would imagine that current employees, the city would consider them if they can meet city requirements.
That was one of my questions. How do you ramp up from 4 full-time to 36?
They're able to do it every year. As far as grass cutting, we basically cut once a week across the whole base. Whether it rains or not, we cut, start from the front gate to the back gate, start over.
Has the same contractor been doing it? Has the same contractor done it for more than 1 year?
Every 5 years, we get a new contractor. A lot of the employees are
Still the same.
Does the contractor have the vacuum trucks, the sweepers? Does he have to do the sweepers on the ramp and taxiway?
Air Force did sweep. And as far as grass cutting, the cut such that it doesn't blow onto the pavement. They do have blowers that are used for sidewalks. You do edge it, you gotta blow off the sidewalk.
Can you talk to the mayor's concern about liability? You know, you got very expensive aircraft there if something happens.
The grounds, other than moving aircraft, you wouldn't be that close to moving aircraft. They don't cut close to where the park aircraft are. There's a lot of concrete.
And I guess I'm thinking you cutting that grass in the airfield itself, and all of a sudden it throws a rock or this or that. I mean, is that ever an issue?
Moving aircraft, they won't be cutting the falls of an aircraft by
The operators have to have the wherewithal. If they throw something out on their flight line, they have to have the wherewithal to get off so we don't damage the aircraft. I mean, that's anyone working around the flight line, we have that concern.
You got FOD.
Foreign objects and debris damage, yeah, FOD.
Probably the biggest issue would be tracking across pavement, just make sure they bounce off the whole deck.
Doesn't clean off. Anybody got any questions of Rick or Dennis? All right, thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
You gonna get us that stuff? And then how you came up with the label?
Jennifer? I think you're next.
Okay,
before Jennifer got a little video, I presented this retreat, the abandoned North End, and nice video. So let's look at that and we can go from there. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
When you are on the trail and when you're on the river, it doesn't feel like you're in a city at all. It feels like you're out in the wilderness.
I've taken people out onto the trails and their mouth drops open when they see the beauty along the river.
That's really, for me, what makes Morgantown so great. It just feels like home.
This is a way of getting them off the beaten path, getting these trail systems to see our communities and what it's like to live a rural life in a small community.
I've seen a huge change. It is the heart of our community.
The Industrial Heartland Trails Coalition is a remarkably ambitious project that is now over 50% complete. When completed, it'll cover more than 1,500 miles of trail. It'll run through 51 counties and four states. But it's not just about the trail itself. It's about the communities those trails connect.
One of the great things is our people. It's a very can-do spirit, get involved spirit.
We're minutes from gorgeous farmlands, seconds from rivers.
My hope is that we continue to tell the world about our beautiful area, our beautiful trails, and become a place where everybody wants to come and live or visit.
What was old Appalachian America, what was it founded on? River and rail, right? We needed the water and the river for industry, and now those things are going. It's time to reuse those in a different way to keep the new asset, which is the people.
Big industry was here, big industry left, and the rebirth and regrowth has been fully utilized by the tourism industry to experience that beauty and the natural resources we have.
A lot of these towns, they get a real boost when these trails come in. People that are riding these trails need businesses that serve them.
A lot of people from New York City, from DC, Cleveland, you see them coming here to enjoy the trails.
That means they're going to stay at those towns. That means they're going to eat at those towns. They need to get their bike fixed at those towns. They might want to go shopping at those towns.
The return on investment is really significant, not just in terms of tourism dollars, but in terms of quality of life for our citizens and in terms of making our communities where families and businesses want to locate.
Young families, they want to bring their children up in a healthy community, and a big part of that is trails.
Honestly, I didn't even know what a rail trail was before coming here, but it quickly has become a really nice feature and draw for us.
And I only drove through West Virginia. I never stopped. It's a hidden gem. I think if you're part of something bigger like this, it will introduce people to our community.
There was a trail that went from here to Pittsburgh. That would be my next vacation. Sign me up. I love it.
Creating this trail system that is the Industrial Heartland Trail Coalition is a big job. We can't do it by ourselves. It's going to take a lot of people of all kinds of backgrounds working together to make this vision a reality.
Council members, I'm going to pass this around. This is some images of North Center Street where the railroad tracks go through. Council saw it last February when we had our retreat, the other council members. And it shows that it's a lot of trash that's being thrown out there. People's property values are dropping because there's no development over there. You know, young people want to get out, older people want to get out. They want to have somewhere they can walk to. I know it's a challenge, of course, with any railroad. However, there's things that we can do as far as greenways. We have greenways all through Goldsboro. And at this point, I'll let Miss Jessica take over and we'll
I'm short. Good afternoon, council. I just wanted to follow up on some of the comments. Do we know where the clicker is?
Just raise your hand on the KBC.
I mean, you're welcome to click along. Just to follow up on the video that was shown, I would like to speak to the Rails of Trails program that's in North Carolina. This was brought to our attention by Councilman Williams with regards to a specific area within Goldsboro, particularly the north end, and what, if anything, we could do with the rail corridor going through there. It does appear that it is not active, and it does appear that and we know that there are some of the tracks are not there in some areas. However, the railroad right-of-way has not been abandoned. So that would be a process. If we would want to see this area, we would definitely have to work with the railroad in order to look at abandoning portions of that right-of-way in order for the city to be able to utilize it in any form or fashion, whether we put a trail down the center or do any improvements to what appears to be a median on the north end of Center Street, as you see kind of the improvements we've made to the south end of Center Street. So just real quick, what is a trail? Rail trails are multi-purpose public paths created from former railroad corridors. These paths are generally sloping or they're flat, making them easy accessible and a great way to enjoy the outdoors. As you heard in the video, there is a Rails to Trails coalition that serves as that national voice for the trails. Their purpose is to create a nationwide network of trails from former rail lines and connecting corridors across the state and or the nation. With regards to North Carolina rail trail stats, there are 31 total rail trails within North Carolina right now, which consists of 125 miles. Currently, there are 21 projects that are underway, which would produce or ultimately result in 162 miles of potential rail trail across the state. And some examples of those are, I think, the most familiar, if you've heard in talking or are familiar with trails, the American Tobacco Trail. It's 22.6 miles, and that's the one that stretches across Durham, Chatham, and Wake counties. That was a successful program through the North Carolina Rail Trails program. With regards to funding, the funding source for this program is through the Transportation Alternatives Program. We would refer to that as TAP program. Over a time period, it has changed to just TA, set aside apportionment, and that's what you see as for North Carolina is roughly $22 million. That funding source is divided in 3 different ways. So you have an apportionment that is set aside for the rail to trails. And it's based off a fiscal year of 2009. And why they do that, I have no idea. They go through, and that's a calculation that I'm not an expertise on, and I'm not even going to begin to try to speak about that. But I do know that the most current is $22 million. The second part, or the second part of the funding source goes to MPOs that are a population of 200,000 or more. So that's your big urbanized areas. That's your Charlotte, that's your Raleigh, your Durhams. It is not something that is allocated to the Goldsboro MPO. The other part, the third part, whatever money is left over, is what we can compete for eligible projects across the state. So just some background, as I stated, we typically refer to this as TAP, but the communities across America have access to these funds from the federal government to expand travel source, strengthen the local economy, and improve quality of life, and protect the environment. TAP was established with MAP 21, which we refer to that as the Moving Ahead for Progress in the 21st Century Act. And then Fixing America's Service Transportation Act of 2015 replaced the TAP with the TA set aside apportionment, which is what I just discussed with you, of the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program, which is a core federal aid highway program. Eligible activities include most activities historically funded as transportation enhancements, the Recreational Trails Program, and the Safe Routes to School Program. TA projects must be one of 10 eligible activities and must relate to surface transportation. And when I refer to surface transportation, that includes both transport both by land and water. With regards to eligible activities, you can see the 10 project or activities that are eligible for this program. And of course, I've highlighted the conversion of abandoned railroad corridors to trails. That's kind of what started this process. There may be many things that we can look into for potential funding through this program, but this specific area, again, was targeted because we thought maybe there's something we could do with the rail on the northern end and kind of go from there, but currently today it is not abandoned. So what staff has done is we've taken a look of this northern area, and let's assume we don't get the right-of-way abandoned, okay? What are options that the city can do in the north end to provide some pedestrian access? In most cases to the downtown area. I think our biggest asset is in potential programming that we would like to look into, which Ashlyn and myself are working with Mountains to Sea Trail, state parks, and trying to get that back up and running. When Scott Bernard was here, we had a lot of conversations with state parks as well as Friends of Mountains to Sea Trail, as well as Duke Energy at that time, but then we were hit with a few hurricanes and everything our attention got diverted elsewhere. But Ashlyn and I are back talking with some of those groups, and hopefully we can see some progress on potential routes for the Mountains to Sea Trail to go through Goldsboro. But with regards to the north end, your map before you, I think if it's in your packets, it's probably easier to see than on the slide. But what you see in red is when we looked in the area, is city proposed sidewalks. That is stuff that was identified in our pedestrian greenway bike and ped plan, and has the most potential for existing right-of-way in which we can put sidewalk in without having to get property acquisition. These facilities also currently have curb and gutter, so we could easily install sidewalk to the back of the curb, or the ideal typical section of sidewalk is to have roughly a 3 to 4 foot strip of grass by the curb and then install the sidewalk. So those red areas, we do have potential or have right-of-way where it wouldn't be a cost to the city to acquire right-of-way to install sidewalk. With regards to connecting those lines or those sidewalks facilities in red, we took Swan Street as having kind of the best connection between that's George Street and Greenleaf. Unfortunately, the right-of-way is not there for that. We do not have curb and gutter, so the city would need to look at cost of curb and gutter and potential right-of-way acquisition in order to install the sidewalks. The same kind of goes for, you see a portion of North Center Street that is in green, which this map is not the current one. Maybe, I don't know how, okay, anyway, but there's a section of Center Street that we could look at putting sidewalk that would connect it further down to Worrell Avenue. But again, that section of sidewalk, our Center Street does not have curb and gutter, so we would have to put curb and gutter there, as well as potential right-of-way acquisition. In the blue that you see there, we are having a bridge replacement right there at the bakery with regards over the railroad, and we have worked with NCDOT to get sidewalks on Grantham Street to George Street as part of that project. So that is, hopefully we will start seeing that project move forward next year sometime. Projects have been delayed a little with NCDOT, but hopefully we'll get that bridge replaced soon, and we'll see sidewalks there that then could potentially, if this council decides to move forward with looking into this a little deeper, we could have that connection to George Street at that point. And then the purple sidewalk that you see along William Street, that is sidewalk that obviously as development comes in, new development, we can get sidewalk as part of the development. That's there in front of the new jail. So obviously we've got existing sidewalk there. We can start, as potential development comes on board, we can get sidewalk to fill in some of those gaps. Councilman Williams was interested in like a trail exercise type stations within the median or within the railroad right-of-way, and as I've stated, we have, right now we can't do anything with that because the railroad's not been abandoned. I know Randy has hopes to schedule a meeting with the railroad to talk about some of the ideas that the city is looking into for the north end. along with inviting Councilman Williams to speak with the railroad. So I know those discussions are forthcoming. But the last thing, or the other thing that I want to talk about is how we can potentially fund some of these ideas. Again, acquisition of right-of-way would be necessary for some of the sidewalk construction, depending on routes that we choose are the best. Again, I looked at the most possible access was along Greenleaf Street and North George Street. That's where we have existing right-of-way. Our current city sidewalk fund, this is when we get the sidewalk fee in lieu of projects and things like that when I bring site plans before council. We currently have $65,000 in that fund that is dedicated or allocated for construction of sidewalks. Keep in mind, the council has approved 4 projects right now that money is kind of set aside for. The priority was Ash Street, if you remember from Ash Street, right there, Alabama to West End area and to the railroad tracks. And that was a partnership with the Housing Authority. Those plans have been completed. They're in the engineering office. It's just a matter of us moving forward with the bid process and working with NCDOT with regards of who's going to install curb ramps, or do we install the sidewalk first? We're still having those conversations with NCDOT. NCDOT did go in and a couple of months ago, if not maybe 3 or 4 months ago, installed the curbing along that section of Ash Street for this project. That project, we estimated about $70,000. Housing Authority is willing to partner and pay for half of that, so about $30,000 of that 65 is committed to that project, because we did have a partnership for that project, and council was on board with moving forward with that one. Originally, it was Grantham Street, but when we worked with NCDOT to get the sidewalks along Grantham with the bridge replacement, we removed that, and then we wanted to focus on Spence Avenue from Mall Road to the railroad right-of-way and up kind of past the Walmart. That is a very expensive project, so we need to build up that fund before we kind of, unless your priorities have changed, we can discuss that and look at, go into further, detail or research with some of these sidewalks needed on the north end.
Can the MPO fund any type of study for a greenway plan or for a bicycle in that area?
So this currently is our master plan for bicycle and pedestrian and greenway plan. This was done in 2015. We could easily update this, so it's roughly 5 years old. We update our long-range transportation plan every 5 years, so we could look at the potential of updating this. When this plan was done in that north end, based off all existing research, paths, footpaths you see through there, talking with the community what the needs were, the primary sections in this area that recommended sidewalk was George Street, William Street, and West Grantham Street. So going through and looking through the connectivity through the neighborhoods, that was not pinpointed. Does that mean it's not needed? I disagree with that. It does mean that probably something is needed to connect to these major facilities. It was just we didn't get that input at 2015. So that doesn't mean we couldn't get it.
That's a little bit different anyway, because that's more of a park setting when you go down Center Street where all that, land is and all that. I'm not sure that that's...
So, but yes, I mean, the MPO, any transportation-related planning activity is eligible for our PL funds through the MPO.
I think what we ought to do, Councilman Griswold, is go over there and look at it and see what it is you think the picture ought to be, and then see where we could fit it, in our funding picture. And then let the council see what they can.
I welcome everyone to come in. I've cleaned up there, actually, Miss Pinky Jacobs, she used to clean up and have the kids clean up there, and, it's starting to become an eyesore again. We went by there today, and you saw couches out there, you saw garbage out there, and, in order to wake that community up, I think...
And it's starting like right at the scrapyard on the back,
Yes.
is that what we're talking about?
Yes, and I think this council agreed in October that we need to start working on the north end.
I agree with that.
And, we've done a lot of great work downtown. I think we need to start heading in that direction.
I agree with you, but I'm not willing to give up Spence Avenue.
Well, you were the main one that said we need to start working on that.
We need to work on North End, but I'm also saying that I don't not ready to give up Spence Avenue with that many people.
I think the time is so far off, it's not gonna matter.
I mean, I think that, you know, we always have projects going on. If we could form out, you know, some sidewalking and, you know, extra material we have, and, you know, we can get it done we can get certain things done without all the red tape. You know, I think that community is in need of it and deserves to see their tax dollars being spent there.
Okay, well, we'll look and see if we can do better.
I'll be happy to dig a little deeper with regards to cost estimates so that we have an idea, especially when we can come back with what we feel is the best.
Can you give me a timeline in the next week or so, or, you know, we can start to try to get the railroad?
Meaning,
together, yeah.
I will discuss with Randy. I think he had the contact in which he wanted to reach out to schedule that meeting, and I know it's on his schedule to do. So we'll do that, and we'll follow up with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Thank you, Jennifer. Anything else, Tim?
No, sir.
Huh?
No, nothing. We've presented everything. If y'all have any
So can we
issues you
be
want to
adjourned?
discuss further. Yes, sir. If you
One thing real fast, I kind of made some notes of what you guys may have asked for, and can I read those out to you, and you just let me know if I missed any?
Yeah, but I can hear what you're saying.
Okay,
Here you go.
how about now?
Uh,
Can you hear me now? Okay. City of Durham, you wanted us to pull the resident survey from their website and kind of get that information out to you guys.
That'd be great.
I don't know if you want to talk about the vision and mission statement revisions that.
I think we agreed that that was okay this morning. That's the way I took it.
Yep.
Nobody said anything, yeah. So I think we said that was okay.
Okay. A copy
We have
of
the
the
changes,
master-
right?
Yeah.
We have changes.
Yeah, right.
copy of the master plan for Parks and Recs regarding the YMCA.
Yeah, whatever.
Get that to you guys.
Right.
Email the purchase order rollover information.
Right.
Check on our hands-free policy for city vehicles. The inclement weather stuff that we discussed, getting you guys some numbers for the money of paying them versus giving them comp time.
Right.
Juvenile arrest statistics.
Yes.
Marty got you the list of streets and dirt streets, I believe, so that's fine. I'm gonna revise the agenda and add the summary of the employment program to the work session on Monday.
Right.
And list of equipment and hours and money relating to the contract after the phase.
Strict going to do that.
And then maybe Jennifer's gonna look at some cost estimates for event. I think that's all I have.
Debbie, you got anything else?
Yes, I'd like to, and if you can just send an email out to all of our departments asking if they'd be willing to take a child, a teenager, for the summer youth program. I know there are departments that would be willing to take on some teenagers for the program, and that would help, you know, fill some of the spaces that we have.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? All right, we recessing or adjourning?
Adjourned.
Adjourn, and then you'll call back to order tomorrow.
We will be adjourned till tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock.